The Connoisseur by Frank Banta. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Connoisseur by Frank Banta. It is infinitely more satisfactory to purchase wives when they are young. They are vastly more respectful. 12 is a good purchasing age. Lisa was 12 when I bargained for her, and she is an illustrious argument for the system. I recall her excellent father and I facing each other across his gleaming synthol marble table that day. On the table were small metal shells of sweet liquor, and beside the shells were the sedulously gathered treasures I was formally offering for Lisa, a control knob, and a folded painting of one of our navigator's other ship visions. Lisa's father eagerly examined the mirror-bright chrome surface of the control knob, which I had handed to him with a pretense of casualness, trying to still the trembling of his fingers. "The last knob on the control board," he said in an emotion-cracked voice. "How could you have broken it off? We've all been tugging at it for years." I answered, I hope with no more than legitimate pride, "I managed to get a thin hacksaw blade between the knob and the control board. Then I sawed off the shaft." He nodded approvingly. "With knuckle-headed men like you aboard ship, we will certainly all go to hell." I bowed, but I did not let his flattery relax my caution. After all, we were bargaining for his prettiest daughter. What flattering words bear weight in the midst of a sale? He, of course, referred to the ringing sincerity of our navigator's dying words. "If you knuckleheads all want to go to hell, just keep dismantling the ship." Swinging adroitly to my other item of barter, I mused aloud, "Our navigator! What a strange, frantic creature he was! Full of the wild, lovely visions which effervesced from his books of fantasy, imploring us not only to read the books but to believe them, and, failing that, drawing immortal paintings of the fantasies for us to see." Therewith I opened the folded painting and handed it reverently to him. It showed a large globular ship with people living on the outside of it. The title of the painting was Planet. Privately, I had always thought the thing was wholly unnatural, a curious offbeat of the master's imagination. I was quite willing, despite its great beauty and its origin, to exchange it for something which to me was far more attractive at the moment, namely, a woman. Lisa lay curled up on the narrow in-wall couch, with her head propped up by a slim arm. She chewed her synthal gum lazily and surveyed me with mild interest. She was a tender-featured girl with shimmering black shoulder-length hair. It was possible to forecast that she would some day be a lovely and gentle-hearted woman. Her father, notwithstanding his habitually rigid integrity, saw my lively interest in her and tried to increase my generous bid for her by an artifice of delay. Holding the painting of the master at arm's length, he grumbled critically, "A vision of hell would have been more to my liking." Unhappily, our navigator did not paint one of his radiant visions of that ship. Now, why would he prefer Planet to hell, particularly when he described hell as warm and enclosed like our own ship? I did not answer his frivolous complaint, knowing full well it was only bartering talk. He handled the immortal painting with crudely feigned indifference. He could not quite bring himself to let go of it. He was determined to own it, I knew, and he sensed also my resolve to offer no more for Lisa. Yet slyly he determined on an evil course. For, incredibly, he turned to tranquil Lisa and asked, "What is your value, lovely child? Does he offer enough?" And slowly lifting her candid eyes to him, she shook her head, "No." "Shall I begin with her, then?" I asked my friend caustically. I will own I was vexed. Shrewdly he nodded. "Whatever she accepts will be our bargain." Then, laughing at my undignified discomfiture, "It is manifest she is more aware of her value than I." "Will you be serious? It is not kindly to banter with a woman-child in such an important matter as her future." But greed now fully possessed him. "I do not joke. Whatever she demands shall be her price." He sipped his sweet wine, hiding his eyes from my displeasure. Concealing my fury, I turned to Lisa, who now sat up straight on the narrow couch with her long, slender legs folded under her. In the pace of grievous mortification, I was not bitter toward her. It was not her fault. For her I extended the tolerance due the innocent. "What is your cost, child?" I asked. "This control knob and othership vision of our navigator are sufficient to purchase any girl-woman. What will you have?" Lisa chewed her gum slowly while she formed her serene thought. Then, shaking her oval head, she let fall in a dreamy, sing-song voice, "Neither of these! Neither of these!" Her father leaned forward anxiously. I told her, "There is a limit to your value. I will not give all of my treasures for you, lovely though you are. Choose what thing you will have, and if I can procure it, your father shall have it." "I'll know it when I see it," she said, smiling impudently. There was nothing for me to do but go to my apartments and look for other treasures to show her. My thoughts were exceedingly bitter as I gathered the coveted articles one by one in my arms. "Here!" I displayed it to her when I had arrived back at her father's abode. "It is the steering wheel from the lifeboat. Feel its smooth texture. See its ebony luster. It is the only lifeboat steering wheel aboard ship. I had a terrible struggle with it until I broke off the shaft." She seemed interested. I passed hurriedly on to another object. "Here is the handle of the atomic pile damping rod. It was threaded inside. However, I have managed to grind the interior smooth." She seemed definitely interested, but I did not linger. I unrolled the last treasure I had brought with me. At the sight of it, her father burst into merry chuckles. "Yes," I said, smiling with a hint of sadness. "It is the inscrutable message we found protruding from the mouth of a machine some years ago. The machine has the name Teletype engraved upon it. We cannot imagine who put the message inside the machine, if indeed it is a message. But listen to the poetry of its words. I shall read it to you as though it were properly set out on paper instead of being cramped into continuous senseless lines. Colony ship, turn around before it is too late. You have left the galaxy. We are the last planetary system you will encounter for 10,000 years. Then, seeing her puzzlement, I said hastily, "But of course it is too adult for you, Lisa. Its mystery is for the scholar, its abstract beauty for the man of mature years. Come, let us turn back to these other treasures." It was not easy for her to choose, seemingly, with so much wealth about her. The control knob, the painting, the lifeboat steering wheel, the atomic pile damping rod handle, the inscrutable poetry, all claimed her interest. But in the end she chose as I wanted her to, and the bargain was struck. Lisa went to live in the compartment of my concubines that day, and at maturity became a concubine of exotic beauty. She bore her dark-haired children well. By the excellence of her father, he and I continued to be good friends. At least once a year I invite him to view the master's painting of Planet. We spend many contented hours together. Often through a porthole we watch the rapid movements of distant ships, which our navigator called stars, revolving in tiny circles at the side of the ship, making a complete circle in about 2 minutes. What prompts the behavior of these ships? It is all very curious, and I account myself fortunate that I have in my friend an intense capacity for speculation. Like myself, he is a scholar of honor, capable of long-sustained discourse on lofty subjects which round out and deepen the mind. I forgive him his greed. As I had intended, Lisa took the teletype nonsense message to be her value to her father. May I reiterate, it is infinitely more satisfactory to purchase wives when they are very young ladies. They are vastly more respectful. Admittedly, they are saucy. End of The Connoisseur by Frank Banta. Read by Roger Melin.
Nightmare on the Nose by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Constance Cooper. Nightmare on the Nose by Evelyn E. Smith. Every time he lost money at the track, Phil Watson had a nightmare. They grew increasingly frequent as his bankroll dwindled, and his hopes of getting rich dwindled accordingly. The night after he had dropped $200 at Jamaica, the nightmare grew particularly oppressive. In the darkness, he could see her red eyes glowing at him as she sat on his chest. "Would you mind not turning over so much?" she asked, seeing that he was awake. "It makes me uncomfortable." "It makes you uncomfortable," he moaned. "How would you like to have a couple of tons of horse sitting on you?" "I do not weigh a couple of tons," she snapped. "And furthermore, I assure you I'm sitting on your chest out of duty, certainly not out of pleasure. If you don't think I have lots better things to do with my nights than go around sitting on people." Her large white teeth gleamed in a significant leer. He sighed and squirmed again. A sharp hoof kicked him in the side. "I ought to learn you not to wiggle, Watson. Since you're not sleeping," she added, "how about a couple of games of canasta?" "I've been losing enough on the races. I'm not going to start gambling with a supernatural card shark." "Listen here," the nightmare bristled. "I can beat you at any game without the use of supernatural powers. You're known as the #1 sucker at all the tracks." That's right. Kick a man when he's down." "I'm sorry," she apologized. "I didn't mean to be unsporting, but you get me so mad." "Unsporting," he mused, then sat up as a terrific idea hit him. "Watch your step, Watson," the nightmare warned when the sudden movement nearly threw her off the bed. "I've been standing for a lot from you, but—" "Listen, can you run?" "Run? What do you mean, run?" "How fast can you go?" "Well, I'll be honest with you. Down where I come from, I'm known as Old Slowpoke. I can't move much faster than the speed of sound, while all the other girls have the velocity of light. But that's the way it is. Some are born with brains and some with speed." "The velocity of sound is good enough," Watson decided. "Look here, Nightmare, how'd you like to run in a race?" "A race?" Then the nightmare chuckled evilly to herself. "Oh, I see what you mean. But that wouldn't be cricket, would it?" "Cricket and horse racing are two distinct sports," Watson stated. Then, alluringly, "How'd you like to run down the track 5 lengths ahead of all the other horses, with the band playing and the crowd cheering? You'd be led into the winner's circle, and they'd drape flowers all over you. People would yell, 'Nightmare! Nightmare!' You'd be a popular figure, a celebrity. This way, nobody knows you. You work at night, alone, unappreciated and unsung. That's so true, the nightmare murmured. I really haven't received the adulation I deserve. Here I've done my job faithfully for years, scared thousands of people into fits. And what thanks do I get? None. She sobbed. Other people get all the credit and glory. I just work, like a horse. If you work for me, Watson said, you'll only run a mile or so 2 or 3 times a week. Get the finest of care, and, he pointed out significantly, your nights will be your own. Watson, the nightmare assured him, I'm sold. When do we start? It isn't as easy as all that. Watson rose and paced up and down the room. First of all, you're not in the stud book. We'll have to forge some papers and pass you off as an Argentinian horse. Sí, señor, said the nightmare, wriggling with pleasure. Hablo muy bien el español. El estribo de mi padre es en el establo de mi madre. Yo soy del rancho grande. Olé! It isn't necessary for you to speak Spanish. As a matter of fact, you won't get to do any talking at all. Horses don't talk. But I do, she said, wounded. Where I come from, I'm known as a witty and distinguished raconteur. You know the one about the 2 geldings? Never you mind, he told her. From now on, you don't talk except to me. Get it? Yeah, the nightmare agreed. All right, Watson, I'll give it a whirl. I've always wanted to be in the public eye. For the sake of expediency, Watson decided to give the nightmare, now officially registered as Incubus, her preliminary workouts himself, although he was no trainer. But then Incubus really needed no workouts. It merely looked well to take her around the track a few times. Remember, Inky, he whispered, not too fast. We want to give him a big surprise at the meet. I dig you, she whispered back. Reuben Godlove, the well-known trainer, sauntered past and looked at Incubus. My God, he told Watson, what kind of a monster are you running? She's got a face like a gargoyle and a rear like a hippopotamus. You want I should clout him in the crupper? Incubus whispered. No, he whispered back. I'm glad he doesn't take to you, because if he thought you were any good, he might claim you. Claim me? What do you mean? Well, you see, he explained, since you're unknown and have no record, I've had to enter you in a claiming race. That means anybody who's running another horse in the same race can put in a claim for you before the race, for the price I set on you, and become your owner. What's the price you set on me? Watson hemmed and hawed. $3,000, he admitted. Incubus cocked an eye at him. You selling me down the river for a mess of pottage, Watson? No, he assured her. I can't help it. This is some goddamn silly racing rule. You have no reputation, so I've got to enter you in a maiden claimer. Incubus raised an eyebrow. A maiden claimer? A maiden horse, he explained austerely, is one which has never won a race. Oh, she said. Sorry. Now, if the worst comes to the worst, and you do get claimed, we can figure out ways and means of getting you back. Can't we, Inky? Incubus laughed richly. Clout him in the crupper, she chortled. Oh, man. The day dawned when Incubus was to make her debut at Belmont. The odds on her were 100 to 1. Laughing softly to himself, Watson put $500 on her nose. You crazy fella, the seller said to him. The horse to bet on is Godlove's Pamplemousse. He's a natural to win. Incubus is my own horse, Watson explained patiently. Oh, I guess it's like my kid. He plays the piano and stinks, but I gotta clap for him all the same. Why didn't you give her some hip-reducing exercises? Godlove sneered as the jockey led Incubus out into the paddock. She'll never get through the starting gate with that spread. Take it easy, Watson told her as she reared. Now listen, he said to the jockey, a sullen young apprentice, all he could get. She responds to direction very well. Talk to her. She practically understands. Oh, sure, the jockey jeered. Is Snookums going to win the race for Daddykins? Yes, replied Incubus. The jockey stared at her and at Watson. Watson laughed a trifle too hard. I'm a great ventriloquist, he explained. Can't break myself of the habit. Well, you better begin now, the jockey said, because I'm temperamental, and when I'm emotionally disturbed, the horse senses it. The horses, the announcer declaimed through the loudspeaker, are at the post. They're off. All of them, that is, except Incubus. She can't get through the starting gate. She's stuck. Wear a girdle, the crowd called derisively. With a wrench of sheer rage, Incubus pulled herself through the gate and dashed after the other horses. In the backstretch, it's Pamplemousse in the lead, with disestablishmentarianism and epigram running half a length behind, but who's this coming up from the rear? It's Incubus. She's ahead by a length, by 2 lengths, by 3 lengths. What a horse, what a jockey! He's giving her the whip. Oh, something's wrong. Incubus has lost her rider. Too bad, Incubus. The horses raced up the stretch, with Incubus keeping 5 lengths ahead of Pamplemousse as per direction. She was much annoyed to discover that he had won the race. But I won it, she kept whispering to Watson as he led her off. I was first. This is a frame-up. I'm going right to the judges and raise an objection. It doesn't count if you don't have the jockey on you, he told her. That's the rule. Flap the rules, she said. You mean without that peewee it doesn't count? A fine thing. I hate the rules. I hate the rules. I hate the rules. She stamped her foot. He hit me with a whip, the little bastard, so I gave him the old heave-ho. Come on now, Incubus. We'll get another jockey who won't whip you. You see how easy you can win a race? She tossed her head. I'm not so sure I want to run again. You know you want to run, Incubus. You've made a big impression. I could see that. Who cares what people think? I saw Pamplemousse giving you the eye, Watson murmured. Good-looking horse, isn't he? Any filly'd be glad to have him interested in her. Oh, I don't know, Incubus said. He's all right, I guess, if you like them tall and dark. But okay, I'll try it again for you, Watson. Godlove accosted them again as Watson led Incubus into her stall. I take back what I said about your horse, Watson, he apologized. She looks like a fiend, but she runs like one, too. With the proper handling, she might be a stake horse. He looked speculatively at Incubus. Give you 5,000 for her, big rump and all. Not on your life. Godlove shrugged. Suit yourself, but she'll have to run in another claimer, you know. He left, laughing softly. After 2 weeks of steady diet and vigorous massage, during which her hip measurements were considerably reduced, Incubus was entered in a $4,000 claimer. Even though she was still a maiden, she was favored next to Pamplemousse by the players, for her unusual first start had not passed unnoticed. Watson bet another $500, to obtain which he had mortgaged the old homestead. But this time he could get only even money. Remember, Incubus, he instructed her as he buckled her saddle. If Godlove claims you, you know what to do. Sure do. Shall I let him live afterward? Yeah, let him live. Just make it uncomfortable for him. Now, look here, Sonny. This to the new jockey. She doesn't like the whip. You saw what she did to her last boy? The jockey nodded and gulped. All you have to do is sit on her and let her go where she wants. Then you'll be all right. I wouldn't even get near her, the boy said, if I didn't have an aged mother to support. The starter waved the yellow flag and the horses were off. Incubus raced neck and neck with Pamplemousse until they were a furlong from the finish line. Then she surged ahead to win by 5 lengths. When she rode into the winner's circle, the crowd booed, as is their pleasant custom with winning horses and jockeys. A popular figure, eh? Incubus sneered. You know, Mr. Watson, the jockey said, as he was assisted from the horse, with a dazed but beatific smile on his face. I'm so steamed up over this win, I even thought Incubus was talking to me. The men standing around laughed. You've let excitement go to your head, Godlove remarked. Personally, I would never hire a jockey who has no emotional equilibrium. The jockey reached a tentative finger toward Incubus's nose. Good horse, he said. Good Incubus. I think you're pretty nice yourself, Incubus murmured out of the side of her mouth. There was a stricken silence. Reuben Godlove's eyes narrowed. That jockey who rode her the other day told me about your ventriloquism, he informed Watson. Seems like a pretty cheap trick, if you ask me. The others murmured agreement, color flowing back into their faces. Anyhow, now that she's my horse, Godlove went on, taking possession of Incubus's bridle, she's going to be trained serious. Now? Incubus asked Watson. Later, he whispered back. That ain't funny, Watson, Godlove assured him. As he led Incubus off, she looked back over her shoulder and winked. Mr. Watson? The jockey said, following him off the field. You're not really a ventriloquist, are you? That horse talks, doesn't she? Watson nodded. You gonna let Godlove get away with her? The boy's voice rose to a shrill squeak. I'll claim her back in the next race. Yeah, but you can't claim her back less than you've entered another horse in the same race, and you don't have another horse, do you, Mr. Watson? Watson's jaw dropped. I never thought of that. What'll I do? You've got to get another horse, Mr. Watson. Do you have enough money? Well, the purse from this race is almost 2,000, and I made another 1,000 betting on Incubus. And of course, Godlove gave me 4,000 for her, but that won't be enough to buy a decent horse and maintain him. Expenses are terrific. The jockey chewed his lower lip thoughtfully. I know what you can do, he said at length. You can buy Prunella. She's set at a price of $5,000, but her owner's pretty disgusted with her. She has good lines, but she finished last in 27 starts. And I think you could have her for $4,000 in cash. Prunella, a meek-looking chestnut filly with big brown eyes and a vicious temper, was enthusiastically disposed of for $4,000 and installed in Incubus's vacant stall. Watson shed a silent tear to see Incubus's second-best saddle hanging there on the wall. In the dead of night, he slipped into Godlove's stable. Incubus was awake, reading the Morning Telegraph. Look at the picture they have of me, she snapped. Obviously taken by an enemy. Next time, Watson, remember, my right profile is the best. I'll remember, he promised, and told her what had happened. You're sure this Prunella isn't taking my place in your affections? She demanded severely. That all this isn't a subterfuge? My God, no. She quits before she starts. All right, Incubus said. Now I am reliably informed by the stable grapevine that Godlove's entering me in a $6,000 claimer. You spent almost all your money on Prunella. How are you going to claim me? There was dead silence in the stable. These men, she sighed. Without us females to think for them, they'd be lost. The answer is simple. Prunella's got to win that race. Then you'll have the purse plus whatever you can bet on her, and you'll get good odds. Prunella win the race? She couldn't beat a speedy snail. She'll win the race. Incubus grinned happily. The weather was clear and the track fast. Incubus was running at 3-5. Prunella, 98-1. Reuben Godlove appeared with his arm in a sling and a bandage on his forehead and glowered at Watson. "Fine trainer you are," he snarled. "Let's see how well you've done with her," Watson suggested, smiling amiably. The starting gate opened and all the horses dashed out, all except Prunella, who sauntered forth and stood admiring the view. Incubus turned, ran back, and nipped Prunella viciously in the forequarters. With a whinny of rage, Prunella proceeded to chase Incubus, who was showing a fleet pair of heels, along the track. But there were 6 horses between Prunella and her attacker. With a thrust of her powerful shoulders, Incubus sent Dernier Cri staggering into the geraniums that bordered the field. She thrust a hoof into the path of Kropotkin and sent him and his rider sprawling on the track. She murmured something into Epigram's ear, and that black colt turned light gray and refused to budge another step. There were now 3 horses between Incubus and Prunella. Polyhymnia suddenly started to run backward. Sir Bleoberus buried his head in the sand and pretended he didn't notice the race was still going on. Cachucha, who had hitherto not been known as a jumper, hurdled the rail and dashed into the crowd of astonished players. Still, Incubus ran lightly before Prunella, half a length ahead, kicking dust in her face and making irritating remarks, while the enraged filly laid her ears back and bared white teeth to snap at her rival. One length before the finish line, Incubus suddenly stopped short, leaving momentum to carry Prunella over the line to victory. Prunella had won the race. Incubus was second, but was disqualified for conduct unbecoming a horse and a lady. It was never determined who had run third. "Together again at last, Watson," Incubus said during the joyful reunion in the paddock. But it's been a long, long time." 2 weeks, commented the jockey who had ridden Prunella. "Listen, Pipsqueak," Incubus told him irately. "I've spent the whole 2 weeks cooking up this speech, and I don't want a half-pint like you spoiling it. It's been a long, long time, Watson." Prunella nickered. "None of your lip either," Incubus said. "Where would you have been if I hadn't won your race for you?" "Oh, you can run if you want to, can you?" "Ha, ha, plater." Prunella neighed angrily. "Okay, Watson will enter you in a claimer without me, and we'll see what you can do." She turned toward her owner. "And now, Watson, I trust you have a hot tub prepared? I'm so tired." The racing secretary entered Incubus for an allowance with some misgivings. "But if she behaves again this time the way she did last, she's out, Watson. Suspended, disqualified. Can't have that sort of thing going on, you know." "She's actually the most tractable of horses, sir," Watson assured him. "It's merely that Mr. Godlove didn't know how to handle her." "Oh, the racing secretary said. "And I'd like to enter Prunella in the $5,000 claimer." The racing secretary smiled. "Well, Mr. Watson, you don't have to be afraid that anybody'll claim her. Godlove has spread the word around. Now everybody's afraid to claim a Watson horse." Prunella won handily in her claimer, and Incubus breezed to victory in her allowance. "Bet on Watson horses," the word went round the tracks. Incubus won a Class C, Class B, and Class A handicap in swift progression. Prunella came in first in 2 $7,000 claimers, and second in a $10,000 one. And then Incubus came in last in a stake race at Aqueduct. "What's the matter with you, Incubus?" Watson demanded. "You can run 10 times around the track before any of these nags could reach the quarter-mile pole." Incubus lay on her back in the hay and chewed reflectively on a straw. "You know, Watson," she said, "there are finer things in life than racing." "What, for instance?" She simpered. "I've been talking to Pamplemousse, you know, Godlove's horse, and he says it isn't ethical what I'm doing, that I'm competing with horses way below my class, that it isn't fair." "But there aren't any horses in your class." "I know," she sighed. "Sometimes superiority can have its disadvantages. That's what Pamplemousse says. He says it isn't fair for me to run at all. Says woman's place is in the home. Do you think woman's place is in the home, Watson?" Prunella neighed in the adjoining stall. "That's a dirty lie," Incubus shrieked, getting up. "I double dare you to say it once more." Prunella kept silence. "You're in love, Incubus?" Watson asked gently. She bowed her head. "I didn't know I could be. I thought I was too tough. But you're never too tough. Oh, I know I'm a stake horse, and he's still only a claimer, but I love him just the same." "Well, if that's the way you feel about it, Inky, I guess you have a right to. Only," he gulped, "I'd entered you in the Belmont Futurity, and it means so much to me." Incubus wiped away a tear with a wisp of hay. "All right, Watson, I'll win the Futurity for you. After all, you have first claim on my loyalty. Who brought me out of obscurity? You. Who recognized my potentialities? You. Who made a horse out of me? You." Incubus won the Belmont Futurity and was carried off the track on the shoulders of a cheering crowd. Retouched photographs of the big black horse hit not only the sport pages, but the front page of every newspaper in the country. But the question of her racing again was shelved for the nonce. Shortly after the Futurity, Watson discovered that Incubus was pregnant. "Pamplemousse?" he asked. She nodded shyly. "But how could you do it? You two were in separate stalls." Incubus snickered. "I have my methods, Watson." "He's a low cad," said Watson. "I knew what I was doing. I went into it with my eyes open." He wondered just how he was going to enter the foal in the stud book. Although it would be of impeccable ancestry, its escutcheon would be marred by a bend sinister. Some months later, Incubus called Watson to her stall. "What is it, Inky?" "I don't know how to tell you this, Watson. I've got to go back." "Back? Back where, Inky girl?" "Back where I came from. Oh, I might have known it was never to be, that you can't wipe out the past. Still, I'd hoped that somehow, some way. But the big bookie says no. I've got to go back where I came from. I don't belong here. He says I was sent as a punishment, not as a reward." She extended a hoof toward Watson's hand. "I had my baby tonight, Watson. Take good care of her. She's half equine, so she can stay here. And she'll be the fastest thing on earth when she grows up. Prunella'll help you raise her and support the family." Watson wiped his streaming eyes. "I'll take care of your baby, Incubus," he vowed. "I'll call her Incubus, too, and I'll treat her as if she were my own daughter." "I knew I could count on you, Watson. Well, this is goodbye." Incubus slowly vanished. It was hard losing Incubus. He'd grown attached to her, looking on her not only as a horse, but a friend. Still, at least he had the colt. In 2 years, she would take up where her mother had left off, and again the Watson name would reverberate through the racetracks. He went inside the stall, looked down at Incubus's daughter, who reposed on the hay, looking up at him with big blue eyes. He gasped. He had forgotten. Incubus was not a real horse. She was merely a demon in the shape of a horse. Incubus, too, was not in the shape of a horse. End of Nightmare on the Nose by Evelyn E. Smith. Recording by Constance Cooper. www.constancecooper.com.
The Killing Flash by Hugo Gernsback. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mokurai. The Killing Flash by Hugo Gernsback. March 1st. Yesterday, Lindenfeld signed his own doom, although he did not suspect it. Years ago, it started at college. I stood one sly insult, one injury after another. Always he came out on top. Always he won. I was always the vanquished, the one bested. He beat me in every sport and every competition, so that at the end of the term we were bitter enemies. But by that queer chance of destiny, it did not stop there, for we both settled down in Beaufort, and by another stroke of fate, that irresponsible goddess who often governs our lives, we both went into the same line of business, almost at the same time. It took each of us a few weeks to find this out, and then it was too late. My pride forbade me to go into another venture, so I stuck it out. Within the year, Lindenfeld had put me out of business. That, however, could have been endured, but not his last and crowning insult. Yesterday, he eloped with my fiancée. That signs his death warrant. Of the long list of insults, offenses, and near crimes, this one must be the last. The sooner the world is rid of this monster, the better. As soon as he returns, I shall kill him with my own hands, but so subtly, oh, so subtly, that only he will know that I killed him, and no one will know how he met his death. As a scientist, this should be easy for me. I will use an entirely new method, something new in murder, simple, yet subtle, very. And the police will never find out how it was accomplished, because I will kill Lindenfeld by long distance. This is the plan. I will rent a little loft in the busy east end of the town, where I will gradually assemble my high-tension apparatus, a 5-kilowatt generator, a 350,000-volt step-up transformer, condensers, and various other electrical paraphernalia. When everything is connected up, I will attach the output of the 350,000-volt transformer to my telephone line. I will then call up Lindenfeld on the telephone and make sure that it is he who answers. I will make it my business to find out that he is home alone. I can readily find that out by 1 or 2 extra phone calls to his house. Then, when he answers me, I have but to step back from my phone and press a switch which controls the 350,000-volt high-tension current. The deadly current will leap over the telephone wire to Lindenfeld's house. A long spark will jump between the receiver and the transmitter, and as Lindenfeld's head is between them, he will be electrocuted instantly, not, however, without first having heard my voice. March 15th. Everything is in readiness. The machinery is installed. It works beautifully, of course. I rented the little place under an assumed name, and I wear a disguise. No one can trace me, even if they know how the beast was killed. Most murderers overlook one little detail. I don't. Everything is planned scientifically, minutely, painstakingly. I put a phone call in 5 minutes ago. I asked for Mrs. Lindenfeld, my former sweetheart, in a disguised voice. He answered, the cur. She is out. I call up River 2650. He answers. I say, do you know who this is? There is a momentary pause. Sure I know. He laughs derisively. My dear old friend, John Bernard. What gives me? I cut him short with, take that, you monster! And jumping back, I press the switch. There is a blinding flash as the transformer discharges into the telephone line. I have killed Lindenfeld. March 22nd. Beaufort Telephone Company, Beaufort, New York, March 21st, 1929. Mr. John Bernard, 16 Locust Avenue, City. Dear Sir, we received your interesting letter as well as the manuscript entitled The Killing Flash. You ask our advice whether or not it is possible to kill a person over a telephone line, as indicated by you in your ingenious manuscript. For the benefit of the country, we are glad to state that we believe the scheme to be impractical. While there are isolated instances of people having been killed by high-tension discharges due to telephone wires having crossed with power lines, such cases are exceedingly rare. The reason is that the high-tension discharge usually becomes grounded before it has traveled 100 feet over the telephone line. In your case, the supposititious Lindenfeld would no doubt have heard a series of loud noises in his phone, but he would not have come to harm. Sincerely yours, Beaufort Telephone Company. March 22nd, newspaper account from the afternoon edition of the Beaufort Eagle. John Bernard, 26, of this city, single, manufacturer of patented appliances, was found dead this morning in a loft at number 627 East Worth Street. His terribly mutilated body was identified by Henry Lindenfeld, who, it was divulged, owned the loft. From an unopened letter found at his residence, with an enclosed manuscript sent by the Beaufort Telephone Company to him, it is clear that he planned to kill Henry Lindenfeld by connecting a 350,000-volt high-tension transformer to the telephone line. Upon calling up his enemy, he is presumed to have closed the switch, which was to electrocute Lindenfeld. Bernard, however, never received the letter from the Beaufort Telephone Company, telling him his murderous scheme was impractical, as indeed it proved to be. Lindenfeld, at 9:30 p.m. yesterday, received a telephone call from Bernard, who spoke threateningly over the phone, ending up with, take that, you, that was all. Lindenfeld hung up his phone and later retired. But as Bernard pressed the switch, 200 pounds of high explosives stored on the floor above, no doubt set off by the high-tension discharge traveling along the joint telephone cable to the next floor, blew up, and in the wreck Bernard was crushed to death, hoist, as it were, by his own petard. His funeral will be held from Leviter's Funeral Parlors tomorrow. April 1st. Science Wonder Stories, Office of the Editor. Mr. David Friendly, 119 West 46th Avenue, Springfield, Illinois. Dear Sir, sorry to find it necessary to return to you your manuscript entitled The Killing Flash. It is a nice story and fairly original, but there are a number of weak points which should be eliminated before we can use the manuscript. For instance, the worst is that, in the story, Bernard would certainly not have written to the telephone company, telling them about his plot to kill Lindenfeld. That would, of course, have caused his arrest. Then, too, the story is improbable, because Bernard, if he had any sense, would not have written down the assertion that he killed Lindenfeld. If you can fix these various points, maybe we can use the story. Sincerely yours, Science Wonder Stories, by O. Eutis, Assistant Editor. The end. There having been no short science fiction stories published heretofore, to the best of our recollection, for the benefit of our readers, the editor had to undertake the thankless job of creating a model story. Authors and would-be authors of short science fiction stories can see from the sample that it is possible to put quite a mass of material into 1,400 words without sacrificing either science, action, or plot. And the space allows the inclusion of one or more surprise endings. It is hoped, however, that future authors will not be unduly influenced by the vehicle used or the treatment which Mr. Gernsback has given this story. Science Wonder Stories, Y01N06, 1929, 11 Stellar. End of The Killing Flash by Hugo Gernsback. Recording by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois.
Hey Ma, Where's Willie? By I.M. Buckstein. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Boswell. Hey Ma, Where's Willie? By I.M. Buckstein. Just where Willie went, I ain't sure. I wonder sometimes, especially around harvest, because that is about the time we found Willie was missing. I should pine after him a little. He was my son, but somehow I never took a hankering toward Willie like I ought to. I got 5 other boys a lot smarter, bigger, and nicer to look at than Willie ever was, besides 4 girls that's as pretty as they come. But when someone disappears like Willie did, even if you don't care particularly much, you kind of wonder at times just how it came about. Willie was near about 14 or thereabouts. I never could remember for sure. He wasn't the oldest and he wasn't the youngest. But then with 10 kids and 10 ages to keep track of, a man can't be expected to remember. Anyhow, he'd be about 16 now, since it was 2 years ago that it happened. It was a bad time for him to be skipping off, too. We were in the middle of harvest. We had corn to get in. Besides which, we had a bit of a scare around here with the lights flashing in the hills and funny noises at night. The fellas who know call that sort of thing by some fancy name. Mass hallucinations, I guess they'd say. Well, one night we sat down to chow. We'd worked hard all day, so we were feeling ourselves as full as we could. Ma's a right good cook when she bothers, and the girls do all right by themselves. When we finished, Joey pops up. I think it was Joey, I can't rightly remember. When you got 10 kids and 10 names to keep track of, you're bound to have a hard time remembering. Anyhow, one of the kids pops up and says, "Look, Pa, Willie's plate's all full up with chow and no Willie." Ma looks down the row and tallies them up. Sure thing. 9 kids and no Willie. I kind of wondered why Willie wasn't around. He's usually the first to eat and the last to stop. Ma looked worried. "Well," I says, "pass his plate. Don't want any food to go to waste." So the plate is passed down to me. By the time it goes down the line of kids, there's 1 pork chop left. I eat the pork chop and forget about Willie for a while. Next morning, Joey comes up and says, "Willie wasn't home last night." "So," I says, "Willie wasn't home last night. Where's breakfast?" Ma looks worried. Like I say, Ma always liked Willie. "Okay, Ma," I pipes up. "We'll ask the neighbors. It'd be easy to spot Willie anywhere." That's what I figured. Even though I hate to say it about my own son, Willie was plumb peculiar to look at. He had a head that looked like it belonged on a man 100 pounds heavier. It sat like a knob on the end of a scrawny, skinny body. A body too scrawny to be much use in farming. He sure was dumb, too, that Willie. If you put him out to plow a straight line, he'd plow a circle. If you wanted him to plow a curve, he'd plow a zigzag line. He wasn't like the other boys. Willie got kicked out of school when he was 8. Not that the other boys finished school. but he got kicked out real disgraceful like. Now Benny, he set fire to the teacher's chair. Joey burned down the whole school building. But Willie, galt on Willie, he read all the books he could get a hold of till he knew more than the teacher. So, of course, the teacher had to kick him out to save her face. Take Willie to pull a trick like that. Asked her such fool questions that she had to close the school for a couple months to take a rest cure. That was Willie for you. Sometimes I wonder myself why Willie don't mean as much to me as some of the other kids do. Maybe it's because I wasn't around when Willie was born. Just happened the draft, the war draft, that is, called my number. That was for the Second World War. Well, anyhow, they didn't want me. I guess the government didn't want to support my kids. Don't blame them, though. I go to the city, and 2 weeks later I come back, and there is Willie. He's just an ordinary baby. No hair and no teeth. Kinda homely, I says to Ma. But she doesn't seem to care, so I figure I don't care either. Willie grew up, and Willie kept getting in the way. Asked all kinds of silly questions. Sure, the others always wanted to know why the grass is green, but not Willie. Willie asked some silly question about the relative merits of transistor amplifiers as compared to vacuum tubes. That ain't all the questions he asked, but you get the idea. Willie always acted kinda big for his breeches. Ma always seemed to encourage him, too. Keep saying Willie ain't my son. I know she's kidding, of course. I reckon she means sorta like, in spirit he ain't my son. In that respect, I agree with her. Willie sure ain't my son. Some of the kids titter when Ma says that, especially Ellie, or was it Sue? We had another one of those mess of hallucinations about that time. Sue kept talking about funny-looking men with funny-looking heads, wearing funny-looking clothes. She said they jumped out of a coffee saucer or something like that. Just a baby, you know, with crazy notions. I never do pay attention to these crazy ideas the kids bring up. I once read a book or something, or maybe someone told me, kids always see things that aren't there. Just humor them and don't say nothing. So I don't say nothing. We had a couple more kids after Willie. 3, I think it was. All nice, strong babies. I remember once Willie asked where they came from. That was the only near-normal question Willie ever asked. He found out quick enough without any help from me. Willie was like that. He found out all kinds of goofy things from Lord only knows where. He even kept telling me that it didn't matter at all what time of moon I planted the crops. Just a punk kid too big for his breeches. Been farming all my life, and he's telling me. To get back to the facts, we asked the folks around here if any of them had noticed the whereabouts of Willie. Someone said they'd seen him in the cornfield near the Weston farm, at least what used to be the Weston farm. The same night Willie disappeared, someone or something rooted and burned his whole corn patch. On the whole, most people were too interested in the lights and noises they were seeing and hearing to pay any attention to Willie's getting lost. Mom missed Willie at first. He used to keep her company quite a bit. He was too scrawny to do outside work, so he used to help Ma in the house. But soon even Ma got used to the idea. Now she don't mention him no more. Don't know why I'm telling you this. Maybe it's 'cause you're new around here and I thought you might be interested. Hey, Ma, how about a fresh pot of coffee? This one's about gone. About Willie now. It might be the time of year that makes me think about him. It's harvest time, you know. The time Willie disappeared. Hey, Ma, tell those kids to cut the noise out there. I can't hear myself think. Now, where were we? Come to think of it, the kids are all in bed by now. Hard day harvesting. Maybe I better check on the noise. Want to come along? Watch your head as you go out. The stoop is kind of low. I always bang my head if I don't stop to think about it. Hey, you! What are you doing on my corn? Galdon flying saucer or no Galdon flying saucer, that goddamn thing's ruining my crops. Hey, there's some people, or would look like people. Say, they remind me of Willie. Big heads and scrawny bodies. Well, what do you know? It's Willie. Willie, where you been? And where'd you get that get-up? Tell those things you're with to get the saucer thing off my corn. Just wait till your ma sees you. She's been worried sick. Fine thing leaving us in the middle of harvest. Hey, Ma, it's Willie. Hey, Ma, Where's Willie? By I.M. Buckstein.
The Annals of Aardvark by Harlan Ellison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ali M. The Annals of Aardvark by Harlan Ellison. Chapter 1. The Entrance. Come on in, won't you? You can sit right down there in that rocking chair. Oh, you saw the sign on the door and wanted to ask me about Aardvark, did you? Well, I guess I'm the best person to tell you about him, since I was with him from the moment he entered the country. Do you want to hear from there, or from the real beginning? Well, okay, I'll tell you about the start when he met the Valkyries. You see, Aardvarks can live only in the warmest places, so when the Aardvark got lost in the Swiss Alps, he was very uncomfortable. Don't ask me how an Aardvark got to the Swiss Alps, or what he was doing there in the first place. He's never told anyone, except maybe the Valkyries. Anyhow, stumbling around in the freezing cold, he got lost, but good. Just as he was about to give up and say farewell, cruel world, he stumbled upon an ice crypt. Stumbled, he ran into it and knocked out 2 teeth. This crypt, which was set in the side of one of the glaciers, was not an ordinary one, for frozen within its icy walls, rent-free, were 2 Valkyries and a large elephant. Even the elephant was unusual. He was the sole owner, the Valkyries obviously had no use for one, of a handsome brown handlebar mustache, nicely waxed and glistening. The Aardvark, who was inquisitive, as are all great men, strolled up to the ice crypt as nonchalantly as a freezing Aardvark could, and dying of hunger, put forth an exploratory tongue and licked the ice. To his amazement, the ice was lemon-flavored. Wait a minute, I'll tell you why it was lemon-flavored, but first let me tell you what happened. Knowing full well the consequences of licking open this age-old ice pack, but racked with hunger, the Aardvark proceeded to lick open the crypt. After several minutes of lightning-like licking, the Aardvark sated his hunger, and in the process freed the Valkyries. The Valkyries were forever grateful and proceeded to show the Aardvark this by bursting into Wagnerian opera, complete with flowing braids. After the preceding formality had been dispensed with, introductions went around, and the Aardvark found out the fact, which is of practically no use to anyone, that the Valkyries' names were Olga and Katanya Schwartz. Very old lineage, this name. The elephant, who had been sitting by, looking very bored about the whole thing, was named Reuben. The Valkyries, it seems, were delivering a package of lemon-flavored jello to the cook in Valhalla, and en route had gotten frozen in the ice. The elephant was their mode of conveyance, since all the good horses had a day off and went to the people races at Lowalia. The Aardvark heard all of this in a rather detached way, for you know most Aardvarks can neither talk, write, nor understand human language. The Valkyries, who perceived this deficiency, were contemplating giving the Aardvark some of their Valkyrie local number 86112 magic, patent pending, when the recipient in question suddenly turned a lovely shade of aquamarine, shivered, and dropped over, frozen solid. This solved the problem very effectively. They worked their second-hand magic on the fellow, and when he awoke, well, there was a complete change in him. This was the exit of Aardvark. Boy nothing. in the entrance of Cassius Quagmire Aardvark, man of the world. Chapter 2. Mass Exodus. After the Valkyries had revived Cassius with the aid of a bouquet consisting of a quartet of red flowers in liquid form, they placed him and themselves upon the back of the elephant Reuben, who it was found was permanently grounded after 3,000 or 4,000 years of disuse, and proceeded to the almost obscure town of Ihohahi, Switzerland, where they intended to settle down. But the people of the town, upon seeing the apparition of a large elephant with a mustache carrying 2 beautiful girls and a strange animal, wanted to burn the aardvark and his companions at the stake, thinking them a figment of their imaginations. The elephant did not care for this in the least, and rearing back on his hind legs, proceeded to tell the townsfolk so, much to their dismay. In large groups they immediately depopulated the Swiss village. Cassius, the aardvark, finding himself alone in the middle of a deserted town with a mustachioed elephant and 2 Valkyries, decided that here they were not appreciated, and made preparations for leaving the country. In a deserted haberdashery he found a fine, warm English tweed, a top hat, white gloves, a white bow tie, and a pair of lavender earmuffs, which he quickly donned. The elephant was equipped with a can of mustache wax and a muffler, while the Schwartz sisters doffed their filmy negligee-type goddess gowns and donned 2 lovely business suits. Then, well clothed and happy, the elephant replaced his traveling companions upon his back and calmly swam the Atlantic Ocean to arrive at the United States of America, where the aardvark's appearance was destined to cause a stir and tremor in the daily life of every American. Chapter 3. It's a Bargain. A warning of the thing to sweep the country shortly was evidenced when the mustachioed elephant Reuben came lumbering through the water in the New York harbor. People from miles around who got wind of the news, he was a very smelly elephant, rushed to the docks to watch, or climbed to the tops of buildings with binoculars, and when Reuben climbed ashore on Ellis Island, the city was thrown into a panic. It seems that Cassius began conferring at once with 2 of the immigration officers about entrance into the country. This was flatly refused by the officials, who cited a weak clause in the handbook which excluded all uncivilized beings, and anyone could see that Cassius was uncivilized. Who ever heard of wearing lavender earmuffs with an English tweed? When his traveling companions heard this, they were all for hurling the immigration officers head first into ye old New York harbor. Right about there is where I came in. Yeah, good old Charlie Smirts, that's me. I had been waiting on the island for a shipload of animals from Africa, and being a producer of some renown, saw the latent possibilities in the appearance of these, and I use the term loosely, people. I had just finished a show on Broadway that had run 3 years and was just getting together an animal circus to tour the country. But when I saw this aardvark in an English tweed with a top hat, tie, and ivory-top cane, a mustached elephant wearing a muffler, and 2 of the most gorgeous dames in the world, I knew that this was something a little unusual. I was sure of it when I saw that the aardvark was wearing lavender earmuffs. Sauntering casually over to where the aardvark and his companions were sitting, I introduced myself, and in a low voice related to them the fact that if they would consent to signing a contract, I would personally see that they were inside the country before morning. The aardvark gives me the cold eye at first, and then says, "If you promise, and write it out in this contract, that we are not to appear in any sideshow type things, we might consent." Before the fellow could twitch his short brown tail, I had pulled out my Foster pen that writes under water, air, ink, blood, and money, and was writing in the clause he mentioned. Then he signed the contract, and so commenced the partnership of Smirts, Aardvark, Schwartz, and Reuben, Inc. Chapter 4. The Carbuncle Voyage. After the signing of the contract, Cassius and his companions retired to the harbor to wait till I had made the arrangements. Late that night, very late, about 5 o'clock, a small tug pulled up to the island, and out came one Hawser Dawson. I can truthfully say that Hawser is the moldiest looking animal to ever set foot upon dry land, or wet water, for that matter. He is so filthy that his clothes stand up by themselves when he takes them off at night. And the smell! Whew! Hawser Dawson smells like Mrs. Murphy didn't get home with the eggs in time. He is dirty, smelly, and dumb besides, but he is loyal and one of the best tugboat captains that ever tripped on a 2-inch line. We'd arranged to get the Aardvark and his buddies into the country under cover, but I had forgotten to mention to Hawser how big the group was. When Hawser saw the elephant, he almost fainted. His ship, which was as leaky as Stalin's head, wouldn't carry that load. It could hardly carry Hawser himself. So we arranged to hang the Aardvark and the elephant under the ship while the Valkyries and myself rode upstairs. But not only did Dawson get paid twice as much as he should have, he wanted the Aardvark and Reuben the elephant to work their way in. He whispered something to Cassius and Reuben, and then came aboard. When the elephant and our hero were slung under the ship, the leaky tub sank so low into the water that it was wetter on the bridge than it was under the ship. We got under way shortly, and as we sailed around cover of darkness, we heard a weird sound. It was a systematic metallic wonking under the boat. When we asked Dawson what the noise was, he told us that the Aardvark and Reuben were working their way over by cleaning barnacles off the bottom of the tugboat with their teeth. I almost fainted when I heard this. Our future star, the brightest new personality in years, scraping barnacles. Oh no. After breaking a steel pipe over Dawson's head, we got the Aardvark into the ship and started chipping the remnants of his work from his bicuspids. It was about this time that we got into the small dock that Hawser had told us would be waiting. We dragged the slightly defunct sea captain out of the ship, got Reuben out from under, and proceeded to enter the United States of America, which, as you know, has been renamed since by some people, the United States of Aardvark. One of the reasons is because of what happened in the Drunken Cockroach nightclub. Oh, that was a queer night. It happened on the same evening we got into the States. Chapter 5. In the Drunken Cockroach. We got the Aardvark settled quickly in a hotel near the center of town, and then decided to go out and eat someplace. Hawser Dawson wanted to go along till he got his money, and since he wanted it in cash and the banks didn't open till the next day, we decided to let him tag along. There was but one stipulation, that he take a bath. This almost broke Stinky's heart, but he consented, and when he met us in the lobby a few hours later, he was, as he termed it, disgustingly filthy clean. Reuben was looking quite elegant in a rented tux, which was a size 67. The Schwartz girls were absolutely ravishing in their 2 evening gowns that were strapless, hemless, backless, topless, bottomless, frontless, and with a plunging neckline. But the really dashing one was Cassius Q. Aardvark. He was decked out in a conservative green and red suit with a yellow tie, spats, a cane, top hat, and the perennial lavender earmuffs. We could never understand it, but the newspapers said the next day that about 50 cases of color blindness and shock were brought into the hospital, raving about an Aardvark with a top hat and earmuffs. That was really a queer night. We started out at the Stork Club. Sherm Billingsley had gotten wind of the Aardvark and had a special room reserved with a wall knocked out for the elephant Reuben. The men were practically fawning all over the Schwartz Valkyries, who calmly broke champagne bottles over their heads and continued to stay by their erstwhile pal, the Aardvark. After we had gotten well placed, I looked at the Aardvark. He was holding sway like a royal sultan, complete with dancing girls. The young blade was surrounded by the chorus line and was having a rough time with them, but he had eyes only for the Schwartz sisters. They sat there exchanging guttural sounds. After we got finished at the Stork, we took in rapid succession the Mocambo, the 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 clubs, the Noir Pansy Club, and the High, Low, Top, and Homburg Hat Clubs. About 9 o'clock, we were just about pooped, when we noticed that we had lost Hawser someplace. It was quite a relief to us, as he had poured the contents of a potted palm all over himself at the Noir Pansy Club to make himself feel more at home, and he had begun to reacquire the odor that was peculiar only to his body. It was then that Cassius remarked, "Look at the neighborhood we're in. This is lower than low." Truer than true were his words. We were in a neighborhood that looked like the inside of a shell-shocked oyster shell. We were surrounded by broken-down houses and buildings that looked as though they had been old when Moxie's army was chewing on rattles. At the end of the street that we were on was a building that was a little better, just a little. By better, I mean it was standing. There was a sign over the door that proceeded to tell us in no uncertain terms that this was the Drunken Cockroach Nightclub. I was all for turning back, as was Cassius Q, but the Valkyries, Olga, and Catania, who had consumed a great deal of wine, they learned how in Valhalla, they told us, ran on ahead and without a backward hiccough vanished into the rickety building which threatened at any moment to fall on their heads. With a shrug to the gods of chance, Reuben, Cassius, and myself proceeded to the Spirit Holstery, or as you choose, beer parlor. The inside of the Drunken Cockroach was worse than the outside. It looked like a nightmare by Dali on a night when he had run out of brushes and had started using his feet. The bar, which ran across the back of the smoke-filled room, was of a seasick green color, while the walls were a burnt umber tinged with beige. The floor was ornamented with a 5-pointed star that showed several crawly-type animals, such as the kind that go bump in the night. They were of various hues, and were, in all, quite sickening. The bartender was the worst. A small sign above the door related to the fact that he was Oliver Absinthe. He was not only repulsive, he was nauseating. A large bald head encased in folds of pink flesh was what surmounted the largest bay window in the country outside of Reuben's. He was wearing an apron that showed the demise of many a martini. There were also spaghetti, dirt, milk, coffee, and gravy stains on the apron, besides a group of green blotches that I couldn't quite place. It looked like the remains of last week's spinach. Have you ever heard a sick hippo tell you about his operation? Well, if not, try to imagine how it would sound, since that was what this fellow's voice sounded like. "What's your pleasure?" he said. "Nothing much," I answered, looking for a quick way to get out if it was needed. We seated ourselves in a booth next to the Valkyries, who were fast at work guzzling beer. Reuben just stood with one foot on the brass rail, which at the application of his weight, bent. He ordered another double Scotch, and in one gulp downed it. It was then that the elephant began screeching in an unelephant-like way, and kicking himself in his more than ample posterior. We started shaking him by the trunk and asked him what the trouble was, and he yelled that the last drink was one too many. He was seeing pink people. After this outburst, I returned to the booth to see that the aardvark was gone. My attempts at locating him were halted suddenly by the screaming of another person. It seems as though that evening was open season on howling. The person yelling was Oliver Absinthe, the bartender, who was yelling at Cassius, who was in turn yelling and alternately beating with his fists and a cuspidor, a slot machine that was not acting in the way Cassius expected it to. With a resounding howl, the machine exploded, showering colored lights, nickels, pieces of wire, and an aardvark at me. The last was caught by Catania Schwartz in one hand while downing a beer with the other. Absinthe was jumping up and down behind a seasick green bar, while the rather shady-looking patrons were scrambling for the nickels. Absinthe, who had been systematically withdrawing each strand of hair from his chest, his head was bald, let loose a barrage of verbal abuse that even singed my ears. Besides that, he let loose a string of whiskey bottles that sailed across the room and felled, one at a time, the clientele on the opposite side. The bodies began piling up as Oliver the bartender became not only bald on his head, but upon his barrel chest also. I, for one, dove for safety under the table, and there was pleasantly surprised to find the half-pickled Olga Schwartz still swilling spirits. I raised my head in time to see the aardvark swinging across the nearly ruined room on the trunk of Reuben, who was sitting in the middle of the floor, hitting himself and repeating, "Go away, go away," giving out a sound like Tarzan with a gout. He flew through the murky, smoke-filled air, and with a sidearm that would do Bob Feller credit, hit the still bellowing bartender a resounding clunk in the cranium. Absinthe fell like a pulled ox. By this time there was much yelling and hollering by everyone within a radius of 2 blocks. In the distance we heard the mournful wail that signals the entrance of the blue-coated gendarmes. With a significant look we aroused Reuben, whose mustache had begun to droop sadly, climbed upon his back, and amidst the clatter and crash of beer bottles, escaped the drunken cockroach nightclub. Like I said, what a night! Chapter 6. None so blind as love. These were the times. The good times that I still remember as I rock back and forth before my fire. Eh? What's that? Oh, yeah, less ruminating and more expostulating. That's a good one, Sonny, but don't be getting flip with me. Old smirts can still tan the hide off of any young whippersnapper like you. Well, anyhow, I had been making plans to put Cassius and his band into a super colossal extravaganza that would outthorn Ziegfeld. It was about 6 months after that mad night at the Cockroach that rehearsals were over, the show was prepared, and the public waited with bated breath and fishhooks to see what had been the most highly touted production in a decade. Then that night. I can remember it as if it were 12 years ago. As a matter of fact, it was 12 years ago. The Marquis blazoned their messages to the crowd that had formed a line 14 times around the block in front of the garden. New York had turned out en masse, and, as I said, those Marquis! The Aardvark Follies, starring Cassius Q. Aardvark, with Reuben, Olga, and Catania Schwartz, Milton Berle, Lawrence Oliver, Lionel Birdbath, and others. An extravaganza to outganza all extras. Standing room only. How do you like that? SRO signs up and we hadn't even opened yet. Well, when that curtain rose and the aardvark came out on the backs of 70 raging rhinoceri, the crowd went into fits. And when the Schwartz girls danced the dance of the 8.5 by 11 Kleenex, you could have sworn that the rafters would buckle. And when Reuben did his imitation of the president, oh, that imitation of maybe, the garden sounded as though 12 billion Zulus were singing, "Tides in, smirts out." 13 weeks went by with 2 shows a day, except when Cassie got tired and the money was rolling in. We had to save a box seat each night for impellitteri, otherwise the cops would have closed us down. It wasn't exactly blackmail, I don't blame him a bit, that was one hell of a show. However, all good things must come to an end. We had signed on a pair of kids named, what in the... Oh, yeah, that's it, Martin, for some fill-in stuff tween acts. We had to let him go eventually. We found him carrying on with one of the hat check girls, name of Monroe or something. Oh well. And Cass had taken off a week to go down to Monte Carlo for some sun and air. That year, the rage of the Riviera were 2 3-headed girls named Sally Louise Lee Munglefoots and Gertrude Alice Roberta Hitzlongle. They called them SLL and GAR for short. And when they saw Cassius, well, it went on for 3 gay, mad days till I sent a wire back to New York to tell Olga and Catania to get down to La Ville de Mazuma to save Cass-boy from what might develop into a septangle. SLL and GAR were entertaining Cass at a party one night, drinking borscht from his sneakers, when who should drop in through a skylight from a D6 but the Schwartz sisters, who immediately began laying about them with a pair of 2-handed broadswords. 15 minutes and 90 gallons of blood later, the place was cleared of all sentience save Cass, myself, the Schwartz girls, and a drunken cockroach. Something familiar about that boy. who immediately staggered to the seashore, fell, and was poisoned to death. Cassius, baking in such munificent attention, and also regaling himself with the beauty of the two girls, immediately realized how unhappy he really was in civilization. He pleaded on bended bodies for forgiveness, and upon being received warmly by Olga and Catania, made plans for leaving his culture. I didn't try to stop him. What would have been the use? I'd made enough to retire, Cass had seen the world, Reuben had been adopted by some destitute family named DuPont who wanted a house pet, and all in all, the only drawback was that I hated to see him go. But finally, he chartered a plane, something about a sacred cow, I believe, and took off, back to where he felt he was home with the two Schwartz Valkyries. Yep, that's the last anyone ever saw of him. That is, till now. Huh? Where are they? And what am I doing here? Well, you see, I didn't figure on taxes after the show, and I was broke in 2 months. That's what I'm doing here. Huh? Where are they? Well, just step right up, ladies and gentlemen. For only 25 cents, I'm going to show you a real, authentic, for sure aardvark, and two girls frozen into a block of lemon-flavored ice, right here in the heart of the Swiss. End of The Annals of Aardvark by Harlan Ellison. Read by Ali M.
Volpla by Wyman Gwynn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Volpla by Wyman Gwynn. There were 3 of them, dozens of limp little mutants that would have sent an academic zoologist into hysterics lay there in the metabolic accelerator. But there were 3 of them. My heart took a great bound. I heard my daughter's running feet in the animal rooms and her roller skates banging at her side. I closed the accelerator and walked across to the laboratory door. She twisted the knob violently, trying to hit a combination that would work. I unlocked the door, held it against her, pushing, and slipped out so that, for all her peering, she could see nothing. I looked down on her tolerantly. "Can't adjust your skates?" I asked again.
"Daddy, I've tried, and I just can't turn this old key tight enough."
I continued to look down on her.
"Well, Daddy, I can't."
"Tightly enough?"
"What?"
"You can't turn this old key tightly enough."
"That's what I said."
"All right, wench, sit on this chair." I got down and shoved one saddle shoe into a skate. It fitted perfectly. I strapped her ankle and pretended to use the key to tighten the clamp. Volplas at last. 3 of them. Yet I had always been so sure I could create them that I had been calling them Volplas for 10 years. No, 12. I glanced across the animal room to where old Nijinsky thrust his graying head from a cage. I'd called them Volplas since the day old Nijinsky's elongated arms and his cousin's lateral skin folds had given me the idea of a flying mutant. When Nijinsky saw me looking at him, he started a little tarantella about his cage. I smiled with nostalgia when the 5th fingers of his hands, 4 times as long as the others, uncurled as he spun about the cage. I turned to the fitting of my daughter's other skate.
"Daddy?"
"Yes?"
"Mother says you're eccentric. Is that true?"
"I'll speak to her about it."
"Don't you know?"
"Do you understand the word?"
"No."
I lifted her out of the chair and stood her on the skates. "Tell your mother that I retaliate. I say she is beautiful." She skated awkwardly between the rows of cages from which mutants with brown fur and blue fur, too much and too little fur, enormously long and ridiculously short arms, stared at her with simian, canine, or rodent faces. At the door to the outside she turned perilously and waved. Again in the laboratory I entered the metabolic accelerator and withdrew the intravenous needles from my first Volplas. I carried their limp little forms out to a mattress in the lab, 2 girls and a boy. The accelerator had forced them almost to adulthood in less than a month. It would be several hours before they would begin to move, to learn to feed and play, perhaps to learn to fly. Meanwhile, it was clear that here was no war of dominant mutations. Modulating alleles had smoothed the freakish into a beautiful pattern. These were no monsters blasted by the dosage of radiation into crippled structures. They were lovely, perfect little creatures. My wife tried the door too, but more subtly, as if casually touching the knob while calling. "Lunch, dear." "Be right there." She peeked too, as she had for 15 years, but I blocked her view when I slipped out. "Come on, you old hermit. I have a buffet on the terrace." "Our daughter says I'm eccentric. Wonder how the devil she found out." "From me, of course. But you love me just the same." "I adore you." She stretched on tiptoe and put her arms over my shoulders and kissed me. My wife did indeed have a delicious-looking buffet ready on the terrace. The maid was just setting down a warmer filled with hot hamburgers. I gave the maid a pinch and said, "Hello, baby." My wife looked at me with a puzzled smile. "What on earth's got into you?" The maid beat it into the house. I flipped a hamburger and a slice of onion onto a plate and picked up the ketchup and said, "I've reached the dangerous age." "Oh, good heavens." I doused ketchup over the hamburger, threw the onion on, and closed it. I opened a bottle of beer and guzzled from it, blew out my breath, and looked across the rolling hills and oak woods of our ranch to where the Pacific shimmered. I thought, all this in 3 Volplas, too. I wiped the back of my hand across my mouth and said aloud, "Yes, sir, the dangerous age. And, lady, I'm going to have fun." My wife sighed patiently. I walked over and put the arm that held the beer bottle around her shoulder and chucked her chin up with my other hand. The golden sun danced in her blue eyes. I watched that light in her beautiful eyes and said, "But you're the only one I'm dangerous about." I kissed her until I heard roller skates coming across the terrace from one direction and a horse galloping toward the terrace from the other direction. "You have lovely lips," I whispered. "Thanks. Yours deserve the good housekeeping seal of approval, too." Our son reared the new palomino I had just bought him for his 14th birthday and yelled down, "Unhand that maiden, Burrhead, or I'll give you lead poisoning." I laughed and picked up my plate and sat down in a chair. My wife brought me a bowl of salad, and I munched the hamburger and watched the boy unsaddle the horse and slap it away to the pasture. I thought, by God, wouldn't he have a fit if he knew what I have back there in that lab? Wouldn't they all? The boy carried the saddle up onto the terrace and dropped it. "Mom, I'd like a swim before I eat." He started undressing. "You look as though a little water might help," she agreed, sitting down next to me with her plate. The girl was yanking off her skates. "And I want one." "All right, but go into the house and put on your swimsuit." "Oh, Mother, why?" "Because, dear, I said so." The boy had already raced across the terrace and jackknifed into the pool. The cool sound of the dive sent the girl scurrying for her suit. I looked at my wife. "What's the idea?" "Well, she's going to be a young woman soon." "Is that any reason for wearing clothes? Look at him. He's a young man sooner than already." "Well, if you feel that way about it, they'll both have to start wearing clothes." I gulped the last of my hamburger and washed it down with the beer. This place is going to hell," I complained. "The old man isn't allowed to pinch the maid, and the kids can't go naked." I leaned toward her and smacked her cheek. "But the food and the old woman are still the best." "Say, what goes with you? You've been grinning like a happy ape ever since you came out of the lab." "I told you." "Oh, not that again. You were dangerous at any age." I stood up and put my plate aside and bent over her. "Just the same, I'm going to have a new kind of fun." She reached up and grabbed my ear. She narrowed her eyes and put a mock grimness on her lips. "It's a joke," I assured her. "I'm going to play a tremendous joke on the whole world. I've only had the feeling once before in a small way, but I've always..." She twisted my ear and narrowed her eyes even more. "Like?" "Well, when my old man was pumping his first fortune out of some oil wells in Oklahoma, we lived down there. Outside this little town, I found a litter of flat stones that had young black snakes under each slab. I filled a pail with them and took them into town and dumped them on the walk in front of the movie just as Theta Bera's matinee let out. The best part was that no one had seen me do it. They just couldn't understand how so many snakes got there. I learned how great it can be to stand around quietly and watch people encounter the surprise that you had prepared for them." She let go of my ear. Is that the kind of fun you're going to have? Yep. She shook her head. Did I say you are eccentric? I grinned. Forgive me if I eat and run, dear. Something in the lab can't wait. The fact was that I had something more in the lab than I had bargained for. I had aimed only at a gliding mammal a little more efficient than the dusky glider of Australia, a marsupial. Even in the basic mutating colony, there had been a decidedly simian appearance in recent years, a long shift from the garbage dump rats I had started with. But my first Volplas were shockingly humanoid. They were also much faster than had been their predecessors in organizing their nervous activity after the slumberous explosion of growth in the metabolic accelerator. When I returned to the lab, they were already moving about on the mattress and the male was trying to stand. He was a little larger and stood 28 inches high. Except for the face, chest, and belly, they were covered with a soft, almost golden down. Where it was bare of this golden fur, the skin was pink. On their heads and across the shoulders of the male stood a shock of fur as soft as a chinchilla. The faces were appealingly humanoid, except that the eyes were large and nocturnal. The cranium was in the same proportion to the body as it is in the human. When the male spread his arms, the span was 48 inches. I held his arms out and tried to tease the spars open. They were not new. The spars had been common to the basic colony for years and were the result of serial mutations affecting those greatly elongated fifth fingers that had first appeared in Gurzynski. No longer jointed like a finger, the spar turned backward sharply and ran alongside the wrist almost to the elbow. Powerful wrist muscles could snap it outward and forward. Suddenly, as I teased the male Volpla, this happened. The spars added 9 inches on each side to his span. As they swept out and forward, the lateral skin that had till now hung in resting folds was tightened in a golden plane that stretched from the tip of the spar to his waist and continued 4 inches wide down his legs to where it anchored at the little toe. This was by far the most impressive plane that had appeared till now. It was a true gliding plane, perhaps even a soaring one. I felt a thrill run along my back. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, I was feeding them solid food, and, with the spars closed, they were holding little cups and drinking water from them in a most human-like way. They were active, curious, playful, and decidedly amorous. Their humanoid qualities were increasingly apparent. There was a lumbar curvature in buttocks. The shoulder girdle and pectoral muscles were heavy and out of proportion, of course, yet the females had only 1 pair of breasts. The chin and jaw were human-like instead of simian, and the dental equipment was appropriate to this structure. What this portended was brought home to me with a shock. I was kneeling down on the mattress, cuffing and roughing the male as one might a puppy dog, when one of the females playfully climbed up my back. I reached around and brought her over my shoulder and sat her down. I stroked the soft fur on her head and said, "Hello, pretty one. Hello." The male watched me, grinning. He said, "Hello? Hello?" As I walked into the kitchen, giddy with this enormous joke, my wife said, "Guy and Em are flying up for dinner. That rocket of Guy's they launched in the desert yesterday was a success. It pulled Guy up to Cloud 9, and he wants to celebrate." I danced a little jig the way Gurzynski might do it. "Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. Good old Guy. Everybody's a success. It's great. It's wonderful. Success on success." I danced into the kitchen table and tipped over a basket of green corn. The maid promptly left the kitchen for some other place. My wife just stared at me. "Have you been drinking the lab alcohol?" "I've been drinking the nectar of the gods. My Hera, you're properly married to Zeus. I've my own little Greeks descended from Icarus." She pretended a hopeless sag of her pretty shoulders. "Wouldn't you just settle for a worldly martini?" "I will, yes, but first a divine kiss." I sipped at my martini and lounged in a terrace chair, watching the golden evening slant across the beautiful hills of our ranch. I dreamed. I would invent a euphonious set of words to match the basic English vocabulary, and teach it to them as their language. They would have their own crafts and live in small tree houses. I would teach them legends, that they had come from the stars, that they had subsequently watched the first red men, and then the first white men enter these hills. When they were able to take care of themselves, I would turn them loose. There would be Volpla colonies all up and down the coast before anyone suspected. One day, somebody would see a Volpla. The newspapers would laugh. Then someone authoritative would find a colony and observe them. He would conclude, "I am convinced that they have a language and speak it intelligently." The government would issue denials. Reporters would expose the truth and ask, "Where have these aliens come from?" The government would reluctantly admit the facts. Linguists would observe at close quarters and learn the simple Volpla language. Then would come the legends. Volpla wisdom would become a cult. And of all forms of comedy, cults, I think, are the funniest. "Darling, are you listening to me?" my wife asked with impatient patience. "What? Sure, certainly." "You didn't hear a word. You just sit there and grin into space." She got up and poured me another martini. "Here, maybe this will sober you up." I pointed. That's probably Guy and Im." A copter sidled over the ridge, then came just above the oak woods toward us. Guy set it gently on the landing square, and we walked down to meet them. I helped Im out and hugged her. Guy jumped out, asking, "Do you have your TV set on?" "No," I answered. "Should I? It's almost time for the broadcast. I was afraid we would miss it." "What broadcast?" "From the rocket." "Rocket?" "For heaven's sake, darling," my wife complained. "I told you about Guy's rocket being a success. The papers are full of it. So are the broadcasts." As we stepped up on the terrace, she turned to Guy and Im. "Oh, he's out of contact today. Thinks he's Zeus." I asked our son to wheel a TV set out onto the terrace while I made martinis for our friends. Then we sat down and drank the cocktails, and the kids had fruit juice, and we watched the broadcast Guy had tuned in. Some joker from Caltech was explaining diagrams of a multi-stage rocket. After a bit, I got up and said, "I have something out in the lab I want to check on." "Hey, wait a minute," Guy objected. "They're about to show the shots of the launching." My wife gave me a look. You know the kind. I sat down. Then I got up and poured myself another martini and freshened up Im's too. I sat down again. The scene had changed to a desert launching site. There was old Guy himself explaining that when he pressed the button before him, the hatch on the third stage of the great rocket in the background would close, and 5 minutes later the ship would fire itself. Guy on the screen pushing the button, and I heard Guy beside me give a sort of little sigh. We watched the hatch slowly close. "You look real good," I said. "A regular space ranger. What are you shooting at?" "Darling, will you please be quiet?" "Yeah, Dad, can it, will you? You're always gagging around." On the screen, Guy's big dead earnest face was explaining more about the project, and suddenly I realized that this was an instrument-bearing rocket they hoped to land on the moon. It would broadcast from there. Well now, say, that would be something. I began to feel a little ashamed of the way I had been acting, and I reached out and slapped old Guy on the shoulder. For just a moment I thought of telling him about my Volplas, but only for a moment. A ball of flame appeared at the base of the rocket. Miraculously, the massive tower lifted, seemed for a moment merely to stand there on a flaming pillar, then was gone. The screen returned to a studio where an announcer explained that the film just shown had been taken day before yesterday. Since then, the rocket's third stage was known to have landed successfully at the south shore of Mare Serenitatis. He indicated the location on a large lunar map behind him. "From this position, the telemeter known as Rocket Charlie will be broadcasting scientific data for several months. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we will clear the air for Rocket Charlie's only general broadcast. Stand by for Rocket Charlie." A chronometer appeared on the screen, and for several seconds there was silence. I heard my boy whisper, "Uncle Guy, this is the biggest." My wife said, "Im, I think I'll just faint." Suddenly there was a lunar landscape on the screen, looking just as it's always been pictured. A mechanical voice cut in. "This is Rocket Charlie saying hello Earth from my position in Mare Serenitatis. First I will pan the Menelaus Mountains for 15 seconds, then I will focus my camera on Earth for 5 seconds. The camera began to move and the mountains marched by, stark and awesomely wild. Toward the end of the movement, the shadow of the upright third stage appeared in the foreground. Abruptly, the camera made a giddy swing, focused a movement, and we were looking at Earth. At that time, there was no moon over California. It was Africa and Europe we were looking at. "This is Rocket Charlie saying, goodbye, Earth." Well, when that screen went dead, there was pandemonium around our terrace. Big old Guy was so happy. He was wiping tears from his eyes. The women were kissing him and hugging him. Everybody was yelling at once. I used the metabolic accelerator to cut the Volpla's gestation down to 1 week. Then I used it to bring the infants to maturity in 1 month. I had luck right off. Quite by accident, the majority of the early infants were females, which sped things up considerably. By the next spring, I had a colony of over 100 Volplas, and I shut down the accelerator. From now on, they could have babies their own way. I had devised the language for them using basic English as my model, and during the months while every female was busy in the metabolic accelerator, I taught the language to the males. They spoke it softly in high voices, and the 800 words didn't seem to tax their little skulls a bit. My wife and the kids went down to Santa Barbara for a week, and I took the opportunity to slip the oldest of the males and his 2 females out of the lab. I put them in the Jeep beside me and drove to a secluded little valley about a mile back in the ranch. They were all 3 wide-eyed at the world and jabbered continuously. They kept me busy relating their words for tree, rock, sky to the objects. They had a little trouble with sky. Until I had them out in the open country, it had been impossible to appreciate fully what lovely little creatures they were. They blended perfectly with the California landscape. Occasionally, when they raised their arms, the spars would open and spread those glorious plains. Almost 2 hours went by before the male made it into the air. His playful curiosity about the world had been abandoned momentarily, and he was chasing one of the girls. As usual, she was anxious to be caught and stopped abruptly at the bottom of a little knoll. He probably meant to dive for her, but when he spread his arms, the spars snapped out and those golden planes sheared into the air. He sailed over her in a stunning sweep. Then he rose up until he hung in the breeze for a long moment, 30 feet above the ground. He turned a plaintive face back to me, dipped worriedly, and skimmed straight for a thorn bush. He banked instinctively, whirled toward us in a golden flash, and crashed with a bounce to the grass. The 2 girls reached him before I did, and stroked and fussed over him so that I could not get near. Suddenly he laughed with a shrill little whoop. After that it was a carnival. They learned quickly and brilliantly. They were not flyers, they were gliders and soarers. Before long they took agilely to the trees and launched themselves in beautiful glides for hundreds of feet, banking, turning, and spiraling to a gentle halt. I laughed out loud with anticipation. Wait till the first pair of these was brought before a sheriff. Wait till reporters from the Chronicle motored out into the hills to witness this. Of course, the Volplas didn't want to return to the lab. There was a tiny stream through there, and at one point it formed a sizable pool. They got into this and splashed their long arms about, and they scrubbed each other. Then they got out and lay on their backs with the planes stretched to dry. I watched them affectionately and wondered about the advisability of leaving them out here. Well, it had to be done sometime. Nothing I could tell them about surviving would help them as much as a little actual surviving. I called the male over to me. He came and squatted, conference fashion, the elbows resting on the ground, the wrists crossed at the chest. He spoke first. "Before the real men came, did we live here?" "You lived in places like this, all along these mountains. Now there are very few of you left. Since you have been staying at my place, you naturally have forgotten the ways of living outdoors." "We can learn again. We want to stay here." His little face was so solemn and thoughtful that I reached out and stroked the fur on his head reassuringly. We both heard the whir of wings overhead. 2 mourning doves flew across the stream and landed in an oak on the opposite hillside. I pointed. "There's your food if you can kill it." He looked at me. "How?" "I don't think you can get at them in the tree. You'll have to soar up above and catch one of them on the wing when they fly away. Think you can get up that high?" He looked around slowly at the breeze playing in the branches and dancing along the hillside grass. It was as if he had been flying 1,000 years and was bringing antique wisdom to bear. "I can get up there. I can stay for a while. How long will they be up in the tree?" "Chances are they won't stay long. Keep your eye on the tree in case they leave while you are climbing." He ran to a nearby oak and clambered aloft. Presently he launched himself, streaked down valley away, and caught a warm updraft on a hillside. In no time he was up about 200 feet. He began crisscrossing the ridge, working his way back to us. The 2 girls were watching him intently. They came over to me wonderingly, stopping now and then to watch him. When they were standing beside me, they said nothing. They shaded their eyes with their tiny hands and watched him as he passed directly above us at about 250 feet. One of the girls, with her eyes fast on his soaring planes, reached out and grasped my sleeve tightly. He flashed high above the stream and hung behind the crest of the hill where the doves rested. I heard their mourning from the oak tree. It occurred to me that they would not leave that safety while the hawk-like silhouette of the Volpla marred the sky so near. I took the girl's hand from my sleeve and spoke to her, pointing as I did so. He is going to catch a bird. The bird is in that tree. You can make the bird fly so that he can catch it. Look here." I got up and found a stick. "Can you do this?" I threw the stick up into a tree near us. Then I found her a stick. She threw it better than I had expected. "Good, pretty one. Now run across the stream and up to that tree and throw a stick into it." She climbed skillfully into the tree beside us and launched herself across the stream. She swooped up the opposite hillside and landed neatly in the tree where the doves rested. The birds came out of the tree, climbing hard with their graceful strokes. I looked back, as did the girl remaining beside me. The soaring Volpla half closed his planes and started dropping. He became a golden flash across the sky. The doves abruptly gave up their hard climbing and fell away with swiftly beating wings. I saw one of the male Volpla's planes open a little. He veered giddily in the new direction, and again dropped like a molten arrow. The doves separated and began to zigzag down the valley. The Volpla did something I would not have anticipated. He opened his planes and shot lower than the bird he was after, then swept up and intercepted the bird's crossward flight. I saw the planes close momentarily. Then they opened again, and the bird plummeted to a hillside. The Volpla landed gently atop the hill and stood looking back at us. The Volpla beside me danced up and down, shrieking in a language all her own. The girl who had raised the birds from the tree Volplaned back to us, yammering like a blue jay. It was a hero's welcome. He had to walk back, of course. He had no way to carry such a load in flight. The girls glided out to meet him. Their lavish affection held him up for a time, but eventually he strutted in like every human hunter. They were raptly curious about the bird. They poked at it, marveled at its feathers, and danced about it in an embryotic rite of the hunt. But presently the male turned to me. "We eat this?" I laughed and took his tiny four-fingered hand. In a sandy spot beneath a great tree that overhung the creek, I built a small fire for them. This was another marvel, but first I wanted to teach them how to clean the bird. I showed them how to spit it and turn it over in their fire. Later I shared a small piece of the meat in their feast. They were gleeful and greasily amorous during the meal. When I had to leave, it was dark. I warned them to stand watches, keep the fire burning low, and take to a tree above if anything approached. The male walked a little way with me when I left the fire. I said again, "Promise me you won't leave here until we've made you ready for it." "We like it here. We will stay. Tomorrow you bring more of us?" "Yes, I will bring many more of you, if you promise to keep them all here in this woods until they're ready to leave." "I promise." He looked up at the night sky, and in the firelight I saw his wonder. "You say we came from there?" "The old ones of your kind told me so. Didn't they tell you?" "I can't remember any old ones. You tell me." "The old ones told me you came long before the red men in a ship from the stars." Standing there in the dark, I had to grin, visioning the Sunday supplements that would be written in about a year, maybe even less. He looked into the sky for a long time. "Those little lights are the stars?" "That's right." "Which star?" I glanced about and presently pointed over a tree. "From Venus." Then I realized I had blundered by passing him an English name. "In your language, Pota." He looked at the planet a long time and murmured, "Venus, Pota." That next week I transported all of the Volplas out to the oak woods. There were 107 men, women, and children. With no design on my part, they tended to segregate into groups consisting of 4 to 8 couples together with the current children of the women. Within these groups the adults were promiscuous, but apparently not outside the group. The group thus had the appearance of a superfamily, and the males indulged and cared for all the children without reference to actual parenthood. By the end of the week, these superfamilies were scattered over about 4 square miles of the ranch. They had found a new delicacy, sparrows, and hunted them easily as they roosted at night. I had taught the Volplas to use the fire drill, and they were already utilizing the local grasses, vines, and brush to build marvelously contrived tree houses in which the young, sometimes the adults, slept through midday and midnight. The afternoon my family returned home, I had a crew of workmen out tearing down the animal rooms and lab building. The caretakers had anesthetized all the experimental mutants, and the metabolic accelerator and other lab equipment was being dismantled. I wanted nothing around that might connect the sudden appearance of the Volplas with my property. It was already apparent that it would take the Volplas only a few more weeks to learn their means of survival, and develop an embryonic culture of their own. Then they could leave my ranch and the fun would be on. My wife got out of the car and looked around at the workmen hurrying about the disemboweled buildings, and she said, "What on earth is going on here?" "I've finished my work, and we no longer need the buildings. I'm going to write a paper about my results." My wife looked at me appraisingly and shook her head. "I thought you meant it, but you really ought to. It would be your first." My son asked, "What happened to the animals?" "Turned them over to the university for further study," I lied. "Well," he said to her, "you can't say our pop isn't a man of decision." 24 hours later, there wasn't a sign of animal experimentation on the ranch. Except, of course, that the woods were full of Volplas. At night I could hear them faintly when I sat out on the terrace. As they passed through the dark overhead, they chattered and laughed, and sometimes moaned and winged love. One night a flight of them soared slowly across the face of the full moon, but I was the only one who noticed. I made daily trips out to the original camp to meet the oldest of the males, who had apparently established himself as a chief of all the Volpla families. He assured me that the Volplas were staying close to the ranch, but complained that the game was getting scarce. Otherwise, things were progressing nicely. The males now carried little stone-tipped spears with feathered shafts that they could throw in flight. They used them at night to bring down roosting sparrows, and in the day to kill their biggest game, the local rabbits. The women wore blue jay feathers on their heads. The men wore plumes of dove feathers and sometimes little skirts fashioned of rabbit down. I did some reading on the subject and taught them crude tanning of their rabbit and squirrel hides for use in their tree homes. The tree homes were more and more intricately wrought, with expert basketry for walls and floor, and tight thatching above. They were well camouflaged from below, as I suggested. These little creatures delighted me more and more. For hours I could watch the adults, both the males and females, playing with the children or teaching them to glide. I could sit all afternoon and watch them at work on a treehouse. So one day my wife asked, "How does the mighty hunter who now returns from the forest?" "Oh, fine. I've been enjoying the local animal life." "So is our daughter." "What do you mean?" "She has 2 of them up in her room." "2 what?" "I don't know. What do you call them?" I went upstairs 3 at a time and burst into my daughter's room. There she sat on her bed reading a book to 2 Volplas. One of the Volplas grinned and said in English, "Hello there, King Arthur." "What's going on here?" I demanded of all 3. "Nothing, Daddy. We're just reading like we always do." "Like always? How long has this been going on?" "Oh, weeks and weeks. How long has it been since you came here that first time to visit me, Fuzzy?" The impolite Volpla, who had addressed me as King Arthur, grinned at her and calculated. "Oh, weeks and weeks." "But you're teaching them to read English?" "Of course. They're such good pupils and so graceful. Daddy, you won't make them go away, will you? We love each other, don't we?" Both Volplas nodded vigorously. She turned back to me. "Daddy, did you know they can fly? They can fly right out of the window and way up in the sky." "Is that a fact?" I said testily. I looked coldly at the 2 Volplas. "I'm going to speak to your chief." Back downstairs again, I raved at my wife. "Why didn't you tell me a thing like this was going on? How could you let such an unusual thing go on and not discuss it with me?" My wife got a look on her face that I don't see very often. "Now you listen to me, mister. Your whole life is a secret from us. Just what makes you think your daughter can't have a little secret of her own?" She got right up close to me, and her blue eyes snapped little sparks all over me. "The fact is that I was wrong to tell you at all. I promised her I wouldn't tell anyone. Look what happened when I did. You go leaping around the house like a raving maniac just because a little girl has a secret." "A fine secret!" I yelled. "Didn't it occur to you this might be dangerous? Those creatures are oversexed and—" I stumbled into an awful silence while she gave me the dirtiest smile since the days of the Malatestas. "How did you suddenly get to be the palace eunuch? Those are sweet, lovable little creatures without a harm in their furry little bodies. But don't think I don't realize what's been going on. You created them yourself. So if they have any dirty ideas, I know where they got them." I stormed out of the house. I spun the jeep out of the yard and ripped off through the woods. The chief was sitting at home as comfortable as you please. He was leaning back against the great oak that hid his treehouse. He had a little fire going, and one of the women was roasting a sparrow for him. He greeted me in Volpla language. "Do you realize," I blurted angrily, "that there are 2 Volplas in my daughter's bedroom?" "Why, yes," he answered calmly. "They go there every day. Is there anything wrong with that?" She's teaching them the words of men. You told us some men may be our enemies. We are anxious to know their words, the better to protect ourselves. He reached around behind the tree, and right there in broad daylight, that Volpla pulled a copy of the San Francisco Chronicle out of hiding. He held it up apologetically. We have been taking it for some time from the box in front of your house. He spread the paper on the ground between us. I saw by the date that it was yesterday's. He said proudly, From the two who go to your house I have learned the words of men. As men say, I can read most of this. I just stood there gaping at him. How could I possibly recoup this situation so that the stunning joke of the Volplas wouldn't be lost? Would it seem reasonable that the Volplas, by observing and listening to men, had learned their language? Or had they been taught it by a human friend? That was it. I would just have to sacrifice anonymity. My family and I had found a colony of them on our ranch and taught them English. I was stuck with it because it was the truth. The Volpla waved his long, thin arm over the front page. Men are dangerous. They will shoot us with their guns if we leave here. I hastened to reassure him. It will not be like that. When men have learned about you, they will leave you alone. I stated this emphatically, but for the first time I was beginning to see this might not be a joke to the Volplas. Nevertheless, I went on. You must disperse the families at once. You stay here with your family so we remain in contact, but send the other families to other places. He shook his head. We cannot leave these woods. Men would shoot us. Then he stood and looked squarely at me with his nocturnal eyes. Perhaps you are not a good friend. Perhaps you have lied to us. Why are you saying we should leave this safety? You will be happier. There will be more game. He continued to stare directly at me. There will be men. One has already shot one of us. We have forgiven him and are friends, but one of us is dead. You are friends with another man? I asked, stunned. He nodded and pointed up the valley. He is up there today with another family. Let's go. He had the advantage of short glides, but the Volpla chief couldn't keep up with me. Sometimes trotting, sometimes walking fast, I got way ahead of him. My hard breathing arose as much out of my anxiety about the manner of handling this stranger as it did out of the exertion. I rounded a bend in the creek, and there was my son sitting on the grass near a cooking fire playing with a baby Volpla and talking in English to an adult Volpla who stood beside him. As I approached, my son tossed the baby into the air. The tiny planes opened, and the baby drifted down to his waiting hands. He said to the Volpla beside him, No, I'm sure you didn't come from the stars. The more I think about it, the more I'm sure my father... I yelled from behind them. What business do you have telling them that? The male Volpla jumped about 2 feet. My son turned his head slowly and looked at me. Then he handed the baby to the male and stood up. You haven't any business out here. I was seething. He had destroyed the whole store of Volpla legends with one small doubt. He brushed the grass from his trousers and straightened. The way he was looking at me, I felt my anger turning to a kind of jelly. Dad, I killed one of these little people yesterday. I thought he was a hawk, and I shot him when I was out hunting. I wouldn't have done that if you had told me about them. I couldn't look at him. I stared at the grass, and my face got hot. The chief tells me that you want them to leave the ranch soon. You think you're going to play a big joke, don't you? I heard the chief come up behind me and stand quietly at my back. My son said softly, I don't think it's much of a joke, Dad. I had to listen to that one crying after I hit him. There were big black trail ants moving in the grass. It seemed to me there was a ringing sound in the sky. I raised my head and looked at him. Son, let's go back to the Jeep and we can talk about it on the way home. I'd rather walk. He sort of waved to the Volpla he had been talking to and then to the chief. He jumped the creek and walked away into the oak woods. The Volpla holding the baby stared at me. From somewhere far up the valley, a crow was cawing. I didn't look at the chief. I turned and brushed past him and walked back to the Jeep alone. At home, I opened a bottle of beer and sat on the terrace to wait for my son. My wife came toward the house with some cut flowers from the garden, but she didn't speak to me. She snapped the blades of the scissors as she walked. A Volpla soared across the terrace and landed at my daughter's bedroom window. He was there only briefly and relaunched himself. He was followed from the window in moments by the 2 Volplas I had left with my daughter earlier in the afternoon. I watched them with a vague unease as the three veered off to the east, climbing effortlessly. When I finally took a sip of my beer, it was already warm. I set it aside. Presently, my daughter ran out onto the terrace. "Daddy, my Volpla's left. They said goodbye and we hadn't even finished the TV show. They said they won't see me again. Did you make them leave?" "No, I didn't." She was staring at me with hot eyes. Her lower lip protruded and trembled like a pink teardrop. "Daddy, you did so!" She stomped into the house, sobbing. My God, in one afternoon I had managed to become a palace eunuch, a murderer, and a liar. Most of the afternoon went by before I heard my son enter the house. I called to him and he came out and stood before me. I got up. "Son, I can't tell you how sorry I am for what happened to you. It was my fault, not yours at all. I only hope you can forget the shock of finding out what sort of creature you had hit. I don't know why I didn't anticipate that such things would happen. It was just that I was so intent on mystifying the whole world that I stopped. There wasn't anything more to say. "Are you going to make them leave the ranch?" he asked. I was aghast. "After what has happened?" "Gee, what are you going to do about him, Dad?" "I've been trying to decide. I don't know what I should do that will be best for him." I looked at my watch. "Let's go back out and talk to the chief." His eyes lighted, and he clapped me on the shoulder, man to man. We ran out and got into the jeep and drove back up the valley. The late afternoon sun glared across the landscape. We didn't say much as we wound up the valley between the darkening trees. I was filled more and more with the unease that had seized me as I watched the three Volplas leave my terrace and climb smoothly and purposefully into the east. We got out at the chief's camp, and there were no Volplas around. The fire had burned down to a smolder. I called in the Volpla language, but there was no answer. We went from camp to camp and found dead fires. We climbed to their tree houses and found them empty. I was sick and scared. I called endlessly till I was hoarse. At last, in the darkness, my son put a hand on my arm. "What are you going to do, Dad?" Standing there in those terribly silent woods, I trembled. "I'll have to call the police and the newspapers and warn everybody." "Where do you suppose they've gone?" I looked to the east, where the stars, rising out of the great pass in the mountains, glimmered like a deep bowl of fireflies. The last three I saw were headed that way. We had been gone from the house for hours. When we stepped out onto the lighted terrace, I saw the shadow of a helicopter down on the strip. Then I saw Guy sitting near me in a chair. He was holding his head in his hands. Em was saying to my wife, "He was beside himself. There wasn't a thing he could do. I had to get him away from there, and I thought you wouldn't mind if we flew over here and stayed with you till they've decided what to do." I walked over and said, "Hello, Guy, what's the matter?" He raised his head and then stood and shook hands. "Oh, it's a mess. The whole project will be ruined, and we don't dare go near it. Just as we set it off." "Set what off?" "The rocket." "Rocket?" Guy groaned. "The Venus rocket. Rocket Herald." My wife interjected. "I was telling Guy we didn't know a thing about it because they haven't delivered our paper in weeks. I've complained." I waved her to silence. "Go on," I demanded of Guy. "Just as I pushed the button and the hatch was closing, a flock of owls circled the ship. They started flying through the hatch, and somehow they jammed it open." Em said to my wife, "There must have been 100 of them. They kept coming and flying into that hatch. Then they began dumping out all the recording instruments. The men tried to run a motor-driven ladder up the ship, and those owls hit the driver on the head and knocked him out with some kind of instrument." Guy turned his grief-stricken face to me. "Then the hatch closed, and we don't dare go near the ship. It was supposed to fire in 5 minutes, but it hasn't. Those damned owls could have—" There was a glare in the east. We all turned and saw a brief streak of guilt pencil its way up the black velvet beyond the mountains. "That's it!" Guy shouted. "That's the ship!" Then he moaned, "Oh, a total loss!" I grabbed him by the shoulders. "You mean it won't make it to Venus?" He jerked away in misery. "Sure, it'll make it. The automatic controls can't be tampered with. But the rocket is on its way without any recording instruments or TV aboard. Just a load of owls." My son laughed. "Owls. My dad can tell you a thing or two." I silenced him with a scowl. He shut up, then danced off across the terrace. Man, this is the biggest, the most, the greatest. The end. The phone was ringing. As I went to the box on the terrace, I grabbed my boy's arm. "Don't you breathe a word." He giggled. "The joke is on you, Pop. Why should I say anything? I'll just grin once in a while." "Now, you cut that out." He held onto my arm and walked toward the phone box with me, half convulsed. "Wait till men land on Venus and find Venusians with a legend about their great white father in California. That's when I'll tell." The phone call was from a screaming psychotic who wanted Guy. I stood near Guy while he listened to the excited voice over the wire. Presently, Guy said, No. The automatic controls will correct for the delay in firing. It isn't that. It's just that there aren't any instruments." "What? What just happened? Calm down. I can't understand you." I heard M say to my wife, "The strangest thing occurred out there. I thought it looked like those owls were carrying things on their backs. One of them dropped something, and I saw the men open a package wrapped in a leaf. You'd never believe what was in it. 3 little birds roasted to a nice brown." My son nudged me. "Smart owls. Long trip." I put my hand over his mouth. Then I saw that Guy was holding the receiver limply away from his ear. He spluttered. "They just taped a radio message from the rocket. It's true that the radio wasn't thrown out, but we didn't have a record like this on that rocket." He yelled into the phone, "Play it back." He thrust the receiver at me. For a moment there was only a gritty buzz from the receiver. Then the tape started playing a soft, high voice. "This is Rocket Herald saying everything is well. This is Rocket Herald saying goodbye to men." There was a pause, and then, in clear Volpla language, another voice spoke. "Man who made us, we forgive you. We know we did not come from the stars, but we go there. I, Chief, give you welcome to visit. Goodbye." We all stood around, too exhausted by the excitement to say anything. I was filled with a big sudden sadness. I stood for a long time and looked out to the east, where the sprawling mountain range held a bowl of dancing fireflies between her black breasts. Presently I said to old Guy, "How long do you think it will be before you have a manned rocket ready for Venus?" End of Volpla by Wyman Gwynne.
King of the Hill by James Blish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mokurai. King of the Hill by James Blish. King of the Hill. It did Colonel Hal Gascoigne no good whatsoever to know that he was the only man aboard Satellite Vehicle 1. No good at all. He had stopped reminding himself of the fact some time back. And now, as he sat sweating in the perfectly balanced air in front of the bombardier board, one of the men spoke to him again. "Colonel, sir." Gascoigne swung around in the seat, and the sergeant, Gascoigne could almost remember the man's name, threw him a snappy Air Force salute. "Well?" "Bomb 1 is primed, sir. Your orders?" "My orders?" Gascoigne said wonderingly, but the man was already gone. Gascoigne couldn't actually see the sergeant leave the control cabin, but he was no longer in it. When he tried to remember, another voice rang in the cabin, as flat and razzy as all voices sound on an intercom. "Radar room, on target." A regular, meaningless peeping. The timing circuit had cut in. Or had it? There was nobody in the radar room. There was nobody in the bomb hold, either. There had never been anybody on board SV-1 but Gascoigne, not since he had relieved Grinnell, and Grinnell had flown the station up here in the first place. Then who had that sergeant been? His name was... It was... The hammering of the teletype blanked it out. The noise was as loud as a pom-pom in the echoing metal cave. He got up and coasted across the deck to the machine, gliding in the gravity-free cabin with the ease of a man to whom free fall is almost second nature. The teletype was silent by the time he reached it, and at first the tape looked blank. He wiped the sweat out of his eyes. There was the message. Bitter Aeopalsum. He got out his copy of the Well-Tempered Pogo and checked the speeches of Grundoon the Beaver Child for the key letter sequence on which the code was based. There weren't very many choices. He had to clear in 10 minutes. Bomb 1, Washington, 1700 hours, Tamanani. There it was. That was what he had been priming the bomb for. But there should have been earlier orders, giving him the go-ahead to prime. He began to rewind the paper. It was all blank. And Washington? Why would the Joint Chiefs of Staff order him, Colonel Gascoigne, sir? Gascoigne jerked around and returned the salute. What's your name? He snapped. Sweeney, sir, the corporal said. Actually, it didn't sound very much like Sweeney or like anything else. It was just a noise. Yet the man's face looked familiar. Ready with bomb 2, sir. The corporal saluted, turned, took 2 steps, and faded. He did not vanish, but he did not go out the door either. He simply receded, became darker and harder to distinguish, and was no longer there. It was as though he and Gascoigne had disagreed about the effects of perspective in the glowing earthlight, and Gascoigne had turned out to be wrong. Numbly, he finished rewinding the paper. There was no doubt about it. There the order stood, black on yellow, as plain as plain. Bomb the capital of your own country at 1700 hours. Just, incidentally, bomb your own home in the process, but don't give that a second thought. Be thorough. Drop 2 bombs. Don't worry about missing by a few seconds of arc and hitting Baltimore instead, or Silver Spring, or Milford, Delaware. CIG will give you the coordinates, but plaster the area anyhow. That's SOP. With rubbery fingers, Gascoigne began to work the keys of the teletype. Sending on the frequency of civilian intelligence group, he typed, help, shout, serious, repeat, serious, personnel, trouble, here, stop, don't know how long I can keep it down, stop, urgent, Gascoigne, SV1, stop. Behind him, the oscillator peeped rhythmically, timing the drive on the launching rack trunnion. Radar room, on target. Gascoigne did not turn. He sat before the bombardier board and sweated in the perfectly balanced air. Inside his skull, his own voice was shouting, stop, stop, stop. That, as we reconstructed it afterwards, is how the SV1 affair began. It was pure luck, I suppose, that Gascoigne sent his message direct to us. Civilian intelligence group is rarely called into an emergency when the emergency is just being born. Usually, Washington tries to do the bailing job first. Then, when Washington discovers that the boat is still sinking, it passes the bailing can to us, usually with a demand that we transform it into a centrifugal pump on the double. We don't mind. Washington's failure to develop a government department similar in function to CIG is the reason why we're in business. The profits, of course, go to Affiliated Enterprises, Inc., the loose corporation of universities and industries, which put up the money to build Ultimac. And Ultimac is in turn the reason why Washington comes running to CIG so often. This time, however, it did not look like the big computer was going to be of much use to us. I said as much to Joan Hadamard, our social sciences division chief, when I handed her the message. She said, personnel trouble? What does he mean? He hasn't got any personnel on that station. This was no news to me. CIG provided the figures that got the SV1 into its orbit in the first place, and it was on our advice that it carried only 1 man. The crew of a space vessel either has to be large or it has to be a lone man. There is no intermediate choice. And SV1 wasn't big enough to carry a large crew. Not to carry them and keep the men from flying at each other's throats sooner or later, that is. He means himself, I said. That's why I don't think this is a job for the computer. It's going to have to be played person to person. It's my bet that the man's responsibility happy. That danger was always implicit in the 1-man recommendation. The only decent solution is a full complement, Joan agreed. once the Pentagon can get enough money from Congress to build a big station. What puzzles me is, why did he call us instead of his superiors? That's easy. We process his figures. He trusts us. The Pentagon thinks we're infallible, and he's caught the disease from them. That's bad, I said. I've never denied it. No, what I mean is that it's bad that he called us instead of going through channels. It means that the emergency is at least as bad as he says it is. I thought about it another precious moment longer while Joan did some quick dialing. As everybody on Earth, with the possible exception of a few Tibetans, already knew, the man who rode SV-1 rode with 3 hydrogen bombs immediately under his feet. Bombs which he could drop with great precision on any spot on the Earth. Gascoigne was, in effect, the sum total of American foreign policy. He might as well have had spatial supremacy stamped on his forehead. What does the Air Force say? I asked Joan as she hung up. They say they're a little worried about Gascoigne. He's a very stable man, but they had to let him run a month over his normal replacement time. Why? They don't explain. He's been turning in badly garbled reports over the last week. They're thinking about giving him a dressing down. Thinking? They'd better be careful with that stuff, or they'll hurt themselves. Joan, someone is going to have to go up there. I'll arrange fast transportation and tell Gascoigne that help is coming. Who should go? I don't have a recommendation, Joan said. Better ask the computer. I did so, on the double. Ultima said, Harris. Good luck, Peter, Joan said calmly. Too calmly. Yeah, I said, or good night. Exactly what I expected to happen as the ferry rocket approached SV-1, I don't now recall. I had decided that I couldn't carry a squad with me. If Gascoigne was really far gone, he wouldn't allow a group of men to disembark. One man, on the other hand, he might pass, but I suppose I did expect him to put up an argument first. Nothing happened. He did not challenge the ferry, and he didn't answer hails. Contact with the station was made through the radar automatics, and I was put off on board as routinely as though I was being let into a movie, but a lot more rapidly. The control room was dark and confusing, and at first I didn't see Gascoigne anywhere. The Earthlight coming through the observation port was brilliant, but beyond the edges of its path the darkness was almost absolute, broken only by the little stars of indicator lenses. A faint snicking sound turned my eyes in the right direction. There was Gascoigne. He was hunched over the bombardier board, his back to me. In one hand he held a small tool resembling a ticket punch. Its jaws were nibbling steadily at a taut line of tape running between 2 spools. That had been the sound I'd heard. I recognized the device without any trouble. It was a programmer. But why hadn't Gascoigne heard me come in? I hadn't tried to sneak up on him. There's no quiet way to come through an airlock anyway. But the punch went on snicking steadily. Colonel Gascoigne, I said. There was no answer. I took a step forward. Colonel Gascoigne, I'm Harris of CIG. What are you doing? The additional step did the trick. Stay away from me, Gascoigne growled from somewhere way down in his chest. I'm programming the bomb, punching in the orders myself. Can't depend on my crew. Stay away. Give over for a minute. I want to talk to you. That's a new one, said Gascoigne, not moving. Most of you guys were rushing to set up launchings before you even reported to me. Who the hell are you, anyhow? There's nobody on board. I know that well enough. I'm Peter Harris, I said, from CIG. You called us, remember? You asked us to send help. Doesn't prove a thing. Tell me something I don't know. Then maybe I'll believe you exist. Otherwise, beat it. Nothing doing. Put down that punch. Gascoigne straightened slowly and turned to look at me. Well, you don't vanish, I'll give you that, he said. What did you say your name was? Harris. Here's my ID card. Gascoigne took the plastic-coated card tentatively, and then removed his glasses and polished them. The gesture itself was perfectly ordinary, and wouldn't have surprised me, except that Gascoigne was not wearing glasses. It's hard to see in here, he complained. Everything gets so steamed up. All right, you're real. What do you want? His finger touched a journal. Silently, the tape began to roll from one spool to another. Gascoigne, stop that thing. If you drop any bombs, there'll be hell to pay. It's tense enough down below as it is, and there's no reason to bomb anybody. Plenty of reason, Gascoigne muttered. He turned toward the teletype, exposing to me, for the first time, a hip holster cradling a large black automatic. I didn't doubt that he could draw it with fabulous rapidity and put the bullets just where he wanted them to go. I've got orders. There they are. See for yourself. Cautiously, I sidled over to the teletype and looked. Except for Gascoigne's own message to CIG and one from Joan Hadamard announcing that I was on my way, the paper was totally blank. There had been no other messages that day, unless Gascoigne had changed the role, and there was no reason why he should have. Those roles last close to forever. When did this order come in? This morning, sometime. I don't know. Sweeney, he bawled suddenly, so loud the paper tore in my hands. When did that drop order come through? Nobody answered. But Gascoigne said almost at once, There, you heard him. I didn't hear anyone but you, I said, and I'm going to stop that tape. Stand aside. Not a chance, mister, Gascoigne said grimly. The tape rides. Who's getting hit? Washington, Gascoigne said, and passed his hand over his face. He appeared to have forgotten the imaginary spectacles. That's where your home is, isn't it? It sure is, Gascoigne said. It sure as hell is, mister. Cute, isn't it? It was cute, all right. The Air Force boys at the Pentagon were going to be given about 10 milliseconds to be sorry they refused to send the replacement for Gascoigne along with me. Replace him with who? We can't send his second alternate in anything short of a week. The man has to have retraining, and the first alternate's in the hospital with a ruptured spleen. Besides, Gascoigne's the best man for the job. He's got to be bailed out somehow. Sure, with a psychological centrifugal pump, no doubt. In the meantime, the tape kept right on running. You might as well stop wiping your face and turn down the humidity instead, I said. You've already smudged your glasses again. Glasses? Gascoigne muttered. He moved slowly across the cabin, sailing upright like a seahorse to the blank glass of a closed port. I seriously doubted that he could see his reflection in it, but maybe he didn't really want to see it. I messed them up all right, thanks. He went through the polishing routine again. A man who thinks he is wearing glasses also thinks he can't see without them. I slid to the programmer and turned off the tape. I was between the spools and Gascoigne now, but I couldn't stay there forever. Let's talk a minute, Colonel, I said. Surely it can't do any harm. Gascoigne smiled with a sort of childish craft. I'll talk, he said, just as soon as you start that tape again. I was watching you in the mirror before I took my glasses off. The liar. I hadn't made a move while he'd been looking into that porthole. His poor, pitiful, weak-old rheumy eyes had seen every move I made while he was polishing his glasses. I shrugged and stepped away from the programmer. You started, I said. I won't take the responsibility. It's orders, Gascoigne said woodenly. He started the tape running again. It's their responsibility. What did you want to talk to me about, anyhow? Colonel Gascoigne, have you ever killed anybody? He looked startled. Yes, once I did, he said almost eagerly. I crashed a plane into a house, killed the whole family. Walked away with nothing worse than a burned leg, good as new after a couple of muscle stabilizations. That's what made me shift from piloting to weapons. That leg's not quite good enough to fly with anymore. Tough. He snickered suddenly, explosively. And now look at me, he said. I'm going to kill my own family in a little while, and millions of other people, maybe the whole world. How long was a little while? What have you got against it, I said. Against what? The world? Nothing. Not a damn thing. Look at me. I'm king of the hill up here. I can't complain. He paused and licked his lips. It was different when I was a kid, he said. Not so dull then. In those days, you could get a real newspaper that you could unfold for the first time yourself and pick out what you wanted to read. Not like now when the news comes to you pre-digested on a piece of paper out of your radio. That's what's the matter with it, if you ask me. What's the matter with what? With the news. Why, it's always bad these days. Everything's had something done to it. The milk is homogenized, the bread is sliced, the cars steer themselves, the phonographs will produce sounds no musical instrument could make. Too much meddling. Too many people who can't keep their hands off things. Ever fire a kiln? Me? I said, startled. No, I didn't think so. Nobody makes pottery these days, not by hand. And if they did, who'd buy it? They don't want something that's been made. They want something that's been done to. The tape kept on traveling. Down below, there was a heavy rumble, difficult to identify specifically. Something heavy being shifted on tracks, or maybe a freight lock opening. So now you're going to do something to the earth, I said slowly. Not me. It's orders. Orders from inside, Colonel Gascoigne. There's nothing on the spools. What else could I do? I didn't have time to take him through 2 years of psychoanalysis and bring him to his own insight. Besides, I'm not licensed to practice medicine, not on Earth. I didn't want to say so, but I have to now. Say what? Gascoigne said suspiciously. That I'm crazy or something? No, I didn't say that. You did, I pointed out. But I will tell you that that stuff about not liking the world these days is baloney. Or rationalization, if you want a nicer word. You're carrying a screaming load of guilt, Colonel, whether you're aware of it or not. I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you just beat it? No. And you know well enough. You fell all over yourself to tell me about the family you killed in your flying accident. I gave him 10 seconds of silence, and then shot the question at him as hard as I could. What was their name? How do I know? Sweeney or something? Anything. I don't remember. Sure you do. Do you think that killing your own family is going to bring the Sweeneys back to life? Gascoigne's mouth twisted, but he seemed to be entirely unaware of the grimace. That's all hogwash, he said. I never did hold with that psychological claptrap. It's you that's handing out the baloney, not me. Then why are you being so vituperative about it? Hogwash, claptrap, baloney. You're working awfully hard to knock it down for a man who doesn't believe in it. Go away, he said sullenly. I've got my orders. I'm obeying them. Stalemate. But there was no such thing as stalemate up here. Defeat was the word. The tape traveled. I did not know what to do. The last bomb problem CIG had tackled had been one we had set up ourselves. We had arranged for a dud to be dropped in New York Harbor to test our own facilities for speed in determining the nature of the missile. The situation on board SV-1 was completely different. Whoa, was it? Maybe I'd hit something there. Colonel Gascoigne, I said slowly, you might as well know now that it isn't going to work. Not even if you do get that bomb off. Yes, I can. What's to stop me? He hooked one thumb in his belt just above the holster, so that his fingertips rested on the breech of the automatic. Your bombs. They aren't alive. Gascoigne laughed harshly and waved at the controls. Tell that to the counter and the bomb hold. Go ahead. There's a meter you can read. Right there on the bombardier board. Sure, I said. The bombs are radioactive, all right. Have you ever checked their half-life? It was a long shot. Gascoigne was a weapons man. If it were possible to check half-life on board the SV-1, he would have checked it, but I didn't think it was possible. What would I do that for? You wouldn't, being a loyal airman. You believe what your superiors tell you. But I'm a civilian, Colonel. There's no element in those bombs that will either fuse or fission. The half-life is too long for tritium or for lithium-6, and it's too short for uranium-235 or radiothorium. The stuff is probably strontium-90. In short, nothing but a bluff. By the time I finish checking that, Gascoigne said, the bomb would be launched anyhow, and you haven't checked it either. Try another tack. I don't need to. You don't have to believe me. We'll just sit here and wait for the bomb drop, and then the point will prove itself. After that, of course, you'll be court-martialed for firing a wild shot without orders. But since you're prepared to wipe out your own family, you won't mind a little thing like 20 years in the guardhouse. Gascoigne looked at the silently rolling tape. Sure, he said. I've got the orders anyhow. The same thing would happen if I didn't obey them. If nobody gets hurt, so much the better. A sudden spasm of emotion, I took it to be grief, but I could have been wrong, shook his whole frame for a moment. Again, he did not seem to notice it. I said, that's right, not even your family. Of course, the whole world will know the station's a bluff, but if those are the orders, I don't know, Gascoigne said harshly. I don't know whether I even got any orders. I don't remember where I put them. Maybe they're not real. He looked at me confusedly, and his expression was frighteningly like that of a small boy making a confession. You know something, he said, I don't know what's real anymore. I haven't been able to tell ever since yesterday. I don't even know if you are real, or your ID card either. What do you think of that? Nothing, I said. Nothing? Nothing? That's my trouble. Nothing. I can't tell what's nothing and what's something. You say the bombs are duds. All right. But what if you're the dud and the bombs are real? Answer me that. His expression was almost triumphant now. The bombs are duds, I said, and you've gone and steamed up your glasses again. Why don't you turn down the humidity so you can see for 3 minutes and running? Gascoigne leaned far forward, so far that he was perilously close to toppling, and peered directly into my face. Don't give me that, he said hoarsely. Don't give me that stuff. I froze right where I was. Gascoigne watched my eyes for a while. Then slowly he put his hand on his forehead and began to wipe it downward. He smeared it over his face, in slow motion, all the way down to his chin. Then he took his hand away and looked at it as though it had just strangled him and he couldn't understand why. And finally he spoke. It isn't true. It isn't true, he said dully. I'm not wearing any glasses. Haven't worn glasses since I was 10. Not since I broke my last pair, playing King of the Hill. He sat down before the bombardier board and put his head in his hands. You win, he said hoarsely. I must be crazy as a loon. I don't know what I'm seeing and what I'm not. You better take this gun away. If I fired it, I might even hit something. You're all right, I said, and I meant it, but I didn't waste any time all the same. The automatic first, then the tape. In that order, the sequence couldn't be reversed afterwards. But the sound of the programmer's journal clicking to off was as loud in that cabin as any gunshot. He'll be all right, I told Joan afterwards. He pulled himself through. I wouldn't have dared to throw it at any other man that fast, but he's got guts. Just the same, Joan said, they'd better start rotating the station captains faster. The next man may not be so tough, and what if he's a sleepwalker? I didn't say anything. I'd had my share of worries for that week. You did a whale of a job yourself, Peter, Joan said. I just wish we could bank it in the machine. We might need the data later. Well, why can't we? The Joint Chiefs of Staff say no. They don't say why, but they don't want any part of it recorded in Ultimac or anywhere else. I stared at her. At first it didn't seem to make sense, and then it did, and that was worse. Wait a minute, I said. Joan, does that mean what I think it means? Is spatial supremacy just as bankrupt as massive retaliation was? Is it possible that the satellite and the bombs, is it possible that I was telling Gascoigne the truth about the bombs being duds? Joan shrugged. He that darkeneth counsel without wisdom, she said, isn't earning his salary. End of King of the Hill by James Blish. Recording by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois.
The Abandoned of Jan by Donald F. Daly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Abandoned of Jan by Donald F. Daly. After her husband left her, Marigold filed a protection request form and an availability form. She did not do this immediately. She stayed up for the better part of the night, hoping that he would come back. She could not bring herself to believe that he would really walk out on her and leave her available for confiscation or for the slavery pool. She also thought for quite a while about the possibility of somehow getting back to Earth, where she would not be available for either. She even went to the fantastic expense of televiewing there to talk with her father and mother. They had been shocked and unfriendly. They had said goodbye with a finality which left little room for doubt as to what they thought of an abandoned. They had never had one in their family, they had pointed out, neither of them, and they did not intend to have one in their family now. They had warned her that they intended to report the call to the Beta 3 protection people. This did not worry her much. The call almost certainly had been monitored anyway. If they wanted to go to the considerable extra expense of reporting it in order to impress the protection people with their loyalty, that was their own lookout. She understood that now she had no family. She thought for a moment of going up ramp to say goodbye to the children, but she knew that this would not help. Besides, it was illegal. They were no longer hers. She was an abandoned. She had never known what a tremendously harrowing experience filling out an availability form could be. Name, age, sector, race, size classification, beauty index, fertility tests, personality scores, aptitudes, psych rating, and so on, and so on, and so on. It was like undressing for an auction. The protection request form was much simpler, except for that one question. Status? Her hand shook almost uncontrollably as she wrote, "Abandoned." After that she did not know what to do. She had stood for nearly 20 minutes before the document file, listening, thinking desperately that he would come back, that if she only waited a few minutes more he would come back. She had made herself refreshment. She had sat with the filled-out documents on her lap, looking, from time to time, longingly at the entrance ramp. But he had not come back. Finally, with a low moaning sound, she had pushed the papers through the document file slot. She made the deadline by a scant 3 minutes. Now she knew that whatever else happened, the protection people would be there in the morning to pick up the children. She knew that it would show in her favor if she were to get together the things that they would need to take with them. She could do this without seeing them and without talking to them, which was forbidden, but she could not bring herself to move. The red light on the atmosphere control blinked warningly. Soon it would let out a piercing scream. She was tempted to just let it. Another of Clydia's suns must have set. She found that she had no sense of time. She had only the conviction that this would be her last night, the last night that mattered to her at all. She wanted it to be a long one. She had adjusted the atmoset. She had done this every night for the 7 years of their marriage. She began to sob uncontrollably. She took her status married card and tore it in half. Then she held the halves to her cheeks, her face wet and wretched between them. After a while she dialed the credit balance at her account. The figures came back indicating a balance of $1,300. He had left her quite a lot when you considered that she had televiewed to Earth. She cried hard again, because she knew that he had not had to leave her anything at all. This made her certain, although she had known it already, that he was not coming back. She sat for quite a while studying the 1,300 credit indicator. She thought about using the money to buy a pick-up-immediately advertisement on the Omnivision. She was not sure of the rates, but she thought the amount might even stretch to include a picture of her. She did not know. She did not even know if she would be expected to be nude or dressed for the picture. In the end, she decided not to try an advertisement, because there would not be time enough to employ a reply-receiving address. All that would be accomplished would be to put every predator within miles in possession of the address of an abandoned. She took a dictator and said into it, "Dear children, I am leaving you 1,300 credit." She stopped then and shook her head. The tears made it so that she could not see, and she did not seem to be able to think. "Correction," she sobbed. "Erase proceeding. Dear children of Jan, I make you this gift of 1,300. I am sure that your excellence will continue to deserve much more than so small a gift. I send love with this small gift." There could, of course, be no signature. An abandoned had none. She wished that she had not made the earth call. There would have been much more to leave them then. He had left an astonishing amount in her account. It was almost as though he had expected her to try to get away. She wished now that she had thought before taking action. There might have been some way out. She must have fallen asleep. The morning announcements came on as usual, waking her. She listened to the instructions for that day, and the areas announced as forbidden. She made no effort, however, to indicate them on the day map. She knew that now none of this applied to her. With a very great effort she got up and shut off the children's ramp, so that they could not come down. She knew how much this would count in her favor. Then she began, as hurriedly as she could, to collect the things they would need. She knew that she could not possibly get the things together in time, and that so late an effort was more likely to count against her. She was not even close to finished when the announcer flashed on. Without asking who it was, she pressed the admitter. She was glad that they had troubled to announce themselves. She offered to go into another room while they removed the children. They did not answer. One of them threw a sack over her. After a moment they took it off again and, rather apologetically, asked her to indicate where the child ramp control was. She showed them. Their leader said that perhaps it would be all right for her to go into another room if one of them went with her. When she saw the one chosen, she put the sack back on herself. They laughed so hard at this that she did not hear the children leave. When the children had been taken out, the leader came back and removed the sack from around her. He asked if she had applied for protection. She showed her card. "Well, that's too bad," he said. "Do you have any refreshment left?" She did not dare to lie to him. She showed him. He helped himself. "How about credits?" he asked. "I gave it all to the ones who were here," she answered carefully. She felt quick panic because she remembered that she had not so instructed her account. She had merely dictated it to the children. If he didn't find out, though, that would be all right. The dictation was proof enough. But while she was still in this house, the credits were still in her control. "My credit indicator is here," she said, holding it out. He didn't take it. "Thanks for the refreshment," he said, getting up. "Make yourself comfortable. The others will be here shortly." She had nothing to do to make herself ready. She could not take anything from this house. Sometimes they let you wear what you were wearing, if it did not look as though you had put on your best things. They did not always allow it, but they did sometimes. She remembered that she had expressed strong approval of that to Jan when they were newly married. Then they both felt the same way about abandons. She indicated to her account how she wanted the 1,300 disposed. Then she waited. After a while, the protection people came and led her out of the house. They did not touch her or speak to her. They merely formed a square in the center of which she walked. They led her to a records room where an interview apparatus prepared a report on her. "You have filed availability papers?" it asked. "Yes," she said, and gave the file number. "This is being checked," the apparatus said. "Have you any claims upon the state?" She came very close to mentioning the children. "None," she said in a very small voice. It was difficult to remember that the interview apparatus was not at all sensitive. "Have you credits in your possession?" the machine asked. "None," she said. "You are eligible for exclusion from the slave classification in what way?" That part of the recording seemed a bit worn. At least she did not hear it very well. "In no way," she replied. "You will wait," said the machine, "until we have a report on the availability petition which you have filed. Please take a seat." There were no seats. This was an older machine which they had not bothered to replace or even to correct. She stood in horror as the long minutes passed. Her number was finally called. "I am here," she said as the machine hummed, and she gave her number. "Your availability petition has been taken up," said the machine. "You are, however, to receive 28 demerits for disposing of 6,300 credit after having been abandoned. Do you accept?" "I accept," she said. She was so dizzy that she could hardly stand. The machine whirred and produced a reception area card. She read it and walked as in a daze to the indicated reception area. Jan waited for her there. "You look terrible," he said as he put his arm around her. "I'm sorry. You made me do this to you. I didn't want to. It's all over now. Don't cry." She thought that she was going to faint. "Thank you for receiving me," she said, according to the formula. "I am the abandoned of Jan, of the estate—" "Stop it," he said. "I know who you are. Stop it." "Do you have children at your estate?" She asked it as one asks a polite social question. "They'll be there when we get home," he said. "Don't do this. I didn't know it would hurt that much. I wouldn't have done it if I had. They're your children again now." He held her shoulders as he looked at her. I came to you with 28 demerits, she said. Shall I work them off before I come to your estate? Please stop it, he said. They were paid when you accepted. I waited here all night. No one else could have claimed you. Please come on home now. He handed her a brand-new wife status card. Thank you, she said. I shall try to deserve the opportunity which you restore to me. He smiled as she recited the formula and took his arm. Yet he did not look as if he felt like smiling. Come home, he said. Come home now. I'll not hurt you again. He led her back to their estate. That night, feeling entirely justified, she abandoned him. Mommy, the children shouted. They ran to her and hugged her. They had missed her and had resented the disturbance in their routine. Mommy! They danced and shouted. Mommy! 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 When it was their bedtime, he left her alone with them. He said good night to them himself, kissed them, and squeezed her shoulder. It's good to have you home again, he said. His eyes filled with tears as he hurried from the room. Tell us a story, Mommy. It was the custom of the household. There were tears in her eyes, and her voice trembled a little, but she said in what seemed to them a perfect narrative style, Once upon a time there were two very good and loving children who found that it was their duty to denounce their father to the state and to see him publicly flogged to death. You must listen very carefully to this, she said, both of you. At first they thought that this was a very sad duty. End of The Abandoned of Jan by Donald F. Daly. Read by Roger Melin.
The Non-Electronic Bug by E. Middleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Non-Electronic Bug by E. Middleman. There couldn't be a better tip-off system than mine. It wasn't possible, but he had one. I wouldn't take 5 cents off a legitimate man, but if they want to gamble, that's another story. What I am is a genius, and I give you a piece of advice. Do not ever play cards with a stranger. The stranger might be me. Where there are degenerate card players around, I sometimes get a call. Not dice. I don't have a machine to handle them, but with cards I have a machine to force the advantage. The first thing is a little radio receiver about the size of a pack of cigarettes. You don't hear any music, you feel it on your skin. The next thing is 2 dimes. You stick them onto you anywhere you like. Some like to put them on their legs, some on their belly. Makes no difference, just so they're out of sight. Each dime has a wire soldered to it, and the wires are attached to the little receiver that goes in your pocket. The other thing is the transmitter I carry around. My partner was a fellow named Henry. He had an electronic surplus hardware business, but business wasn't good and he was looking for a little extra cash on the side. It turns out that the other little wholesalers in the loft building where he has his business are all card players, and no pikers either. So Henry spread the word that he was available for a gin game, any time at all, but he would only play in his own place. He was expecting an important phone call and he didn't want to be away and maybe miss it. It never came, but the card players did. I was supposed to be a stock clerk. While Henry and the other fellow were working on the cards at one end of the room, I would be moving around the other, checking the stock, packing the stuff for shipment, arranging it on the shelves, sweeping the floor. I was a regular model worker, busy every second. I had to be. In order to see the man's hand, I had to be nearby, but I had to keep moving so he wouldn't pay attention to me. And every time I got a look at his hand, I pushed a little button on the transmitter in my pocket. Every push on the button was a shock on Henry's leg. 1 for spades, 2 for hearts, 3 for diamonds, 4 for clubs. Then I would tip the card. A short shock for an ace, 2 for a king, 3 for a queen, and so on down to the 10. a long and a short for 9, a long and 2 shorts for an 8. It took a little memorizing, but it was worth it. Henry knew every card the other man held every time, and I got 50%. We didn't annihilate the fish. They hardly felt that they were being hurt, but we got a steady advantage day after day. We did so well we took on another man. I can take physical labor or leave it alone, and I leave it alone every chance I get. That was where we first felt the trouble. Our new boy was around 20. He had a swept-wing haircut complete with tail fins. Also, he had a silly laugh. Now, there are jokes in a card game. Somebody taking a beating will sound off to take away some of the sting, but nobody laughs because the cracks are never funny. But they were to our new boy. He laughed. He laughed not only when the mark made some crack, but a lot of the time when he didn't. It got so the customers were looking at him with a lot of dislike, and that was bad for business. So I called him out into the hall. "Skippy," I said. That's what we called him. "Lay off. Never rub it into a sucker. It's enough to take his money." He ran his fingers back along his hair. "Can't a fella express himself?" I gave him a long, hard, unhealthy look. Express himself? He wouldn't have to. I'd express him myself, express him right out of our setup. But before I got the chance, this fellow from Chicago came in, a big manufacturer named Chapo, a wheel, and he looked it. He was red-faced with hanging jowls and a big dollar cigar. He announced that he only played for big stakes and, nodding toward the kid and me, that he didn't like an audience. Henry looked at us miserably, but what was he going to do? If he didn't go along, the word could spread that maybe there was something wrong going on. He had to play. "Take the day off, you two," he said, but he wasn't happy. I thought fast. There was still one chance. I got behind Chapo long enough to give Henry a wink and a nod toward the window. Then I took Skippy by the elbow and steered him out of there. "Down in the street," I said fast. "You want to earn your pay? You have to give me a hand. An eye is really what I mean. Don't argue, just say yes or no." He didn't stop to think. "Sure," he said. "Why not?" "All right." I took him down the street to where they had genuine imported Japanese field glasses and laid out $20 for a pair. The man was a thief, but I didn't have time to argue. Right across the street from Henry's place was a run-down hotel. That was our next stop. The desk man in the scratch house looked up from his comic book. "A room," I said. "Me and my nephew want a room facing the street," and I pointed to the windows of Henry's place where I wanted it to face. Because we still had a chance, with the field glasses and Skippy's young good eyes to look through them, with the transmitter that would carry an extra 100 yards easy enough, with everything going for us, we had a chance. Provided Henry had been able to maneuver Chapo so his back was to the window. The bed merchant gave us a long stall about how the only room we wanted belonged to a sweet old lady that was sick and couldn't be moved. But for $10 she could be. All the time I was wondering how many hands were being played, if we were stuck money and how much, all kinds of things. But finally we got into the room and I laid it out for Skippy. "You aim those field glasses out the window," I told him. "Read Chapo's cards and let me know. That's all. I'll take care of the rest." I'll say this for him. Ducktail haircut and all, he settled right down to business. I made myself comfortable on the bed and rattled them off on the transmitter as he read the cards to me. I couldn't see the players, didn't know the score, but if he was giving the cards to me right, I was getting them out to Henry. I felt pretty good. I even began to feel kindly toward the kid. At my age, bifocals are standard equipment, but to judge from Skippy's fast, sure call of the cards, his eyesight was 20/20 or better. After about an hour, Skippy put down the glasses and broke the news. The game was over. We took our time getting back to Henry's place so Chapo would have time to clear out. Henry greeted us with 8 fingers in the air. 800! But before I could ask him, he was already talking. 8 big ones! $8,000! And how you did it, I'll never know. Well, 8,000 was good news, no doubt of that. I said, "That's the old system, Henry, but we couldn't have done it if you hadn't steered the fish up to the window," and I showed him the Japanese field glasses, grinning. But he didn't grin back. He looked puzzled. He glanced toward the window. I looked too, and then I saw what he was puzzled about. It was pretty obvious that Henry had missed my signal. He and the fish had played by the window all right, but the shade was drawn. When I looked around to look for Skippy to ask him some questions, he was gone. Evidently, he didn't want to answer. I beat up and down every block in the neighborhood until I spotted him in a beanery, drinking a cup of coffee and looking worried. I sat down beside him, quiet. He didn't look around. The counterman opened his mouth to say hello. I shook my head, but Skippy said, "That's all right. I know you're there." I blinked. This was a creep. But I had to find out what was going on. I said, "You made a mistake, kid." "Running out?" He shrugged. "It's not the first mistake I made," he said bitterly. "Getting into your little setup with the bug game came before that." I said, "You can always quit," but then stopped because it was a lie. He couldn't quit. Not until I found out how he read Chapo's cards through a drawn shade. He said drearily, "You've all got me marked lousy, haven't you? Don't kid me about Henry. I know. I'm not so sure about you, but it wouldn't surprise me." "What are you talking about?" "I can hear every word that's on Henry's mind," he said somberly. "You? No. Some people I can hear, some I can't. You're one I can't." "What kind of goofy talk is that?" I demanded. But to tell you the truth, I didn't think it was so goofy. The window shade was a lot goofier. "All my life," said Skippy, "I've been hearing these voices. It doesn't matter if they talk out loud or not. Most people I can hear even when they don't want me to. Field glasses? I didn't need field glasses. I could hear every thought that went through Chapo's mind. Clear across the street. Henry, too." "That's how I know," he hesitated, looking at me. "You think Henry took 8,000 off of Chapo, don't you? It was 10. I said, "Prove it." The kid finished his coffee. He said, "You want to know what the counterman's got on his mind?" He leaned over and whispered to me. I yelled, "That's a lousy thing to say." Everyone was looking at us. He said softly, "You see what it's like? I don't want to hear all this stuff. You think the counterman's got a bad mind? You ought to listen in on Henry's." He looked along the stools. "See that little fat woman down at the end? She's going to order another cheese Danish." He hadn't even finished talking when the woman was calling the counterman, and she got another cheese Danish. I thought it over. What he said about Henry holding out on me made it real serious. I had to have more proof. But I didn't like Skippy's idea of proof. He offered to call off what everybody in the beanery was going to do next, barring 3 or 4 he said were silent, like me. That wasn't good enough. "Come along with me," I told him, and we took off for Jake's spot. That's a 24-hour place, and the doorman knows me. I knew Jake, and I knew his roulette wheel was gaffed. I walked right up to the wheel and whispered to the kid, "Can you read the dealer?" He smiled and nodded. "All right, call black or red." The wheel spun, but that didn't stop the betting. Jake's hungry. In his place, you can still bet for a few seconds after the wheel starts turning. "Black," Skippy said. I threw down $50. Black it was. That rattled me. "Call again," I said. When Skippy said black, I put the 50 on red. Black won it. "Let's go," I said, and led the kid out of there. He was looking puzzled. How come I played to lose?" I patted his shoulder. "Sonny, you got a lot to learn. Jake's is no fair game. This was only a dry run." Then I got rid of him, because I had something to do. Henry came across. He even looked embarrassed. "I figured," he said. I figured that the expenses—" "Save it," I told him. "All I want is my split." He handed it over, but I kept my hand out, waiting. After a minute, he got the idea. He reached down inside the waistband of his pants, pulled loose the tape that held the dimes to his skin, and handed over the radio receiver. "That's it, huh?" he said. "That's it." "Take your best shot," he said glumly. By myself? Not a chance. It was going to be Skippy and me, all the way. Not only could he read minds, but the capper was that he couldn't read mine. Otherwise, you can understand, I might not want him around all the time. But this way, I had my own personal bug in every game in town, and I didn't even have to spend for batteries. Card games, gaffed wheels, everything. Down at the track, he could follow the smart money guys around and let me know what they knew, which was plenty. We could even go up against the legit games in Nevada, with no worry about bluffs. And think of the fringe benefits. With Skippy giving the women a preliminary screening, I could save a lot of wasted time. At my age, time is nothing to be wasted. I could understand a lot about Skippy now, why he didn't like most people, why he laughed at jokes nobody else thought were funny or even could hear. But everybody's got to like somebody, and I had the edge over most of the human race. He didn't know what I was thinking. And then, take away the voices in his head, and Skippy didn't have much left. He wasn't very smart. If he had half as much in the way of brains as he did in the way of private radar, he would have figured all these angles out for himself long ago. No, he needed me, and I needed him. We were all set to make a big score together, so I went back to his rooming house where I had told him to wait to get going on the big time. However, Henry had more brains than Skippy. I hadn't told Henry who tipped me off, but it didn't take him long to work out. After all, I had told him I was going to go out to look for Skippy, and I came right back and called him for holding out. No, it didn't take much brains. All he had to do was come around to Skippy's place and give him a little lesson about talking. So when I walked in the door, Skippy was there, but he was out cold with lumps on his forehead and a stupid grin on his face. I woke him up and he recognized me. But you don't make your TV set play better by kicking it. You don't help a fine Swiss watch by pounding it on an anvil. Skippy could walk and talk all right, but something was missing. The voices, he yelled, sitting up on the edge of the bed. I got a quick attack of cold fear. Skippy, what's the matter? Don't you hear them anymore? He looked at me in a panic. Oh, I hear 'em all right, but they're all different now. I mean, it isn't English anymore. In fact, it isn't any language at all. Like I say, I'm a genius. Skippy wouldn't lie to me. He's not smart enough. But if he says he hears voices, he hears voices. Being a genius, my theory is that when Henry worked Skippy over, he jarred his tuning strips or whatever it is, so now Skippy's receiving on another frequency. Make sense? I'm positive about it. He sticks to the same story, telling me about what he's hearing inside his head, and he's too stupid to make it all up. There are some parts of it I don't have all figured out yet, but I'll get them. Like what he tells me about the people, I guess they're people, whose voices he hears. They're skinny and furry and very religious. He can't understand their language, but he gets pictures from them, and he told me what he saw. They worship the moon, he says. Only that's wrong too, because he says they worship 2 moons, and everybody knows there's only one. But I'll figure it out. I have to, because I have to get Skippy back in business. Meanwhile, it's pretty lonesome. I spend a lot of time down around the old neighborhood, but I haven't set up another partner for taking the card players. That seems like pretty small stuff now. And I don't talk to Henry when I see him, and I never go into the beanery when that counterman is on duty. I've got enough troubles in the world. I don't have to add to them by associating with his kind. End of The Non-Electronic Bug by E. Middleman. Recording by Andrew B. Wilson, Bainbridge Island, Washington.
A Long Way Back by Ben Bova. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mokurai. A Long Way Back by Ben Bova. He held the future of the world in his numbed hands, and from 22,500 miles out, he made the gamble. Tom woke slowly, his mind groping back through the hypnosis. He found himself looking toward the observation port, staring at stars and blackness. The first man in space, he thought bitterly. He unstrapped himself from the acceleration seat, feeling a little wobbly in free fall. The hypnotic trance idea worked all right. The last thing Tom remembered was Arnoldson putting him under, here in the rocket's compartment. The old man's sad, soft eyes and quiet voice. Now, 22,500 miles out, Tom was alone, except for what Arnoldson had planted in his mind for post-hypnotic suggestion to recall. The hypnosis had helped him pull through the blast off unhurt, and even protected him against the vertigo of weightlessness. Yeah, it's a wonderful world, Tom muttered acidly. He got up from the seat cautiously, testing his coordination against zero gravity. His magnetic boots held to the deck satisfactorily. He was lean and wiry in his early 40s, with a sharp, angular face and dark, somber eyes. His hair had gone dead white years ago. He was encased up to his neck in a semi-flexible spacesuit. They had squirmed him into it earthside because there was no room in this cramped cabin to put it on. Tom glanced at the tiers of instrument consoles surrounding his seat. No blinking red lights, everything operating normally, as if I could do anything about it if they went wrong. Then he leaned toward the observation port, straining for a glimpse of the satellite. The satellite. 5 sealed packages, floating within a 300-foot radius of emptiness, circling the Earth like a cluster of moonlets. 5 pieces, sent up in 5 robot rockets and placed in the same orbit to wait for a human intelligence to assemble them into a power-beaming satellite. 5 pieces orbiting Earth for almost 18 years, waiting for nearly 18 years while down below men blasted themselves and their cities and their machines into atoms, and forgot the satellite endlessly circling, waiting for its creators to breathe life into it. The hope of the world, Tom thought, and little Tommy Morris is supposed to make it work, and then fly home again. He pushed himself back into the seat. Jason picked the wrong man. Tom! Tom! Can you hear me? He turned away from the port and flicked a switch on the radio console. Hello, Ruth. I can hear you. A hubbub of excitement crackled through the radio receiver. Then the girl's voice. Are you all right? Is everything? Everything's fine, Tom said flatly. He could picture the scene back at the station. Dozens of people clustered around the jury-rigged radio. Ruth working the controls, trying hard to stay calm when it was impossible to, brushing back that permanently displaced wisp of brown hair that stubbornly fell over her forehead. Jason will be here in a minute, she said. He's in the tracking shack, helping to calculate your orbit. Of course Jason will be here, Tom thought. Aloud, he said, he needn't bother. I can see the satellite packages. They're only a couple of 100 yards from the ship. Even through the radio, he could sense the stir that went through them. Don't get your hopes up, he warned silently. Remember, I'm no engineer. Engineers are too valuable to risk on this job. I'm just a tool. A mindless screwdriver sent here to assemble this glorified tinker toy. I'm the muscle. Arnoldson is the nerve link, and Jason is the brain. Abruptly, Jason's voice surged through the radio speaker. We did it, Tom. We did it. No, Tom thought. You did it, Jason. This is all your show. You should be able to see the satellite components, Jason said. His voice was excited yet controlled, and his comment had a ring of command in it. I've already looked, Tom answered. I can see them. Are they damaged? Not as far as I can see. Of course, from this distance. Yes, of course, Jason said. You better get right outside and start working on them. You only got 48 hours worth of oxygen. Don't worry about me, Tom said into the radio. Just remember your end of the bargain. You'd better forget that until you get back here. I'm not forgetting anything. I mean, you must concentrate on what you're doing up there if you expect to get back alive. When I get back, we're going to explore the bombed out cities. You promised that. It's the only reason I agreed to this. Jason's voice stiffened. My memory is quite as good as yours. We'll discuss the expedition after you return. Now, you're using up valuable time and oxygen. Okay, I'm going outside. Ruth's voice came back on. Tom, remember to keep the ship's radio open, or else your suit radio won't be able to reach us. And we're all here, Dr. Arnoldson, Jason, the engineers. If anything comes up, we'll be right here to help you. Tom grinned mirthlessly. Right here, 22,500 miles away. Tom? Yes, Ruth. Good luck, she said. From all of us. Even Jason, he wanted to ask, but instead said merely, thanks. He fitted the cumbersome helmet over his head and sealed it to the joints on his suit. A touch of a button on the control panel pumped the compartment's air into storage cylinders. Then Tom stood up and unlocked the hatch directly over his head. Reaching for the handholds just outside the hatch, he pulled himself through and after a weightless comic ballet managed to plant his magnetized boots on the skin of the ship. Then, standing, he looked out at the universe. Oddly, he felt none of the overpowering emotion he had once expected of this moment. Grandeur, terror, awe. No, he was strangely calm. The stars were only points of light on a dead black background. The earth was a fat crescent patched with colors. The sun, through his heavily tinted visor, was like the pictures he had seen at planetarium shows years ago. As he secured a lifeline to the grip beside the hatch, Tom thought that he felt as though someone had stuck a reverse hypodermic into him and drained away all his emotions. Only then did he realize what had happened. Jason, the engineer, the leader, the man who thought of everything, had made Arnoldson condition his mind for this. No gaping at the universe for the first man in space. Too much of a chance to take. There's a job to be done, and no time for human frailty or sentiment. Not even that, Tom said to himself. He wouldn't even allow me one moment of human emotion. But as he pushed away from the ship and floated ghost-like toward the largest of the satellite packages, Tom twisted around for another look at Earth. I wonder if she looked that way before the war. Slowly, painfully, men had attempted to rebuild their civilization after the war had exhausted itself. But of all the things destroyed by the bombs and plagues, the most agonizing loss was man's sources of energy. The coal mines, the oil refineries, the electricity generating plants, the nuclear power piles, all shattered into radioactive rubble. There could be no return to any kind of organized society while men had to scavenge for wood to warm themselves and to run their primitive machines. Then someone had remembered the satellite. It had been designed, before the war, to collect solar energy and beam it to a receiving station on Earth. The satellite packages had been fired into a 24-hour orbit, circling the Earth over a fixed point on the equator. The receiving station, built on the southeastern coast of the United States, saw the 5 units as a single second-magnitude star, low on the horizon all year, every year. Of course, the packages wavered slightly in their orbits, but not enough in 18 years to spread very far apart. A man could still put them together into a power beaming satellite, if he could get there, and if they were not damaged, and if he knew how to put them together. Through months that stretched into years, over miles of radioactive wilderness, on horseback, on carts, on foot, those who knew about the satellite spread the word, carefully, secretly, to what was left of North America's scientists and engineers. Gradually, they trickled into the once abandoned settlement. They elected a leader, Jason, the engineer, one of the few men who knew anything about rockets to survive the war and the lunatic bands that hunted down anyone suspected of being connected with pre-war science. Jason's first act was to post guards around the settlement. Then he organized the work of rebuilding the power receiving station and a man-carrying rocket. They pieced together parts of a rocket and equipment that had been damaged by the war. What they did not know, they learned. What they did not have, they built or cannibalized from ruined equipment. Jason sent armed forages out for gasoline, charcoal, and wood. They built a ramshackle electricity generator. They planted crops and hunted the small game in the local underbrush. A major celebration occurred whenever a forager came back towing a stray cow or horse or goat. They erected fences around the settlement because more than once they had to fight off the small armies of looters and anti-scientists that still roved the countryside. But finally, they completed the rocket after exhausting almost every scrap of material and every ounce of willpower. Then they picked a pilot. Thomas H. Morris, age 41, former historian and teacher. He had arrived a year before the completion of the rocket after walking 1,300 miles to find the settlement. His purpose was to organize some of the scientists and explore the bombed-out cities to see what could be salvaged out of man's shattered heritage. But Tom was ideal for the satellite job. The right size, 5'6" and 130 pounds. No dependents, wife and 2 sons dead of radiation sickness. True, he had no technical background whatsoever, but with Arnoldson's hypnotic conditioning, he could be taught all that was necessary for him to know, maybe. Best of all, though, he was thoroughly expendable. So Jason made a deal with him. There could be no expeditions into the cities until the satellite was finished, because every man was needed at the settlement. And the satellite could not be finished until someone volunteered to go up in the rocket and assemble it. It was like holding a candy bar in front of a small child. He accepted Jason's terms. The Earth turned, and with it the tiny spark of life alone in the emptiness around the satellite. Tom worked unmindful of time, his eyes and hands following Jason's engineering commands through Arnoldson's post-hypnotic direction, with occasional radio conferences. But his conscious mind sought refuge from the strangeness of space, and he talked almost constantly into his radio while he worked, talking about anything, everything, to the girl on the other end of the invisible link. And once the settlement is getting the power beamed from this contraption, we're going to explore the cities. Guess we won't be able to get very far inland, but we can still tackle Washington, Philadelphia, and New York. Plenty for us there. Ruth asked, "What were they like before the war?" The cities? That's right. You're too young to remember. They were big, Ruth, with buildings so tall people called them skyscrapers. He pulled a wrench from its magnetic holder on the satellite's self-contained tool bin. And filled with life. Millions of people lived in each one. All the people we have at the settlement could have lived on one floor of a good-sized hotel. What's a hotel? Tom grinned as he tugged at a pipe fitting. You'll find out when you come with us. You'll see things you could never imagine. I don't know if I'll come with you. He looked up from his work and stared earthward. Why? Well, Jason, he says there isn't much left to see, and it's all radioactive and diseased. Nonsense. But Jason says, Tom snorted. Jason hasn't been out of the settlement for 6 years. I walked from Chicago to the settlement a year ago. I went through a dozen cities. They're wrecked, and the radioactivity count was higher than it is here at the settlement, but it's not high enough to be dangerous. And you want to explore those cities. Why? Let's just say I'm a historian, Tom answered, while his hands manipulated complex wiring unconsciously, as though they belonged not to him, but to some unseen puppeteer. I don't understand, Ruth said. Look, those cities hold mankind's memory. I want to gather up the fragments of civilization before the last book is used for kindling and the last machine turns to rust. We need the knowledge in the cities if we expect to rebuild a civilization. But Jason and Dr. Arnoldson and the engineers, they know all about Jason and the engineers, Tom snapped. They had to stretch themselves to the breaking point to put together this rocket from parts that were already manufactured, waiting for them. Do you think they'll know how to build a city? Dr. Arnoldson is a psychiatrist. His efforts at surgery are pathetic. Have you ever seen him try to set a broken leg? And what about agriculture? What about tool making or mining or digging wells even? What about education? How many kids your own age can read or write? But the satellite won't be of any use to people who can't work the machines. The satellite is no substitute for knowledge. Unless something is done, your grandchildren will be worshiping the machines, but they won't know how to repair them. No. Yes, Ruth, he insisted. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the static-streaked hum in his earphones. You're wrong, Tom. You're wrong. The satellite will send us the power we need, and then we'll build our machines and teach our children. How can you teach what you don't know? Tom wanted to ask, but didn't. He worked without talking, hauling the weightless tons of satellite packages into position, electronically welding them together, splicing wiring systems too intricate for his conscious mind to understand. Twice he pulled himself back along the lifeline into the ship for capsule meals and stimulants. Finally, he found himself staring at his gloved hands moving industriously within the bowels of one of the satellite packages. He stopped, suddenly aware that it was piercingly cold and totally dark except for the lamp on his helmet. He pushed away from the unfinished satellite. Two of the packages were assembled now. The big parabolic mirror and two other uncrated units hung nearby, waiting impassively. Tom groped his way back into the ship. After taking off his helmet and swallowing a couple of energy pills, he said to the ship's radio, What time is it? The abrupt sound of his own voice half startled him. Nearly 4 a.m. It was Jason. Earth blotted out the sun, Tom muttered. Getting damn cold in here. You're in the ship? Yes, it got too cold for the suit. Turn up the ship's heaters, Jason said. What's the temperature in there? Tom glanced at the thermometer as he twisted the thermostat dial as far as it would go. 49, he answered. He could sense Jason nod. The heaters are on minimum power automatically unless you turn them up. It'll warm you up in a few seconds. How's the satellite? Tom told him what remained to be done. You're not even half through yet. Jason's voice grew fainter, and Tom knew that he was doing some mental arithmetic as he thought out loud. You've been up about 20 hours, At the rate you're going, you'll need another 20 hours to fill the job. That will bring you very close to your oxygen limit. Tom sat impassively and stared at the gray metal and colored knobs of the radio. Is everything going all right? Jason asked. How should I know? Ask Arnoldson. He's asleep. They all are, except you. That's right, except me. How long did Ruth stay on the radio? About 16 hours. I ordered her to sleep a few hours ago. You're pretty good at giving orders, Tom said. Someone has to. Yeah. Tom ran a hand across his mouth. Boy, could I use a cigarette. Funny, I haven't even thought about them in years. Look, he said to the radio, we might as well settle something right now. How many men are you going to let me have? Don't you think you'd better save that for now and get back to work? It's too damn cold out there. My fingers are still numb. You could have done a better job on insulating this suit. There are a lot of things we could have done, Jason said, if we had the material. How about the expedition? How many men can I have? As many as you can get, the radio voice answered. I promised I won't stand in your way once the satellite is finished and operating. Won't stand in my way, Tom repeated. That means you won't encourage anyone either. Jason's voice rose a trifle. I can't encourage my people to go out and risk their lives just because you want to poke around some radioactive slag heaps. You promised that if I put the satellite together and got back alive, I could investigate the cities. That was our deal. That's right, you can, and anyone foolish enough to accompany you can follow along. Jason, you know it, I need at least 25 armed men to venture out of the settlement. Then you admit it's dangerous, the radio voice crackled. Sure, if we meet a robber band. You sent out enough foraging groups to know that, and we'll be traveling hundreds of miles. But it's not dangerous for the reasons you've been circulating. Radioactivity and disease germs and that nonsense. There's no danger that one of your own foraging groups couldn't handle. I came through the cities last year alone and I made it. Tom waited for a reply from the radio, but only the hissing and crackling of electrical disturbances answered him. Jason, those cities hold what's left of a worldwide civilization. We can't begin to rebuild unless we reopen that knowledge. We need it. We need it desperately. It's either destroyed or radioactive, and to think anything else is self-delusion. Besides, we have enough intelligence right here at the settlement to build a new civilization, better than the old one, once the satellite is ready. But you don't, Tom shouted. You poor damn fool, you don't even realize how much you don't know. This is a waste of time, Jason snapped. Get outside and finish your work. It's still cold, damn it, Tom said. He glanced at the thermometer on the control panel. Jason, it's below freezing in here. What? The heating unit isn't working at all. Impossible. You must have turned it off instead of on. I can read, damn it. It's turned as high as it'll go. What's the internal thermometer reading? Tom looked. Barely 30, and it's still going down. Hold on. I'll wake Arnoldson and the electrical engineers. Silence. Tom stared at the inanimate radio, which gave off only the whines and scratches of lightning and sun and stars, all far distant from him. For all his senses could tell him, it was the last living thing in the universe. Sure, call a conference, Tom thought. How much more work is there to be done? About 24 hours, he said. Another day, and another full night. Another night, this time with no heat, and maybe no oxygen either. The heaters must have been working tonight until I pushed them up to full power. Something must have blown out. Maybe it's just a broken wire. I could fix that if they tell me how. But if it's not, no heat tomorrow night, no heat at all. Then Arnoldson's voice floated up through the radio speaker. Soft, friendly, calm, soothing. The next thing Tom knew, he was putting on his helmet. Sunlight was lancing through the tinted observation port, and the ship was noticeably warmer. What happened? He mumbled through the dissolving haze of hypnosis. It's all right, Tom, Ruth's voice. Dr. Arnoldson put you under and had you check the ship's wiring. Now he and Jason and the engineers are figuring out what to do. They said it's nothing to worry about. They'll have everything figured out in a couple of hours. And I'm to work on the satellite until they're ready. Yes. Don't call us. We'll call you. What? Nothing. It's all right, Tom. Don't worry. Sure, Ruth. I'm not worried. That makes us both liars. He worked mechanically, handling the unfamiliar machinery with the engineer's knowledge through Arnoldson's hypnotic communication, just like the pictures they used to show of nuclear engineers handling radioactive materials with remotely controlled mechanical hands from behind a concrete wall. I'm only a pair of hands, a couple of opposed thumbs, a fortunate mutation of a self-conscious simian. But God, why don't they call? She said it wasn't anything big, just the wiring probably. Then why don't they call? He tried to work without thinking about anything, but he couldn't force his mind into stillness. Even if I can fix the heaters, even if I don't freeze to death, I might run out of oxygen, and how am I going to land the ship? The takeoff was automatic, but even Jason and Arnoldson can't make a pilot out of me. Tom? Jason's voice. Yes. He jerked to attention and floated free of the satellite. We've checked what you told us about the electrical system while Arnoldson had you under the hypnotic trance. And, well, it looks as though one of the batteries gave out. The batteries feed all the ship's light, heat, and electrical power. With one of them out, you don't have enough power to run the heaters. There's no way to fix it? Not unless you cut out something else. And you need everything else, the radio, the controls, the oxygen pumps. What about the lights? I don't need them. I've got the lamp on my suit helmet. They don't take as much power as the heaters do. It wouldn't help at all. Tom twisted weightlessly and stared back at Earth. Well, just what the hell am I supposed to do? Don't get excited. Jason's voice grated in his earphones. We've calculated it all out. According to our figures, your suit will store enough heat during the day to last the night. I nearly froze to death last night, and the ship was heated most of the time. It will get cold, Jason's voice answered calmly, but you should be able to make it. Your own body warmth will be stored by the suit's insulation, and that will help somewhat, but you must not open the suit all night, not even to take off your helmet. And the oxygen? You can take all the replacement cylinders from the ship and keep them at the satellite. The time you save by not having to go back and forth to the ship for fresh oxygen will give you about an hour's extra margin. You should be able to make it. Tom nodded. And of course, I'm expected to work on the satellite right through the night. It will help keep your mind off the cold. If we see that you're not going to make it, either because of the cold or the oxygen, we'll warn you and you can return to the settlement. Suppose I have enough oxygen to just finish the satellite, but if I do, I won't have enough to fly home. Will you warn me then? Don't be dramatic. Go to hell. Dr. Arnoldson said he could put you under, Jason continued unemotionally, but he thinks you might freeze once your conscious mind went asleep. You've figured out all the details, Tom muttered. All I have to do is put your damn satellite together without freezing to death, and then fly 22,500 miles back home before my air runs out. Simple. He glanced at the sun, still glaring bright even through his tinted visor. It was nearly on the edge of the Earth disk. All right, Tom said. I'm going into the ship now for some pills. It's nearly sunset. Cold. Dark and so cold that numbers lost their meaning. Paralyzing cold, seeping in through the suit while you worked, crawling up your limbs until you could barely move. The whole universe hung up in the sky and looked down on the small, cold figure of a man, struggling blindly with machinery he could not understand. Dark, dark, and cold. Ruth stayed on the radio as long as Jason would allow her, talking to Tom, keeping the link with life and warmth. But finally Jason took over and the radio went silent. So don't talk, Tom growled silently. I can keep warm just by hating you, Jason. He worked through the frigid night, struggling ant-like, with huge pieces of equipment. Slowly he assembled the big parabolic mirror, the sighting mechanism, and the atomic converter. With dreamy motions, he started connecting the intricate wiring systems. And all the while he raged at himself. Why? Why did it have to be this way? Why me? Why did I agree to do this? I knew I'd never live through it. Why did I do it? He retraced the days of his life, the preparations for the flight, the arguments with Jason over exploring the cities, his trek from Chicago to the settlement, the aimless years after the radiation death of his two boys and Marjorie, his wife. Marjorie and the boys, lying sick month after month, dying one after the other in cancerous agony, while he stood by helplessly in the ruins of what had been their home. No, his mind warned him, don't think of that, not that. Think of Jason. Jason, who prevents you from doing the one thing you want, who is taking your life from you. Jason, the peerless leader. Jason, who is afraid of the cities. Why? Why is he afraid of the cities? That's the hub of everything down there. Why does Jason fear the cities? It wasn't until he finished connecting the satellite's last unit, the sighting mechanism, that Tom realized the answer. One answer. And everything fell into place. Everything except what Tom Morris was going to do about it. Tom squinted through the twin telescopes of the sighting mechanism again, then pushed away and floated free, staring at the earth bathed in pale moonlight. What do I do now? For an instant he was close to panic, but he forced it down. Think, he said to himself. You're supposed to be a Homo sapiens. Use that brain. Think. The long night ended. The sun swung around from behind the bulk of Earth. Tom looked at it as he felt its warmth penetrating the insulated suit, and he knew it was the last time he would see the sun. He felt no more anger. Even his hatred of Jason was drained out of him now. In its place was a sense of finality. He spoke into his helmet mic. Jason, he's in conference with the astronomers. Dr. Arnoldson's voice. Get him for me, please. A few minutes of silence, broken only by the star whisperings in his earphones. Jason's voice was carefully modulated. Tom, you made it. I made it, and the satellite's finished. It's finished. Good. Now what do we have to do? Wait, Tom interrupted. It's finished, but it's useless. What? Tom twisted around to look at the completed satellite, its oddly angled framework and bulbous machinery glinting fiercely in the newly risen sun. After I finished it, I looked through the sighting mechanism to make certain the satellite's transmitters were correctly aimed at the settlement. Nobody told me to, but nobody said not to either, so I looked. It's a simple mechanism. The transmitters are pointed smack in the middle of Hudson's Bay. You're sure? Certainly. You can rotate the antennas. I know, I tried it. I can turn them as far south as the Great Lakes. A long pause. I was afraid of this, Jason's voice said evenly. I'll bet you were, Tom answered to himself. You must have moved the satellite out of position while assembling its components. So my work here comes to nothing, because the satellite's power beam can't reach the settlement's receivers. Not unless you use the ship to tow the satellite into the proper orbital position, Jason stammered. You actually went through with it, Tom thought. Aloud he said, but if I use the ship's engine to tow the satellite, I won't have enough fuel left to get back to Earth, will I? Not to mention oxygen. A longer pause. No. I have two questions, Jason. I think I know the answers to them both, but I'll ask you anyway. One, you knew this would happen, didn't you? What do you mean? You've calculated this insane business down to the last drop of sweat, Tom growled. You knew that I'd knocked the satellite out of position while I was working on it, and the only way to get it back in the right orbit would be for me to tow it back and strand myself up here. This is a suicide mission, isn't it, Jason? That's not true. Don't bother defending yourself. I don't hate you anymore, Jason. I understand you, damn it. You made our deal as much to get rid of me as to get your precious satellite put together. No one can force you to tow the satellite. Sure, I can leave it where it is and come back home. If I can fly this ship, which I doubt. And what would I come back to? I left a world without power. I'd return to a world without hope. And some dark night, one of your disappointed young goons would catch up with me. And no one would blame him, would they? Jason's voice was brittle. You'll tow it into position after you answer my second question, Tom countered. Why are you afraid of the cities? Afraid? I'm not afraid. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, you could use the hope of exploring the cities to lure me up here on this suicide job. But you knew I'd never be back to claim my half of the bargain. You're afraid of the cities, and I think I know why. You're afraid of the unknown quantity they represent, distrustful of your own leadership when new problems arise. We've worked for more than 10 years to make this settlement what it is, Jason fumed. We fought and died to keep those marauding lunatics from wrecking us. We are mankind's last hope. We can't afford to let others in. They're not scientists. They wouldn't understand. They'd ruin everything. Mankind's last hope. Terrified of men. Tom was suddenly tired, weary of the whole struggle. But there was something he had to tell them. Listen, Jason, he said, the walls you've built around the settlement weren't meant to keep you from going outside. You're not a self-sufficient little community. You're cut off from mankind's memory, from his dreams, from his ambitions. You can't even start to rebuild a civilization. And if you do try, don't you think the people outside will learn about it? Don't you think they've got a right to share in whatever progress the settlement makes? And if you don't let them, don't you realize they'll destroy the settlement? Silence. I'm a historian, Tom continued, and I know that a civilization can't exist in a vacuum. If outsiders don't conquer it, it'll rot from within. It happened in Babylonia, Greece, Rome, China even. Over and again, the Soviets built an iron curtain around themselves and wiped themselves out because of it. Don't you see, Jason? There are only two types of animals on this planet, the gamblers and the extinct. It won't be easy to live with the outsiders. There'll be problems of every type. But the alternative is decay and destruction. You've got to take the chance. If you don't, you're dead. A long silence. Finally, Jason said, "You've only got about a half hour's worth of oxygen left. Will you tow the satellite into the proper position?" Tom stared at the planet unseeingly. "Yes," he mumbled. "I'll have to check some calculations with the astronomers." Jason's voice buzzed flatly in his earphones. A background murmur, scarcely audible over the crackling static. Then Ruth's voice broke through. "Tom, Tom, you can't do this. You won't be able to get back." "I know," he said, as he started pulling his way along the lifeline back to the ship. "No! Come back, Tom. Please, come back. Forget the satellite. Come back and explore the cities. I'll go with you. Please, don't die, Tom. Please don't die. Ruth, Ruth, you're too young to cry over me. I'll be all right. Don't worry." "No, it isn't fair." "It never is," Tom said. "Listen, Ruth, I've been dead a long time. Since the bombs fell, I guess. My world died then, and I died with it. When I came to the settlement, when I agreed to make this flight, I think we all knew I'd never return, even if we wouldn't admit it to ourselves. But I'm just one man, Ruth, one small part of the story. The story goes on with or without me. There's tomorrow, your tomorrow. I've got no place in it, but it belongs to you, so don't waste your time crying over a man who died 18 years ago." He snapped off his suit radio and went the rest of the way to the ship in silence. After locking the hatch and pumping air back into the cabin, he took off his helmet. "Good, clean, canned air," Tom said to himself. "Too bad it won't last longer." He sat down and flicked a switch on the radio console. "All right, do you have those calculations ready?" "In a few moments," Arnoldson's voice. 10 minutes later, Tom re-emerged from the ship and made his ghost-like way back to the satellite's sighting mechanism. He checked the artificial moon's position, then went back to the ship. "On course," he said to the radio. "The transmitters are pointing a little northwest of Philadelphia." "Good," Arnoldson's voice answered. "Now, your next blast should be 3 seconds duration, in the same direction." "No," Tom said. "I've gone as far as I'm going to." "What?" "I'm not moving the satellite any farther." "But you still have not enough fuel to return to Earth. Why are you stopping here?" "I'm not coming back," Tom answered. "But I'm not going to beam the satellite's power to the settlement either." "What are you trying to pull?" Jason's voice, furious, panicky. "It's simple, Jason. If you want the satellite's power, you can dismantle the settlement and carry it to Pennsylvania. The transmitters are aimed at some good farming country and within miles of a city that's still half intact." "You're insane." "Not at all. We're keeping our deal, Jason. I'm giving you the satellite's power, and you're going to allow exploration of the cities. You won't be able to prevent your people from rummaging through the cities now, and you won't be able to keep the outsiders from joining you. Not once you get out from behind your own fence." "You can't do this. Tom snapped off the radio. He looked at it for a second or two, then smashed a heavy-booted foot against the console. Glass and metal crashed satisfactorily. "Okay," Tom thought, "it's done. Maybe Jason's right, and I'm crazy, but we'll never know now. In a year or so, they'll be set up outside Philadelphia, and a lot better for it. I'm forcing them to take the long way back, but it's a better way. The only way, maybe." He leaned back in the seat and stared out the observation port at the completed satellite. Already it was taking in solar energy and beaming it earthward. In 10 years, they'll send another ship up here to check the gadget and make sure everything's okay. Maybe they'll be able to do it in 5 years. Makes no difference. I'll still be here.
End of A Long Way Back by Ben Bova. Recording by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois.
Beyond the Ultraviolet by Frank M. Robinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Boswell. Beyond the Ultraviolet by Frank M. Robinson. You better take your money back, mister. Thanks a lot, but no thanks. I wasn't panhandling. My hat fell off and I was trying to find it on the sidewalk. Thanks again for finding it for me, but I think I could have managed. And no offense, but I can find my way all right without being led. You're surprised that I'm rather young, huh? Well, youth isn't a crime, and anyways, 24 can be either young or old, depending on who you're talking to. But I know what you mean. I'm rather young for being blind. Isn't that it? Most blind people you see on the streets are the old ones. The shabby ones with the pleading faces, and the hat with the lead pencils in it, or maybe a tin cup and a violin. Sorry to disappoint you, but I guess I'm not the type. Sure, I know. You were only trying to help. You probably think I'm bitter because I can't see your world and all the wonderful things in it. Well, it's a long story, but that's not the punchline. I might be bitter, but not for the reasons you might think. Up until 2 weeks ago, I could see as well as you, and you couldn't call what happened losing my sight. Not exactly. So you're curious. You want to hear the rest of it, and you're sure it's not just out of sympathy. Well, all right. There's a bar in the next block where we can get a booth and a couple of beers. Now look, I don't need to be led. You don't need eyes to find your way to a bar on a hot summer day like this. It's toward the end of the block, just a few steps further. Right here. There's a booth in the back where nobody will bother us for a while. Okay, make mine the same, and here's a $50 to pay for them. Don't worry, I've got money enough to keep me in beer and pretzels for a long time. Nobody could accuse the professor of being stingy with the university funds when he paid me off. It began about 6 months ago. I was in my 3rd year at college, studying physics under Professor Martin. Maybe you've seen Martin around the campus. A rather thin guy with a face like the Rock of Gibraltar. One of the few professors who can still sound enthusiastic about their subject after 20 years of teaching it. The unit we were studying at the time was the one on light and physical optics, primarily a study of the spectrum stretching from X-rays beyond the ultraviolet to the visible spectrum, down to the infrared and radio waves and short waves used in television and radar. I had been absent from class a week, and on my return, the professor invited me to dinner. After the dishes had been cleared away, he leaned back in his chair and lit what I took to be his usual after-dinner cigar. "I like to meet my students informally, Charles," he began. "Sorry that your wife couldn't come, but I understand she's, well..." He let the sentence trail off. I sat there feeling rather sick. It's one of those things you hope everybody's heard about so that you don't have to explain, to sit and take their looks of pity and sympathy. Apparently the professor hadn't heard. "I'm sorry," I said. "I thought you knew. Both Alice and the baby died." The hand he held his cigar in quivered a little. "I'm sorry," he said, and mercifully dropped it there. Then he changed the subject to the one he had in mind when he asked me to dinner. "Light, Charles, is such a large subject, and comparatively speaking, so little is known about it. But perhaps I know more than most, and if you wish, you can too. Would you like to see the world you live in, Charles? Not just the 0.1% that they call the visible spectrum, but all of it, the whole glorious universe of light." He took me into his confidence on his favorite research project, an attempt to see wavelengths other than those in the visible spectrum. His enthusiasm was catching, and there wasn't much hesitation. I signed the paper releasing the university from all responsibility in case of an accident. So easy to sign one's life away, though it wasn't actually my life, only my eyesight. The treatments began immediately. First, adaptation of vision to a dark room, like those used for flyers during the war. Then the drops of black liquid that the professor had invented, slowly spreading over the eyes, subtly altering the rods and cones of the retina, the nerve endings sensitive to light. And I began to live in a gradually fading world. Have you ever wondered what it's like to go blind? The increasing dusk and darkness around the edges of your vision, the little errors and mistakes that begin to crop up in everyday life. your blunder over a stool that you didn't quite see, your snubbing someone on the street whom you didn't recognize in time, the gradual awareness among your friends that something was wrong with your eyes and their crude attempts to make it easier for you. For to all intents and purposes, I was going blind. My range of vision remained the same, but it was shifting down the scale. The first colors to fade out of my vision were violet and blue in their tints. The sky overhead gradually became colorless. Magazine covers began to lose their appeal and slip into a bleak blending of yellows and reds. Then slowly, the other colors began to grow dim and less distinct, until finally even red had faded from my sight. But there were other colors that replaced them. Brilliant, scintillating colors that made seeing an adventure. Describe them to you? How could you describe red and green to a person who was blind from birth? How can I describe iridescent and Vlyoshin to you? Do you think you could understand? Do you think you could see what I mean? Oh, I could still get around in your world. I could still see people. All objects radiate heat, even ice. As an object's temperature goes up, the wavelength of the radiation given off goes up to the infrared, then into the visible. I could tell how hot water was by looking at it. I could see people by the heat they gave off. Glowing figures moving down the street and around the lab. And still my range of vision shifted, down to short waves and radio waves, the language of international communication, the wavelengths that the continents and countries speak to each other in. Do you know how beautiful the aerial of your radio is? The different waves running down it like ripples across a pond? Have you ever seen the glorious pool of light around a radio broadcasting station? Have you ever marveled at the thin, trailing filaments of color tangling in the nest of television antennas that the city carries on its rooftops? The professor was worried, for along with losing my sight of this world, I began to lose interest in it. A truly blind man wouldn't, for he has nothing to replace vision with. He's still bound to the commonplace globe. He can improve his hearing or his sense of touch, but nothing replaces his sight. It was different with me. I was seeing something far more interesting than the dull, mundane world. They fixed a cot up for me in the laboratory. An experiment like myself was far too important to risk on the streets. Even then, I'd bump into tables or smash lab apparatus. I suppose an important experiment like I was should have taken care of itself. Sort of like a self-lubricating motor. I'd cost the university lots of money, and I suppose I should have watched out for their investment, though I was probably the only one who didn't care what happened to me. There finally came a day when my eyes didn't change. I had reached a sticking point. The end of the spectrum? The professor said he didn't think so. I didn't think so either, for just beyond my range of vision seemed a hint of something else. I caught glimpses of something. I couldn't make out exactly what. There seemed to be vague suggestions of form and color and life, indistinct figures that capered and grimaced just beyond my view. There was nothing definite, nothing that I could draw a picture of and describe like you could an automobile or a building. There were just suggestions, a feeling of something more. There was a hint of life in these masses of winking light that beckoned and burned. The next day, the professor brought my eyes back to normal. Familiar objects had a sudden fascination that quickly faded when I had regained normal vision for an hour or so. It was a prosaic world once again. Radios and aerials were just cabinets of wood and plastic and glass tubes and strips of rusty wire and metal. I wasn't sure the experiment was over. I asked the professor if there was anything that would take me further along the scale, beyond, perhaps, even the spectrum as we knew it. He twisted his hands nervously behind his back and walked over and looked out the laboratory window. I could do it for you, Charles, but I'm not sure that I could bring you back. Your eyes would be stranded in that world of yours. You could never look at ours again." He turned from the window and faced me. "Why don't you forget it for a few weeks and then come back here? And if you still want to, we'll continue the experiment." I agreed and left. I spent the next 2 weeks doing nothing but looking at our world. Do you think you really appreciate your sight? If you knew you had but a few weeks of sight left, what would you do with it? Visit famous landmarks? See the country? If you thought about it, I think you'd do the same as I did. I began to enjoy what was close at hand, the surroundings I had lived in. Everyday sights held a certain fascination for me. The stark black and white mosaic of a city at the tag end of winter. The sheer raucous color of the magazines at your local newsstand. The smooth patterns of hues and tints in a department store window display. And how much do you appreciate springtime? The few weeks of the year when the city loses its look of drabness and little plots of grass and flowers add color to it, like brilliant strips of cloth in a dirty patchwork quilt. Then there were the kids roller skating down the sidewalks, the girls' pigtails flying and the boys' knickers flapping in the breeze. And later on, in the business blocks, the soft glow of neon against the swirling fog of a warm spring night. That was the last spring I'll ever see. I'll be able to smell the flowers and feel the warmth of the sun and run my fingers through the green grass, but I'll never see it again. After the few weeks were up, I returned to the professor, still curious about what lay beyond the spectrum limits. There were the eye washes and the drops, and then the heavy strips of white cloth wrapped around my head, keeping your world out and bounding mine with a rim of black. My last look at the world was of some kids playing in the city streets, and some breadcrumbs spread out on the windowsill for the birds. After that, a quick view of the lab. A jungle of glass retorts and vats filled with oily chemicals, and a close-up of Professor Martin's gnarled hands holding the bandages for my eyes. I lay on the cot in the lab for the next few days, listening to your world and feeling it and remembering it, the good and the bad, the adventuresome and the dull. I could hear the newsboy hawking his papers and the shouts of the kids and the clatter of the Main Street trolley. I could smell the factory smoke and the heavy animal odor drifting up from the stockyards. I could hear the people in the lab and Professor Martin scurrying about, asking me how I felt, and toward the end telling me that in a few hours the bandages would come off. 2 weeks ago, the professor came into the lab and started tearing at the adhesive, stripping away the layers of white cloth. Even when he had the bandages all the way off, I kept my eyes closed, almost afraid to open them. My eyes had to focus first. Everything was so damn brilliant and indistinct. Then my eyesight cleared, and suddenly everything was very plain. Well, that's about it. There isn't much more to tell. It hasn't been too boring to listen to me for 15 minutes, has it? I can tell you haven't been too bored because you haven't touched your beer, have you? It's getting warm, and you know what they say about warm beer. What did I see? You really want to know, don't you? Well, I've tried to rationalize and explain it, and I suppose I can, in a dim way. Put it this way. I'm totally blind now. What's bright to you is black to me, but I'm not bitter because I can't see your world, and I can't describe to you what I saw, because you see, I don't remember. Perhaps it's merciful, I don't know. I can only guess from what the professor told me. Professor Martin had stripped the bandages from my eyes, and he and a few assistants saw my eyes blur and finally focus on something in a different world from theirs. And then, before I fainted, I screamed one word that none of them would ever forget. Alice. End of Beyond the Ultraviolet by Frank M. Robinson.
Young Man with a Trumpet by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Young Man with a Trumpet by Frank Belknap Long. When men left Earth forever, the animals still carried on proudly. They knew, of course, that they could never hope to equal the Great One's shining accomplishments. But even the warthog and the lowly cricket were determined to avoid his mistakes and the tragic impulsiveness which had led to his defeat on a battleground of his own choosing. It may seem surprising to some, but what they missed most of all was music. It was more the pity, because animals in general have an excellent idea of pitch, and can swing and sway in quite miraculous fashion to nature's inimitable rhythms. They finally decided that something should be done about it. So they went into a huddle and came up with an astounding interrogative aphorism. Why not try? The leading spirit in this conclave of daring was, of course, the ass. He stood up on his hind legs and gave vent to a tremendous bray. This was the more remarkable because, unlike his far less intelligent cousin the horse, the ass has little talent for vocal improvisation. It was a most commendable effort, but it failed dismally. A bray is not music. It may have some of the qualities of music, but a single chord, however magnificently sustained, does not make for rapture on a tonal plane. In fact, regrettable as it may seem, the fox and the warthog held their ears. The skunk exuded an unforgivably unpleasant effluvium, and the prairie dog darted like a streak of midsummer lightning into his burrow. The wolf tried next. His howl was distinctly on the ferocious side, and it contributed nothing to the pleasures of the moment, even though there was an undercurrent of primitive amorousness in it, which should have delighted the females of his species. "You'll have to do better than that," the crocodile said, a comment which could have been put down to pure masculine pique, for the crocodile is notoriously sluggish in his mating habits. The bullfrog tried next, as if to prove that, while not exactly hairy-chested, he was in all respects the exact opposite of the crocodile. The cacophony of croakings which emanated from his throat was undeniably impressive, but a tone poem with a buzzsaw accompaniment is, at best, a contradiction in terms. "Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter," quoted the warthog, his uncouth swiftness on the trigger debasing the lines with an ironic implication never intended by Keats. "A legacy of song and story as impressive as man's should be the exclusive heritage of the elite," said the hornbill, with a patronizing scholarly vanity. His own contribution was a tragic flop. It was artificial and stilted, and it provoked the hyena to gales of laughter. Almost instantly the hyena realized that he had betrayed himself, and could have bitten his tongue out. He had intended to improvise out of character with a melodious persuasiveness, but the laughter was accepted by everyone as an ordeal that had to be endured, and could now be dismissed as a fait accompli. "I'm glad that's over," breathed the spoonbill, and went into a solo that made even the hornbill shudder, despite their undoubted kinship as members of a team whose erudition and bald-domed superiority could not be challenged. It was now the turn of the big cats. The less said about their roars, the better. The lion's was fiercely belligerent, the tiger's playful and beguiling. For, contrary to popular belief, the tiger is an amiable beast. But how could such formidable vocalisms conjure up visions Mozartian? Then it happened. A small, wiry figure arose, and without even awaiting his turn, lifted to his lips an incredible instrument of sound. It was fashioned of brass, and it flared at its tip like an earphone, the earphone of some pitifully ancient individual who has lost all touch with reality, and thinks of sound as a crutch. But the instrument was neither an earphone nor a crutch. The fox with his native sagacity, and the hornbill with his learning and knowledge of prehistory, recognized it for what it was. It was a trumpet, and it was golden. It had never been brass except in a wearisome literal sense, which did not matter at all. So golden indeed was it that there came from it now, like a banner resplendently unfurled, an incomparable salute to the dawn. Never had man dared to dream of such music. It was as if Ulysses, lashed to his mast, had burst his bonds at last, and was with swift breaststrokes approaching the island of his heart's desire. For this was siren music. This was the music of the spheres. It was the music almost of man dying young, Shelley in the blue Mediterranean, Bix Beiderbecke in Canyons of Steel, his last high, imperishable note winging its way into the blue infinite. Almost, but not quite. It was man music. By dint of long, patient practice, it had simply taken on those shadings of absolute perfection, the little more, that are the hallmarks of genius in its lonely and solitary pilgrimage under the stars. Was it Eddington who first affirmed that if you set a monkey to pounding on a typewriter through all eternity, he will eventually write Hamlet or King Lear? The statement has since found innumerable supporters who have paraphrased it in one way or another. But this was not Shakespeare. This was music, sensuous and unadorned. The monkey lowered his horn, and stood very still and straight and proud, while thunderous applause echoed and re-echoed through the glade and the star-bright meadows beyond. He had known all along that he could do it. End of Young Man with a Trumpet by Frank Belknap Long.
The Color of Space by Charles R. Tanner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzynski. The Color of Space by Charles R. Tanner. Dr. Henshaw faced his captor wrathfully. "Have you kept me here doped for a week?" he began. The Russian interrupted him with a quieting gesture. "Wait, Doctor," he said. "There is much that must be explained before you indict me. Have you no curiosity regarding your kidnapping or this room in which you find yourself?" His eloquent gesture took in the strange metal walls, the two doors, and the immense, shuttered circular window that covered almost all of one wall. "I think I understand clearly why I was kidnapped," growled Henshaw. "It's that secret process of mine. Russia and France have both been making frantic efforts to persuade me to sell. But I won't. Really, Doctor, after my explanation, I do think you will agree to sell it to Russia. Much has happened in the week that you have been unconscious." And seating himself in the room's only chair, Goodenough went on. "The day after I kidnapped you, a series of events were started, resulting in a war in which Russia faces the rest of Europe. Troops have massed on the Polish border, and the powers expected to invade Russia immediately. Then suddenly, news came from Paris that the Eiffel Tower had disappeared. Was this the work of Russia? Hard upon this news came the reports of the disappearance of the Nelson Monument from Trafalgar Square in London, and of the Woolworth Building, torn from its foundations in New York. That turned the tide. Panic attacked the powers. I'm afraid the morale of your Western nations is crumbling now, Dr. Henshaw." "What's the explanation?" asked Henshaw dazedly. "Just this, Doctor," the Russian answered. "Our scientists have succeeded in overcoming gravitation. 8 years ago, 2 of our scientists, while attempting to disprove the Langmuir theory of the construction of the atom, managed, by the use of terrific pressure, to combine helium and fluorine. As you know, helium has never before been combined with any element. The result was a dark green solid that was absolutely weightless. And further investigation showed that an electric current passed through it caused an absolute negation of gravity. Armed with this great weapon, our government began the construction of 3 great ships, designed to fly through to the atmosphere, or, if necessary, beyond it. The first was 100 meters in diameter, and was such a success that the others were made 4 times as large. It is these vast machines that have stolen those great buildings. What do you think will be the effect, Doctor, when Russia tells the powers tomorrow to search for their lost buildings on Venus? Do you think they will feel like going to war with a nation that can accomplish such miracles?" "Do you expect me to believe you?" asked Henshaw cynically. Goodenough rose and moved over to the huge circular window. He began to turn a wheel that opened the window's metal shutters. "Due to certain work which I had accomplished in America," he said, "the government honored me by placing me in command of the smallest of the machines. In order to secure your secret, Doctor, I took the liberty of bringing you along when the machines left for Venus. You are now 170,000 miles from the Earth and traveling fast. I offer you your return in exchange for the secret." Still smiling, Goodenough released the wheel and turned to Henshaw. "And, Doctor, if you care for proof," and he gestured toward the now uncovered window. Henshaw approached the window, his incredulity seemingly vanishing as he gazed at the stupendous scene without. Stars, millions of stars, covered the entire view. Above, below, everywhere. Stars swung in a mighty sweep around him from left to right, as though the entire heaven were spinning like a stupendous top. And as he gazed, Earth and Moon swept into view. The latter was almost hidden behind one of the two disc-like machines that hung between the Earth and Henshaw's viewpoint. The doctor caught a glimpse of a great brassy reflecting surface, a central apparatus resembling a solar engine, and tremendous tentacles that held a huge building in their grasp. Then machines, Earth, and Moon had swept past the window, and only the stars appeared. When he turned, he found the Russian beside him, looking over his shoulder. "Are we rotating?" Henshaw asked, his disbelief turned to awe. "Yes," Goodenough nodded. "The centrifugal force of our rotation is what gives the effect of gravity in the car." As Goodenough spoke, Earth, Moon, and the great machines again swept into view, and this time Henshaw was able to secure a better view of them. He saw that the building in the grasp of the foremost machine was really the Woolworth, and that the farther one held the Eiffel Tower in its arms. The machines swept out of view, but in a few minutes appeared again. Goodenough began proudly to explain them. "That brass surface reflects the greater part of the sun's rays. Although space is intensely cold, when the rays strike directly on anything, they heat it up to a remarkable degree. As you see, we reflect most of the heat from the machine's surface. What we need is absorbed by the solar engine in the center. Note the curved mirrors, which reflect the heat to the central cylindrical steam boiler. The steam generated runs the turbines that generate electricity to heat and operate the whole machine. See that green globe in the middle of the machine?" he continued as the machine swung past again. "That's the helium fluoride. An electric current is passed through it when we first leave the Earth, but after a good speed is secured, our inertia carries us on." "What are those two searchlight beams?" asked Henshaw. "They are not light beams, Doctor. They are hollow cones of gas lit up by the sun. The helium fluoride is not a stable substance. It slowly decomposes into its elements. The resulting gases are forced through pipes and through the boiler of the solar engine, where the heat expands them and drives them at a high pressure, through the nozzles you see. The recoil of the resulting jets is used for steering the disc." Henshaw turned back into the room, his eyes dazed by the view of the rapidly revolving heavens. "That door," he said, pointing. "It leads to outer space?" The Russian eyed him narrowly and then nodded. "I suppose you've bolted it," Henshaw went on smilingly, "so that I can't leap out into space and take my secret with me?" "Oh, no," Goodenough answered. "It was locked when we left the Earth, and I've just left it that way. I'll unlock it, but don't think it can be opened. With 15 pounds of air pressure on this side and a vacuum on the other, wild horses couldn't open it." As he spoke, he unbolted the door and stepped back, smiling. Like a flash, Henshaw flung himself at the door and, jerking it open, fled through. Darting down the long hall in which he found himself, he tore open another door. and before Goodenough could gather his startled wits, he hurled it open and was out. Finding himself in a well-lighted, well-populated street, Dr. Henshaw walked calmly away. The next day, an admiring group of reporters listened in amazement to Henshaw's story of the kidnapping. Goodenough's story, the metal room, and all the rest were just staged to put me in the proper mind to divulge my secret, he said as he finished. The scene that I witnessed through the window was probably a cleverly designed motion picture. You know how uncannily natural those orthochromatic stereo pictures are. But, Doctor, interrupted one of the men, it took nerve to open that door. How did you know that you wouldn't find yourself in interplanetary space? Henshaw's eyes twinkled. I was quite positive before I opened the door that I wasn't in interplanetary space. In the first place, as the Russian said, if we were in free space, I couldn't open it. Then, when the Russian designed his little show, he made two rather inexcusable mistakes. In the first place, the disk nearest me, when lighted by the sun, would have made a reflection of such an intense brilliance that I would have been unable even to look at it. Then again, he pictured the sky as it appears to us on Earth, deep blue and sprinkled with stars. As we know, the bluish tinge of our midnight sky is caused only by the diffusion of the faint starlight by our atmosphere. In space, the sky would appear a black of the deepest jet. Furthermore, there would be seen 10 times as many stars as were perceptible from the spaceship. Therefore, with these fundamental mistakes in the little drama, I was quite sure I would find a city street beyond that door. End of The Color of Space by Charles R. Tanner.
Before the Ice Age by Alfred Fritchie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Hess. Before the Ice Age by Alfred Fritchie. Forward. In reading this most amazing yet truthful story, please remember that I am not a trained writer. I am only a tunnel and mine worker, and I've written down the things as I've seen them. Therefore, kindly excuse my English as well as grammar, as I am aware that neither is perfect. 1. Up on a certain job, they were putting a tunnel through a granite mountain. It was a big job, and they were working day and night. They had cut through a vein of water, a vein of onyx, and a vein of silver. The silver especially was particularly beautiful, being in the spreading out, branched form of an immense tree. However, the lead was not followed, for the tunnel was a power tunnel, designed to hold water, and as time was a big factor and the expense of the project was colossal, such byplays as silver mines were unimportant. Besides, it was the expert opinion that the silver tree in the tunnel was a mere pocket. But they did strike something in that mountain that was no byplay. It was neither gold nor diamonds, though in the opinion of a certain professor it was a more remarkable find than either. And it halted the tunnel advance for 3 shifts, day and night. What then was the find? A find which made Tunnel Number 10 in Bald Mountain so celebrated? Let us review the affair. As I have remarked, they worked 2 shifts, a day and a night one. This left an interval between, as the shifts were 8 hours each. This interval was split into 2 parts for a purpose, one part being allotted to each shift. Drilling as they did during the working hours, and putting in the charges just before quitting time, it was customary for the shift boss of the retiring shift to set off all the explosions he had arranged immediately after work. This left a period for the air to clear before another shift came on. Of course, it was necessary to keep an accurate count on the shots heard. Otherwise, the next shift going in was in danger of their lives. That's why the shooting was allotted to the shift bosses. Even with such precautions, it was not always possible to be certain of the tabulation, for in spite of efforts to prevent it, 2 shots sometimes came at the same time. A very loud blast was occasionally put down as 2 shots, but this was mere guesswork. And when lives depended on it, it was the worst of judgment to come to such a conclusion. There are persons of the opinion, however, that the explosion which wrecked Tunnel Number 10 was not due to an unexploded shot. How else, then, do they explain it? They claim there was some kind of an explosive in the chamber which was revealed by the blast. However, let us observe the shift working at the time of the explosion and see what we may see. This particular night, Dan Parker was the shift boss. Daly of the day gang had reported all okay, so Parker and his crew rode into the tunnel with no apprehension whatever. This fellow Parker was a red-faced man, jovial, puffy, and fat. He wheezed continually as if he had the asthma, claimed he got it from being gassed in the World War. He was a good shift boss, tolerant, resourceful, and good-natured. This night there was a fellow named Reno Bob as one of the miners. They worked 3 miners with each shift, each miner having a helper. Then, too, there was a crowd of muckers, fellows who shoveled up the mud, dirt, and rock into the miniature train which hauled out the debris. Reno was not a regular night shift man. He belonged to Daly's gang. But a rock had fallen on one of the miners, and the management, wishing to lose no time and expecting a new man every minute, had shifted Bob over to Parker's crowd. This Reno Bob was built like Hercules. He had a dark, saturnine face and coal-black eyes, a very devil of a handsome fellow. He was not especially pleased to hear he was put on the night shift, for he had been in the habit of taking Mrs. Parker, Dan's wife, to the movies down at the pavilion in the evening, and this change would cut him out of such diversion. However, this was not unknown to Dan. Reno was a welcome visitor to the Parker home, whether he worked days or nights, being a great friend of the night shift boss. Mrs. Parker was a very pretty woman with a flood of yellow hair and fascinating green eyes. No one would have ever thought her likeness was behind that thin stone wall which Parker and Reno Bob faced when they came on shift that fatal night. But so it was. The story is almost unbelievable for weirdness. Talk about King Tut and his tomb. His place wasn't in it with what they found up on the Bald King Mountain. And so many things happened afterward that couldn't be explained by any modern methods. But I anticipate my story. You see, the watchman at the tunnel mouth always gave the new shift coming on the result of the last boss's tabulation. This night, he merely said, "Everything to the good." Now, if Daly had missed a count, he should have said so. No one would have blamed him for that. That's merely human nature. Not always, to be sure. Anyhow, Daly had orders to report so if he hadn't caught a full count, and he certainly failed to carry out orders. The new shift rode to their working place in a long string of dinky cars, run by a fellow whose long legs were nearly in his face as he drove the tiny electric locomotive which pulled the train. This fellow's name was Matt, probably an abbreviation for Matthew, but he is of no interest in the story. Anybody else could have pulled the train. I know I could. They came to the place which halted them, the place where the fallen wall surface was piled up on the tracks. Of course the muckers all had high hip boots. So had the miners. They had to have. There was water in the tunnel. No river of water, but great drops which oozed languidly out. And the floor was as slippery as the devil. The night crew jumped from the cars, not carelessly but with one hand on the side. Otherwise, he's liable to be on his seat in the mud, sprawled out and slightly damp to the skin. For the place was usually sopping wet. It was a humid, stifling place to work in spite of a ventilating fan which theoretically cleared away the foul air. But the muckers began shoveling, not briskly and as if their lives depended on it, but with the measured ease of men accustomed to the shovel and also to mines, a stroke about half between that of a harp and a Mexican. Still, they had Mexicans working here too, but they were not like the ones I refer to. So the miners set their jackhammers and began pounding into solid rock. Ever see a jackhammer? Well, it's like a long drill, much larger, of course, than what a dentist uses. It's worked the same, both of them use electricity, but the jackhammer gets his from a longer distance. Still, I don't know. Maybe the power the dentist uses comes from the same mountain. The muckers had cleared away most of the fallen matter, and the jackhammers had drilled 1 or 2 holes already. It seems Dan Parker had stopped by Reno to ask him about the show down at the pavilion. He says so himself, and it's reasonable. It isn't Reno tells it. Reno's gone fluey. Parker says he had just shouted in Reno's ear about the show, heard Reno reply something about love's reward, that was the show, you see, and had just turned away when the blast came. It must have been Reno's jackhammer, for he's the only one went fluey. Besides, any other man who had drilled into dynamite would have known it. Shocks like that ain't forgotten. Well, the blast caught them all. There was a mess, I tell you, in that tunnel. I wasn't there myself, but I heard Johnny Tinker tell what he saw. Johnny said it was worse than a plane bomb in the World War. Johnny was in that war, so he ought to know. Well, there was that blast. The train driver, Matt, you recall, who was just running a string of loaded cars out, caught the sound at the tunnel's mouth, and he had an inkling of what it meant. He shifted his string, caught up a bunch of empties, took on the watchman, and raced into the tunnel. But he had to stop before he came to the place. There was some kind of an odor neither of them ever smelt before. This odor made the air almost impossible to breathe. They had to come out again. By this time, there was a crowd of men about the entrance. You see, they never shot their blasts off at night. It was always morning when the night crowd came off shift. So anyone who heard the blast on that particular night knew something unusual had happened. Seeing that Matt and the watchman were stopped by foul air, the emergency apparatus was brought out, and several of the men being rigged up, Matt forever lost his chance to see the result of the explosion, for Charlie Bates took his place. Of course, the lights were put out of commission by this shock, weren't usually though, which only goes to show it was no ordinary blast. So they had to take in torches, you know the kind. They call them carbide, fill them with a white powder, and run in water. Then they light a little hole where the gas comes through. They're not bad lights. When they got up to the wreckage, they found only debris and darkness. Flashing their torches toward the wall they were cutting through, they saw a great jagged hole exposed by the blast going into a cavity. But although this surprised them, they were not there to explore cavities. They were there to save lives, and they got to work looking for the missing men. One by one, they pulled them out. 4 of them were dead, and 1 man was permanently locoed. That was Reno. I guess anybody would have been locoed who ran into a similar bit of shaking up. I know I wouldn't want to. The rest of the night crew were okay. They were unconscious for a time, but they came around nicely. Harry Getz says he dreamed of chasing ostriches down in South Africa. If he did, I'll bet he never caught any of them, for Harry is too slow even to catch a cold. Well, they knocked off work for the day, let the air in for the tunnel to ooze off its poisonous fumes. Next night, they went in again. Not the regular crew, remember. Men ain't no fools. Most of the regular crew who were capable of moving on their legs were down the hill by this time. You'd be surprised the way a few dead men will change the working crew of a mine. But it does. Parker still was along, however. When a man's married, he can't just go and jump his job because of some unexpected explosion. The job of supporting a family is a more serious affair often than even TNT blasts. And you know there's some blasts. 2. They came to the ragged hole. They poked in their torches. Finally, Parker, who was a brave man, being as he was in the World War, went into the cavern and explored. He came back and his face was white. "For God's sake," said he to Dick Combs, "come in here and see if you see what I see." In the cavern in which Parker and Combs found themselves was a heap of skeletons clustered near a peculiar, wonderfully embossed little bronze box, the lid of which had been broken open, probably by the explosion. This lid had a tiny hole, the mouth of an octopus head, with which it was adorned. The cavern curved away from the line toward which the tunnel was being driven, so that work was only temporarily halted because of the find. But at the other end, along a walk of leopard-spotted agate, was a figure in mosaic which held them spellbound. It was of heroic size, and seemed to represent a woman's head on an immense snail's shell. The woman's eyes were large rubies, and her headdress, somewhat like the Grecian statues of their goddesses, was a helmet made up of innumerable flakes of moonstone. The woman's face seemed remarkably lifelike, colored as it was with some shining enamel which seemed to match the glow of health. Dick Combs said it was enough to startle one, the head standing out as it did away from the wall and seeming so real. But what was the explanation of the skeletons? No one could guess. It seemed a mystery beyond the knowledge of simple miners and those who know even less than miners, the weak-headed muckers. Parker and Combs returned, and work was resumed. However, work was immediately halted when Dan went to the mouth of the tunnel and telephoned headquarters. That's where they showed good sense. How'd they know but it might be something of great importance? Old Addington, the superintendent, certainly deserved credit for stopping work till some of those university guys had a peep. Remember, this was in a solid mountain, and heaven knows how long it might have been there. Professor Eddy came down. He seemed like a very capable man to us people, whose only glimpse of education is the schoolmarm up at number 2 and the parson at number 7. He could talk about Eocene and Pliocene till he had us all woozy. I've studied a few of the scenes myself, being interested in geology, but I never had any Plesiosaurus or Bronchosaurus eating out of my hand like that guy had. He knew everything that was to be known and some which wasn't. Well, he went up to the hole in the tunnel wall, gave a look at the snail lady, and gasped. Even his expert knowledge of such things failed to classify her. He was flabbergasted. He was nonplussed. He was absolutely speechless, something queer in a professor. He sent for a crony of his back at the big school where they both taught, and there never before was such English used as these two delvers in the ground used when they looked in the place exposed by Reno's shell. Professor Eddy explained the pile of skeletons in the old cavern in front of the snail lady as persons sacrificed to her. Then Professor Monk took a peep at the little bronze box and allowed his colleague had a shot of dope. He said, "The box is in ancient Aramaic, and the inscription thereon says that it contains a volatile poison which shall guard the inner chamber ever from profanation." Professor Eddy says, "How does it come we are here?" This, of course, was a poser for the man who read Aramaic, but some of the boys came to the fellow's assistance and told of the terrible smell immediately after the explosion. "That explains it perfectly," contended Monk. "This was a protection against vandals only till an explosion occurred. It was a very delicate apparatus, probably an invention which has never since appeared on the earth. And the blast broke the small quantity liberation of the gases and made the poisonous odor which was remarked just after the catastrophe." I must say Monk reasoned much better than his name sounded. Then the two savants went back and looked at the snail lady. "What do you make out of it?" asked Eddy. "It represents patience," was the reply. That fellow monk was always good at replies. He seemed to have accumulated a lot of sense with his years. However, Professor Eddy didn't quite like the interpretation of his colleague. "Your mistake is natural," he said. "I don't acknowledge I have made one, yet," replied the redoubtable monk. "Then I will show you," remarked Professor Eddy. "Your solution is merely a superficial observation. If you study the hybrid's form closely, you will find a snail shell is not a snail shell, but the shell of the nautilus. Now, the nautilus, from earliest times, has symbolized a rising spiritually. This figure faces a death chamber because the woman's head on the nautilus shell symbolizes resurrection. Am I right, my dear professor?" Dr. Monk admitted that should excavation disclose another chamber behind, Professor Eddy's theory might be the correct one. "What is your theory for the reason such a high spot was selected for the tomb?" asked he then, with the look of a man who has propounded a poser. "High spots were the sacred ones," answered Eddy, the learned, easily and as if he had instantaneously solved it. Dr. Monk shook his head. "Do you know why this place is where it is?" "Not if my theory does not suffice." "It is where it is because of a catastrophe. It was, that is, the mountain, of a much lower elevation. It may even have been only a hill, but some incomprehensible power lifted it to its present eminence." "What is your proof?" asked the other doubtfully. "This." And Professor Monk exhibited a small world shell in the palm of his hand, which he called a whelk. "Where'd you get this?" asked Dr. Eddy, "and what does it signify?" "I got it on the mountainside 1/2 mile down, dug it out of a lime bed, and it signifies that the place where it came from was at one time under water." "But how do you know that wasn't before this place was used as a sepulchre?" "Because," answered Professor Monk, "the little bronze box there refers to this sacred tomb guarded by the volatile poison as an island." "I don't doubt you," remarked Dr. Eddy, "but I wish I read Aramaic also." "That wish is only natural, but surely you don't in the slightest way question my reading, my dear professor." "Not at all. Your reading is eminently reassuring to me, but to the public, you must remember, 2 savants' reading would be conclusive." 3. Shovels and picks were brought up, and a certain number of laborers supplied to the 2 professors. I had been assigned to them from the first. That's why I can relate so much of their conversation. They interested me, and they were worth listening to. The whole figure of the snail lady was carefully removed from the wall so that it could be reconstructed in a museum. And it was found to be only a veneer, put up in flakes on a suitably chiseled-out place in the solid rock. All of the pieces were said by the professors to be semi-precious stones. Of course, to the average mine worker, this meant nothing at all. Even the most experienced were merely familiar with quartz, granite, limestone, and the various ores. While the muckers knew nothing, some of them disputed things accepted as true for the last 6 centuries. Now, the door, or what they believed was the door, was found to be in the shape of a truncated pyramid. That's what Professor Monk called it. And Dr. Eddy gave it as his opinion that it could not be battered in because the inside was smaller than the outside. Dick Grebs, who was a miner temporarily loaned to the university guys, was for drilling a hole and putting in a light charge of dynamite. But both the doctors vetoed this move. "No telling what's inside," they said. So instead of a shot being fired, a hole was drilled clean through the door. Do you know that door was a foot thick? Well, it was. We measured it. After the hole was drilled, a stick was gotten of the same size as the hole. Pete Miller went out and got it. They were near the west entrance here, an entrance drilled for air, and Pete says he had to climb a tree to get it. Then they made little holes at the end of the stick and put in little springs, which would be compressed to fit the hole, but which would spring out as soon as they got on the other side of the door, and so give us a leverage. It worked all right. 5 of the boys removed the door easily. The air inside nearly blew out our lamps. We had to wait an hour before we could enter. I didn't care. You see, I got paid just the same. Our time went on. We weren't hired by the profs. We were merely loaned to them. Well, we hung around the west entrance. It was no entrance at all, as I told you, but an air shaft. All that time, and then Professor Eddy, testing the air, said it was okay. So we trails in. There was a sight in that room almost made my heart stand still with wonder. A lamp in the shape of an icicle with a beautiful blue globe hung from the ceiling, and it gave a brilliant and weirdly penetrating light. The first thing which struck us as strange was the appearance of a man, a big muscled fellow, a fellow even larger and more powerful than Reno Bob, standing to the north at a niche in the wall. We couldn't mistake this, for there were lights back of the fellow, so that he shone vividly before us. He was a real man. He held toward us menacingly a black tube of 5 barrels, which had a curious arrangement at the other end, as if it might be some kind of a gun. Now everybody saw this, all the boys and the 2 professors. We just looked at the fellow and gasped, as one would do who came on a live man in a tomb. The next moment, we looked and the fellow was gone. We went over to the wall and looked at the niche, and there was none there. Instead, there was a plate of what seemed like frosted glass. Now, did you ever hear anything like that? A man standing lifelike before you to disappear while you looked? Professor Monk cried to the doctor, "Did you notice his classification? He is pre-glacial." "What gave you such conclusion?" asked the other doubtingly. "His robe. It was made of mammoth hair." "But was it a man?" demanded Eddy. "It may only be some kind of a projection, some method of throwing up on an apparently blank surface some image of something. Maybe we stepped on something which caused the thing to appear." So we had to trail out again and practice over our entrance to the place. No use. We couldn't tramp exactly right, it seemed. We never saw the pre-glacial man again. But say, you ought to have seen that wall. It was made up of an infinite number of squares, so that the roof was neither round nor square, but a kind of a compromise between. And on the walls, there were pythons and dinosaurs in wondrous color, together with gorgeous butterflies, much larger than any now known, and a funny bird, which Dr. Eddy announced as a near relative of the pterodactyl. It was quite a funny-looking bird. Only the pterodactyl was not a bird, but a flying saurian reptile. Editor. Then our attention being attracted to a great golden lizard. He must have been the god of all lizards, for he was colored like it, had fire in his mouth, a great golden head, flakes of blue, scarlet, and orange on his back, which seemed outlined on what appeared to be a row of shells around the whole room. Professor Monk looked at an inscription, took down what seemed like a piece of cardboard, and we all looked. It was light, and you couldn't see through it, and it seemed like some kind of a chart. In fact, in red outlines on a dull gray surface were some maps of something. But I never saw such maps. There isn't anything on the Earth's surface now like those maps showed. They were awfully funny. But Professor Monk gave an exclamation as if the source of life were discovered. Then he cried, "The land surface of terra firma before the last glacial epoch." But somebody trod on something which nearly gave us heart failure. Out of the floor of the room, on powerful springs, arose 2 caskets. Pete Miller was bowled clean over by one of them, but nobody laughed. It was too solemn a sight. In each of the caskets, which were supported on golden onyx pedestals of carved mammoths, lying in repose, not a hue different from in life, in elaborate costumes, were two figures. The one on the right was that of a woman. Strange to relate, too, it had a similar appearance to Dan Parker's wife. Now, don't get me wrong. There's nothing at all to this likeness save what some fools like to give it. There were people who weren't friendly to Dan or to Reno who would like to infer that Reno wasn't just what he should have been because some idiot noticed that one of the figures resembled the lady in the Parker home. But I, who saw the caskets, say they don't know what they're talking about. It was only a distant likeness. The woman lying in that room had a long, drawn face, dolichocephalic, I think the professors called it, and her eyes were wonderfully formed, even when closed, like an angel's, it seemed to me. Whereas the man was dark and ferocious-looking. He had a mustache somewhat like the Norseman, and his body was encased in what looked like silver mail, but not in plates. Rather, it was like fine chain, closely woven together. On his head was a gold crown of filigree goldwork, the thing being a continuous circle of heads of the mammoth. The woman had on a dress of such fine texture that her body could be seen through it. It looked as if made from spider's silk. Maybe in that period when she lived, they paid more attention to spiders and had developed them to a greater degree than any living spiders these days. Her feet were clad in moccasins of rattlesnake skin, while the tiara, I thought it was a crown, but the professors called it a tiara, was of gold filigree work representing a circlet of butterflies, large sapphires being the wings and making them blue butterflies. But this was not all. There were 10 little gold boxes arranged in a circle around the room, standing on pedestals of white marble, the slabs under the little gold boxes differing and being semi-precious stones like sagonite, jade, moonstone, sardonyx, bloodstone, and stones even the professors could not recognize. What these boxes were, nobody knew. They had a little peephole and a glass somewhat like a lens inside, while behind was another glass piece which seemed frosted. But there was only darkness when one looked in these boxes. The professors puzzled their heads in vain, but could not make out what these boxes were. It was plain they were something important, or they would not have been arranged with such care, or been around, adorning, as it were, a king and queen. Professor Eddy stood at the casket of the queen, studying the lace collar she wore, an exquisite thing made almost of thistledown, it seemed, when he gave a little cry of surprise. "What is it?" asked Dr. Monk. "The secret of the boxes." "Where?" "On the floor here." Professor Monk looked and saw a number of golden squares arranged in a mosaic around a central dove. "I don't see the secret," he confessed. "Explain it." The other pointed to the floor and said, "Notice the dove is in the shape of a turn button." "What of that?" demanded Dr. Monk incomprehensively. "Turn it," suggested the other. Monk did so. There was the instant shining of light seen in the little gold boxes. Each of us, the professors as well as the workmen, selected a box and looked in. In that tiny box, in each of them in fact, was an inner 8-sided wheel, each side of which contained a picture, which the front lens made real, of some grand scene of the recumbent monarch's reign. Now don't get the idea it was like present-day moving pictures. It was far more natural. It was so made that not only were the scenes in their exact colors, but there was also some arrangement by means of which the figures seemed to stand out like in real life, instead of being flat like moving pictures are. Here they had some knowledge which the present-day moving picture industry would have given thousands of dollars to obtain, and they had it maybe 10,000 years ago. But the thing which excited Professor Monk most was a fantastic bronze-colored box set on a shelf at the feet of the caskets. It had in it little plates of some light material, The surface of the plates containing little squares, maybe half an inch each and a quarter inch apart. 12 of these plates had a ring through corners at top and bottom, uniting the plates. Monk looked at these through a magnifying glass and uttered an exclamation. "What is it?" asked his friend. "The history of the world 10,000 years ago." "You don't mean it," cried Eddie, his face filled with joy. "Now I must study Aramaic. I know I must." "Think of what it means to mankind," observed Dr. Monk. "Maybe the secret of the earth's shifting of its poles can be learned." Dr. Eddy picked up one of the plate books. "How much writing is on one plate?" he asked. "As much as is on about 25 pages of an average book. Each of these squares is a page. Look and see." Professor Eddy gazed through his friend's magnifying glass. "Wonderful," he cried. "We are looking at the first book, Doctor." As it was now time to knock off work for the day, the professors and everybody else left the cavern and returned to camp, thinking nothing would be molested, as one would naturally think in the mountains where even doors are left unlocked. But they reckoned without taking into consideration the stupidity of some corporations. It is true the power part of the tunnel was the primary concern of those at the top, but they might have taken a bit more interest in the excavation still going on. If they had done so, such an irreparable loss would not have taken place. The night shift, which had been at work when the opening up of the secret chamber had been carried out, asked no questions as to whether explosions would in any way affect the discoveries made. Instead, when Parker, and I blame Dan for this, came to leave the hole, he touched off the holes he had drilled. Professor Monk gave a gasp and nearly fainted when he heard the shots. "What's wrong?" asked Professor Eddy. "Nothing," answered the other. "But they might have told us." "Who?" "Whoever set off those shots." "You're right," exclaimed Dr. Eddy. "It might have ruined those caskets. They looked like glass to me." 4. Professor Monk was so wrought up he could not sleep that day. You see, he had been on the night shift opening up that chamber of mysteries. So he went and got Professor Eddy, who was also awake, and the two went up to have a look. Now, I wasn't along this time, so I'll have to give hearsay, and hearsay, as anyone knows, is unreliable. When the two savants came to the room of their wonderful discoveries, they were aghast, and well they might be. There was not a thing to be seen of all that list of wonders. Professor Monk tottered. "You will not have to learn Aramaic now, Professor Eddy," he said brokenly. "Why?" asked Eddy, stunned and not knowing what he said. "Nothing to read." "Where are the tablets?" Dr. Monk picked up a handful of sand at the foot of the pedestal where the book sheets had reposed. "This is all that remains of them," he said. "They were made of glass." "But the caskets," cried Eddy. "Where are they?" Monk picked up a handful of sand from a heap at the foot of the carved mammoths. "This is part of them," he said. "But the bodies," interposed Eddy. "You don't grasp the nature of our discovery," explained Monk. "They were not bodies. They were glass replicas of the original. They were wonderful likenesses." "I'll say they were," said Eddy. "And the maps and histories?" "Glass, all glass," whispered Monk hollowly. "No wonder nothing remains of that age," remarked the other. "Nothing of the pre-glacial age. It was an age of glass." End of Before the Ice Age by Alfred Fritchie.
Memorium by Basil Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memorium by Basil Wells. "Tell me about Gramour, Granther," the thin-faced little boy demanded. "You promised to tell me about my 3 grammars." Vance Norrell's attention snapped reluctantly back to his visitor. It was perhaps not surprising that he should have dropped off for a moment. At 130, such a lapse was understandable. His eyes cleared. "Ah, yes, your great-great-grandmothers, Ronnie. First of all, there was Elsie. A lovely woman. Tall she was, taller than I, and dark. She rode well, swam well, even played championship golf. There was nothing she could not do. Including lying, his mind wanted to add. After her death, when in a fit of anger she had driven too fast and crashed into a nest of highway posts, her Memorium tapes had been brought to him in the hospital where he was recuperating. And from the tapes he learned what he had never really suspected, that her affections were as unstable and as unpredictable as her golf game was accurate. She had loved him. The tapes, at 5-year intervals, had confirmed that. But in the 15 years of their long life together, she had many regrettable episodes to recall, times when anger or loneliness had driven her to seek other companions. "We were happy, Ronnie. I was teaching in an upstate college, and your Gramour Elsie was touring the world collecting trophies. I remember seeing her on television talking with kings, prime ministers, and presidents. It had been a miserable, lonely life for Elsie. The tapes told the real truth of those years. Her gay letters home had been mainly untruths. Yet a hard core of ambition, of a hunger for adulation, had driven her on. His first hurt anger at what her memories had revealed had changed to sympathy and pity as he came to understand her better. While the second boy, Arthur, was being born, he had resigned from his instructor's position and gone into business, and Arthur's birth had left Elsie in poor health. Her globe-trotting days as an athlete and a golfer ended, and in rebellion she had struck back at him blindly and secretly, childishly. The last wild ride that had taken her life had almost cost him his own, and the will to suicide had colored all of her thinking in the past long period before that tragic event. Of course, Ronnie, Gramour Elsie remained at home after your great-grandmother was born, and after she was killed in an automobile crash, all her trophies were put into a case at the country club. And after that you married Gramour Vivian and became very wealthy, and you built this living dome here in Antarctica near the mines." Ronnie smiled gravely. "That part I know very well." Yes, that part Ronnie knew very well. But Ronnie had not known the austere, efficient nurse, his second wife, who had cared for him after the accident. She had been a dutiful and thoughtful wife, a perfect mother to Elsie's 2 sons and their own 3 daughters, but always there had been a feeling of reserve between them. Even in their most intimate moments she had seemed self-sufficient and respectful. Only after her death in her sleep, when he was 60 and Vivian was 50, had he learned that she had a rheumatic heart, and should have slackened her headlong pace years before. And from her memory tapes, sent to him by the Memorium proctors 6 months after the burial, he learned how distorted and cramped had been her philosophy of life. She had hated and disliked all men. A silly, slightly sordid romance in her girlhood was her mental excuse for this attitude. Inwardly she shrank from any sign of affection, or any physical contact with him. Yet she desired marriage for the social status and monetary independence it offered. Bitterly she had paid the price. "Gramour Vivian was an unusual woman," Norrell told Ronnie, an ironic tone to his surprisingly strong old voice. "After she died I did not plan to remarry. I spent all my time in Antarctica building subterranean highways and developing mines. Until Grammar Eldris Aardvark, Ronnie rolled the Aardvark on his tongue, came down to visit her son in one of your camps. I think you know all this better than I do, Ronnie, Norrell said, laughing. Maybe I should tell the proctors to destroy my memory tapes after I am gone. You will not need them. Oh, no, Granther, it is against the law. Only after 100 years without a withdrawal from the files can a Memorium tape be destroyed. I wish to keep in touch with you. It will be like talking with you again. I see the proctors are doing a good job of indoctrination in the schools, Ronnie, Norrell sighed. When I was your age, back in 1950, the universal recordings of all citizens' memories was not even imagined. That came in the 70s. The Communists developed the system of brain stripping and recordings to weed out subversives and loyal party members. They adapted it from our own process of clearing a distorted brain in our mental institutions and giving the individual a fresh start with a blank memory. By the 21st century, all the major nations were keeping mental checks on their citizens, and eventually even the party leaders, much to their horror, were checked and removed from office. I know all that, Granther, Ronnie cried impatiently. We have it in school on ever so many edutapes. They say that the Memorium is the greatest deterrent to crime and vicious thinking. But I want to hear about the olden times, when there were wars and singing commercials and big ugly cities. It was not so wonderful, Ronnie. Today is much nicer and safer. When I was a boy, we worshipped cowboys and pirates. Today it is the GI and the city gangster. Tell me about how you and Grammar Eldris Aardvark were caught in the vehicular subway for 3 days after that earthquake, Granther. Eldris Aardvark was in his mind's eye even as his voice went on speaking. Eldris, so slight, so daintily feminine, and so girlishly blonde and beautiful, despite her 40 years and her grown engineering son. They had been trapped together for 3 days in a subway shuttle, and he had fallen in love, despite the 25 years between their ages. For her, he had realized, this was a marriage of companionship and luxury. She had always known poverty. His 2 previous marriages had given him an insight into why women marry, but so deep was his love for Eldris that he wanted to be with her under any conditions. And they had been happy. Despite the continual gnawing realization that only his money and position had drawn them together, Norrell had enjoyed a long 63 years of life with Eldris. She had died but 2 years before. Granther, I think I liked Grammar Eldris better than either of my other grammars, Ronnie was saying. Of course, she's the only grammar I knew. Norrell squeezed the little boy's shoulder hard. It had been harder to accept the Memorium tapes of Eldris than it had been to see her body disappear into the crematorium. For days he had refused to open the small sealed packets and insert the tapes into the reproducer. He felt that he could not endure to contact that beloved mind and feel their hatred, distaste, and hidden foulness that humans too well know. And when, in his great loneliness, he finally did renew contact with the recorded memories of Eldris, he was astounded and humiliated. For Eldris, through all the years of their marriage, had loved him. Her first marriage had ended in hatred, yes, and in pity for a weakling, but for Norrell there was only a deepening respect and sincere affection. And he had returned that love with a never-ending mistrust and cynical suspicion of her motives. But he was happy now. After Ronnie left, he would be alone again with her Memorium tapes. Together they would relive the long happy years of their marriage. He would share her sadness as she felt that Norral did not care enough, and he would feel her joy as their grandchildren and their children came to visit and to be married in the old family dome. He must have been napping for the fraction of a second. "I must go now, Grand'ther. You are tired. Mother says I am not to tire you." "Come again tomorrow. And Ronnie?" His bony arm reached out for the boy's gay blue tunic. "After I am gone, and you are old enough to withdraw my tapes from the Memorium library and contact them—" He paused, his frail old fingers tightening on the fabric. "Do not think too harshly of me and your other Grand'thers and Grammars. When we were young, we could not know that after death all our thoughts would be laid bare. Our parents and our nations did not know, and we were fed untruths that colored all our lives." The little boy's thin face was puzzled. "Run along," Norral said softly. "Some day you will understand." He sent the wheelchair buzzing over toward the Memorium tapes and the soft gray helmet for his head, even as the door closed behind the boy. End of Memorium by Basil Wells. Read by Roger Melin.
Return from Death by Hannes V. Bach, writing as Anthony Corvias. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Boswell. Return from Death by Hannes V. Bach, writing as Anthony Corvias. They were seated in his parked car miles from the city when Robert told Ellen, "I'll always love you, darling, forever and ever. I just can't help myself and I don't want to." The girl nestled closer without reply. "And if something should happen to one of us, the other would wait, because love like ours will never know death. It must go on. For eternity," he continued. "I know that I'll love you even when I'm dead. And if there are such things as spirits, I'll come back to you somehow. Or would it frighten you?" Ellen pouted. "Don't be so funereal. It makes me feel strangely inside. Of course nothing can separate us. It's a beautiful night and we're wasting it on— Oh, dear!" Her eyes glanced at the small clock on the paneling. "It's late, Robert. You must hurry me home now, or Mother will be furious." Sighing, Robert started the car. As they roared toward town over the twisting roadway, suddenly the car swerved. "Look out, Bob! A man!" It was Ellen's high voice screaming. The car skidded sickeningly on loose gravel, crashed thunderously through the railing bordering the highway, and ricocheted, turning over and over, halting as wreckage. Robert was crushed under the metal bulk, losing consciousness. Thrown clear, Ellen scrambled to the man, bent over him. Something more than pain filmed his eyes. He heard himself muttering, "I'll come back. You wait," in a failing whisper, as illimitable darkness swept over him, accompanied by dreadful nausea. A point of light appeared in the void, expanding into a dazzling rectangle which split into thousands of lesser planes. These shaped a geometric pattern which whirled dizzily, humming, the drone rising in pitch with every sickening revolution, becoming incessant mechanical scream. And this is death. This is past human endurance. With sudden omniscience, he knew that he was dead, and the meaning of the spinning pattern. The knowledge ebbed and carried with it all of his memories except for Ellen's face and her name. The wheeling design parted like a curtain, and Robert observed beyond it a branching path spreading before him like a flattened tree. At the end of every fork was Ellen's face, wavering and blurred. He fixed his attention upon the nearest furcation, aspiring toward it desperately, and sensed himself hovering in space. Shock, as of lightning coursing his veins, knotted him with agony. Involuntarily, his eyes squeezed shut. Icy air tortured his lungs. As he raised his voice in weak protest, the pain ceased and he relaxed, spent. His eyes continued shut, as though the lids were gummed down, failing in many attempts to open them. He quested food, found it, and consoled himself with it. Occasionally, plaintive voices babbled unintelligibly, arousing him. Always, if he listened, he heard a gentle murmur reply to the voices, and then everything was quiet. He felt very sleepy. Finally, he dropped off into slumber, deep and restful. Between periods of sleep, Robert struggled with his heavy eyelids. Memories might have associated his sightliness with blindness, but he had none. There were only Ellen's face and her name, which, when especially desperate, he called again and again. Gradually, his vision became clear, and he stared in awe at a world of immensity which was peopled with titans. The picture of Ellen in this gigantic place troubled him, for the colossal beings looked upon him as an animated toy. Often he was elevated to their reeking mouths, kissed, and dropped aside. If he were insistent upon attention, inquiring for Ellen, the giants beat him and thrust him from their presence. Inert, bare-surfaced looming things enclosed him, from some of which, when he approached them, he was kicked away. Incredibly huge portals barred egress to an outer world, from which seeped strange, sharp odors. By calling his one word to the world beyond the doors, Robert endeavored to explain to the Titans that Ellen might possibly be outside, but they hushed him with amusement, sometimes with abuse. There had been others prisoned here like himself, while he had not seen, but they had vanished now. But this bothered him not in the least. His thoughts were of Ellen, and finally the giants lifted him and put him into a windowless room and clamped a fretted ceiling over it. The chamber rocked gently. He realized that it was being moved from one place to another. Leaping frantically, he touched the ceiling's lattice, clung to it, struggling to force himself through its interstices. Unsuccessful, tiring, he fell back, crouched in a corner, weeping. Motion of transit ended. The confining ceiling vanished. Robert scrambled over a wall, dropped to the ground of the outer world, whose heavy, conflicting odors, dazzling lights, and moving shadows alarmed him. Dim with distance was the withdrawing form of a giant which he pursued, crying out his one word, "Ellen!" The giant vanished among weird, wavering plants. Alone, Robert skulked nervously through tall, rustling things, was terrified at times by an unexpected sound or motion, but the swaying things appeared unaware of him, and he became self-confident. Discovering a stretch of damp earth gemmed with puddles, he drank, his head cocked at a sound reminiscent of Ellen, her soothing voice. A giantess had appeared over him. She was Ellen. At sight of her, Robert's pent memories burst free, overwhelming his consciousness with turbulent pageantry. He thrust up his arms. Gently indulgent, the girl bent and drew him near her breast. She cuddled him, cooing to him. At the moment, her monstrous size did not concern him. "I've found you! I've found you!" he cried. "Oh, Ellen, if only you knew how lonely it has been!" He opened his glad heart to her in a stammering urgency, bliss in his eyes, tears in his voice. Breathless, he raised his face to the girl's. She hesitated. Then she kissed him and set him down at her feet. She strode away. Crying with hurt amazement, he followed. She shook her head. She kept walking swiftly. He could not keep up with her, and he stopped forlornly as she disappeared behind an obstruction. He stared after her with unbelieving eyes. Though mysteriously stunned, he had returned to her from death, and she had not accepted him. He stepped close to one of her prodigious footprints in the mud and surveyed it grimly. His eyes sought an impression of his own foot, and suddenly he cried in mingled grief and horror, for there in the mud was his footprint, small, strange, the footprint of a half-grown cat. End of Return from Death by Hannes V. Bach, writing as Anthony Corvias.
The Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg, writing as Alexander Blade This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mokurai. The Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg.
This diplomat had to be treated with kid gloves. My orders were clear on that. Trouble was, my instructions from Earth didn't cover the ambassador's pet. I picked up sealed orders at the routing desk of Space Service. They were addressed to Captain Johnny Martin of the spaceship 13 XV-1, which is my name and my ship. They said, "Proceed to Aldebaran 7 at once. You are to pick up an Aldebaranian ambassador and transfer him to Earth for high-level diplomatic talks. You are to treat him with utmost courtesy. Relations between Earth and Aldebaran 7 are in a very delicate state at this time. The ambassador informs us he plans to bring a pet with him to Earth." Pets, huh? I snorted a little and folded the orders away in my pocket. Well, I supposed it came in the line of duty. If they ordered me to ferry Aldebaranian pets, I'd ferry Aldebaranian pets. All in a day's work, I told myself. I stopped off and had a couple of beers before returning to the ship. Mayor Saul, my first officer, was waiting for me. "Well, pick up the orders?" I nodded. "Yep, got 'em right here." I unfolded them and handed them over to him. He ran his eyes over them quizzically. "Okay," he said. "I guess we go to Aldebaran, huh?" Our instructions came in detail a little while later. We were to hover over Aldebaran 7 and give a special signal. A transfer tug would come up to us from the surface and hand the ambassador and his pet over to us. Under no conditions were we to land on Aldebaran 7 itself. The natives would regard it as a breach of the truce that currently existed between their world and ours. Okay, I thought. I didn't care. I gave the orders to the crew at nightfall, and we left Earth a little past midnight. Mayor Saul had already instructed the astrogator about our next destination, and he had whipped up the course. We did some 100,000 miles on ion drive, and then, safely clear of the Earth's grav field, converted over and popped into warp. Aldebaran lay 3 weeks ahead of us through hyperspace. Earth and Aldebaran had first contact about 10 years before. I didn't know anything particular about the planet or its people. There are enough worlds in the galaxy, so you don't get to know each type of alien there is. We had a special cabin ready aboard the ship for the Aldebaranian ambassador and his pet. Instructions told us to prepare a special fluorine atmosphere, which meant the Aldebaranians wouldn't be much like us. But they had agreed to negotiate a treaty of friendship with Earth, and were sending an ambassador. That was good news, I thought. We popped out of warp right on schedule, and there was the giant hazy red sun that was Aldebaran, staring us right in the face. It seemed to fill the entire sky. Our astrogator plotted a course rapidly for Aldebaran 7, which was then at perihelion, and a good ways across the heavens from where we were. The Aldebaran system is a huge one, 31 planets, spread out over 6 or 7 billion miles of space. Most of them were dead worlds, though. It was only Aldebaran 7 that had any sort of intelligent life, or so our survey teams reported. It took 3 days more to get within hailing distance of the 7th planet. It spun beneath us, a pretty blue-green ball, about the size of Earth. We came within about 1 million miles and set up an orbit as per instructions. No sooner had we done that than we found ourselves surrounded by a flock of alien warships. I went to the radio room and made contact. "State, name, and object here," I was ordered in a crisp, businesslike voice. "I'm Johnny Martin, captain of the Terran vessel 13 XV-1, with no hostile intent. We're here to pick up an ambassador from Aldebaran to Earth, along with his pet." I heard some hasty conferring going on, and then someone said, "Hold on, Terran ship. We'll check with the home planet. 5 tense minutes passed. Minutes in which I half expected to be blown out of the sky by a sudden attack. You never can tell with aliens. They're likely to do almost anything. Their psychologies are unpredictable in Terran terms, as I guess ours are in theirs. But finally my receiver crackled, and the alien voice said, "Everything is clear. 13 XV-1. Remain in orbit, and Ambassador will be transferred to your ship. Any suspicious move on your part will bring immediate attack by our defense fleet. Don't worry, I'm not going anyplace. I'll wait right here." I watched in the viewscope as a small ship bellied upward from the blue-green world below and approached us. They matched velocities with us, airlock to airlock. "Get that fluorine room ready," I ordered my men. "The Ambassador is coming aboard." The two ships hung side by side in space. Of course, there was no apparent relative motion, since we had the same velocity. It was possible to walk back and forth from their ship to ours. "Prepare to receive Ambassador," came the message from the other ship. "His Excellency, Quelf Tharkol, Minister Plenipotentiary, and his pet." "I'm ready," I said. "Our airlock's open." Slowly the lock of the other ship slid back, and two space-suited figures appeared. The Ambassador, Quelf Tharkol, and his pet. The Ambassador was invisible within his spacesuit, but he stood upright and looked to be about the size of a man. I was happy about that. It's always a lot easier to negotiate with a humanoids-type alien than with something totally bizarre. I chuckled when I saw the space-suited cat, for so I thought of it. It was cat-size in a little form-fitting spacesuit, and it scampered after its master on 4 legs, space-suited tail wagging behind. It was sort of a cute little thing, I thought. No wonder its master didn't care to leave it behind. "Everything all set?" I asked. "Transfer is completed," said the captain of the other ship. He closed his lock and pulled away from us. "Close the lock," I ordered. I gestured to a crewman standing by. "Show the Ambassador to his room," I said. When the Ambassador and his pet were in their special fluorinated stateroom, I called them on the special television hookup I had set up between them. They had taken their spacesuits off and were lying sprawled out in their green, murky atmosphere. The Ambassador on his bunk and the pet in his. I could hardly see into the room over my circuit, but I could see that the Ambassador was very human and that the pet was pretty much like a cat, except that he had sharp clawed fingers instead of the soft little pads a cat has. "Everything all right in there?" I asked. "Fine, just fine. How long will it take to get to Earth?" "About 3 weeks," I said. "We'll be going into warp any minute." "Very well," came the reply. I didn't expect to have many dealings with the Ambassador. I had been told that he would have his own food supply, and naturally he was confined to his fluorinated stateroom. So we settled down to a pleasant return trip. But on the second day of warp, I was awakened from sweet dreams by Whitey Durbin, the night engineer. He shoved me around in my bunk until I opened one eye and said, "What's the matter?" "It's the cat, Chief." "Cat? What cat? You crazy, Whitey? Let me go back to sleep." But he was obstinate. "The Ambassador's pet. It's out of its room." "Huh? But it can't breathe." "It's wearing a spacesuit, and it's wandering all over the ship, snooping around. I caught it in the drive section and up front with the charts. I don't like it, Chief." "No, neither do I." I was wide awake all at once. There had been something fishy about this pet business all along, and now I was suspicious. Suppose the pet were a little smarter than a cat. Suppose it was snooping around innocently enough and actually soaking up vital secret information about the workings of a Terran spaceship. But I didn't know what to do. My orders stressed the fact that I had to handle the Ambassador with kid gloves. But on the other hand, was I supposed to let that creature roam all over the ship? "Get me a hookup with home base," I said, "and in the meantime, keep an eye on that cat. Don't let it catch wise, but try to follow it around, and don't stop it from roaming. Those aliens may be touchy about the funniest things." I got in touch with home base in jig time. Commander Mahoney was the man I spoke to. "How's that Ambassador, Martin?" "That's why I'm calling, sir. You see, the Ambassador's pet is creeping all around the ship. It's sort of a cat, but I wonder whether maybe it's doing a very neat job of spying on us." "Have you taken any action yet?" "No, I wanted to check with home base." Mahoney thought for a moment. "I suppose it would be all right to speak to the Ambassador about this, and tactfully request that he keep the creature in his own quarters. But be tactful about it, Martin. Remember, we don't want to offend these aliens. It was the middle of the night aboard ship, so I didn't think it would be particularly tactful to call the ambassador just then. I waited until morning, by which time my men reported that the cat had completed its survey and had promptly returned to the ambassador's room. When the television came on, the ambassador and his pet were again reclining leisurely on their bunks. "Sorry if I'm disturbing you," I said hesitantly. "That's quite all right. What can I do for you?" "A matter of shipboard procedure I'd like to point out. It seems last night your pet left your cabin and explored the ship, or so some of my men reported. I'd appreciate it if you'd restrain the animal to quarters from now on. It upsets shipboard routine. And besides, my instructions request that I keep the operating sections of the ship under security wrap." There was silence for a moment. I held my breath, hoping I hadn't said something wrong, something that might foul up the delicate Earth-Aldebaran negotiations in progress. Finally came the reply. "I understand fully. I'm sorry about the exploration trip. It was mere curiosity. It won't be repeated, but you're mistaken about one thing." "What's that?" I asked, somewhat puzzledly. "My pet remained in the cabin all night. I was the one who explored the ship." There was a sneer in his voice. "You, but—" My mouth clamped shut, and then I understood. I couldn't keep the flush of embarrassment from my face, and he saw it over the screen. It seemed to please him. Pretty damn clever, I thought. Smart psychology for the aliens to bring a human as a pet, putting our diplomats on the defensive right from the start. The ambassador must have known what I was thinking, for the sneer grew on his face. Then suddenly I grinned. It seemed to surprise him. This he hadn't expected. "Captain, something strikes you as humorous." There was uncertainty in his tone, plus a little annoyance. My grin widened. "Just a little private joke, Ambassador," I said. "I was thinking that this joker was in for a shock. 2 planets could play at this game, and I would have plenty of time to tip off home base. After all, we have pets too."
End of The Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. Recording by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois.
Death in Transit by Jerry Saul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Death in Transit by Jerry Saul. Clifton stood at the bottom of the shaft, his face white, his eyes wide, his stance against the bulkhead that of a man who needed only a slight push to slump to the floor. "Karen," he murmured. "Karen." He had been standing there a long time. He was staring at his dead wife, a heap of broken bones and blood on the floor. But he was not seeing her, at least not as she was now. He was seeing her the way his mind kept bringing her back to him. The white evenness of her teeth when she smiled, the fury of her bright blue eyes when she was angry, the way she had uncomplainingly slept on the wrinkled sheets of the bed he had made when she had been ill 10 years before, and the way they had laughed about that when she reminded him of it years later. He moved to stand erect, wondering why he should have thought about that at a time like this. And then, as he looked at her again and saw what the fall had done to her, he clenched his hands in anger. They had said it couldn't happen. But they had been wrong. Man's wisdom was not infinite, after all. All the man-years of thought, all the endless whirring and clicking of the computers and calculators, all of it had not taken into account what might happen to Karen. His hands fell open. He knew that, actually. They had never been wrong. If he had found her right away, he could have put her back together. He could have utilized the synthesizer for anything really bad, like a shattered bone. The needles of the organic analyzer would have told him what else he had to do. But Karen had been dead for hours when he found her. Too long. The damage was irreparable, permanent. She was beyond recall. He might conceivably have animated her muscles, her glands, got her blood to flowing again. But her brain would have remained a vacuous, inert thing. You had to get reconstruction going in a matter of minutes when the brain, the anatomy's most perishable component, was involved. And in some cases he had known the memories were never fully restored. Why couldn't it have been a tumor, a deficiency disease, a nervous breakdown, insanity? There was nothing the Meadow Center couldn't handle. Its machines were right there on the ship, ready to be used. But Karen had to fall down the ventilator shaft, opening the door and walking into it as if it were her bedroom and falling all the way down and breaking half the bones in her body. And he had found her too late. Hours too late. Too late, he said, and he nodded his head in agreement. And then he was engulfed in sudden pity and remorse and a feeling of loss, as if she had snatched a vital part of him in her going. And hadn't she? Hadn't she taken her laughter with her? The laughter that brightened his days and the things they had shared. He glanced at her, suddenly angry that she should have done this to him, and he glared at the shaft and blew out his cheeks and clenched his hands again, and roared a great cry that echoed deafeningly in the smallness of the shaft. And then he shouted obscenities at the ship and the stars and the 100 people who lay as if dead in neat rows in the sleep locker, and he pounded the walls until blood from his hands left imprints there. But no one heard. There was no one to hear. Only the sleepers who lived their days with his years. "Why?" he shouted, while his tears fell. And he thought, I haven't cried since I was a kid. Then, saying her name again and again, he knelt by her side to feel the silkiness of her jet-black hair. There had been no death aboard a star transit ship since the very beginning. From the first days of the Great Immigration, more than 100 years before, when the first captain and his wife stepped aboard to pilot the precious cargo of sleeping humans 10 or more years across the vast stellar reaches to colonies on planets in a half-dozen far-distant star systems, there had been no recorded death. But now there would always be Karen. He should have told them she walked in her sleep, but the medical examiners would have shrugged as they had with everything else he had told them. The Meadow Centers would take care of it. You couldn't cure sleepwalking with the devices in the Meadow Center, but they would have taken care of anything that happened as a result, if he had reached her in time. It was unforeseen, this business of her walking into the shaft. No one was to blame, no one, that is, except himself. Clifton looked up from beside his wife to the circle of light at the top of the shaft. "All right," he called out. "I'm to blame, do you hear? I did it. She could be alive except for me." There was no answer to his self-indictment. "And where does it leave me?" he shouted bitterly. "I'm the one who has to live, and I've got 9 years to go. 9 years to Ostarpa and the small colony there. What am I supposed to do?" He never remembered later how long he stood in the shaft, shouting until he was hoarse, only recalling that at one point the walls seemed to close in on him, and the ship seemed filled with an oppressive strangeness, and he was clawing his way up the ladder to the top. And there were blurred images of walls and rooms as he ran about the ship, and he remembered his jerking open the liquor cabinet and the stupor that followed. It was days later when he sobered, and, insulated by the intervening unreality, managed to dispose of her body in a waste chute. Then he moved to the office and saw that it was the 371st day, and looked at the log to see that he had stopped making entries on the 363rd day. He examined the other books. Karen's precise handwriting had recorded her final readings on that day, too. Now he would have to do her work as well as his own. Clifton sighed, sat at his desk, and, in a steady hand, wrote in the log. Karen rose in her sleep, walked to and fell down the right aft third-level ventilating shaft and was killed. Reached her approximately 3 hours after the incident. She could not be saved. Clifton West, Captain. Skipping to the 371st day, he wrote, "Sent Karen's body out the ventral waste chute." He sat studying the words, then added, "Am alone on the ship." Instantly he wished he had not written that, but was not moved to cross the words out. It was true enough. He was alone. Would be alone for 9 more years. Suppose something should happen to him. Who would land the ship? And what would happen to the sleepers? He did not want to think about it. The Meadow Center would take care of everything. He didn't walk in his sleep. His duty was to get the 100 humans through to Ostarpa, and then they all would become part of the colony there. Except, of course, he'd be 10 years older than the sleepers upon awakening. He looked at the day gauge on the wall. Just 3,332 days short of Ostarpa. 3,332 days without Karen. An eternity of talking to himself, and listening only to the sound of his own feet as he walked about the ship. A lifetime for remembrance, just as he remembered now how eager they both had been to make the trip, how she had shared the rigorous training. It had been a chance of a lifetime, 10 years of being together, time to meditate, to ponder the problems of life, of all humanity, of each other. They had thought soberly of it as an opportunity to make something of themselves, write a great play, solve a great problem. But they had never got around to that. The first year had been only the sheer delight of each other's company. He wondered if it would have ever changed. How fast it had gone. And now it was over, and the 9 years ahead loomed like a dark tunnel, large and forbidding. Clifton slammed the palms of his hands on the desk. Enough of that. He was captain of the ship, and he had duties. He could not spend his time in the past. There were things to do. He must keep himself occupied. He must not think of her. But he did. Even though the days stretched into weeks, he still found his steps faltering every time he walked past rooms where he had often looked for her. For one thing, there was the stereo room where Karen loved to spend leisure hours. He never saw much in stereo, but she seemed to enjoy it. And there was the music tape room, the massage parlor, the baths. She seemed to have a need of them, but all Clifton had ever needed was her. He passed the jammed clothes locker, filled with enough apparel to last her 10 years. He could not force himself to open it, though Karen seldom had opened it herself. She had made most of her own clothes, taking the material out of the huge storage bins. He found himself one day in her sewing room, a room she had converted from a nursery, storing the nursery stuff until such a time as it was needed, and installing her sewing machine and getting to work. They had joked about how, when they landed on Ostarpa, all of the clothes in the locker would still be intact because she so enjoyed fashioning her own. Once he had asked her what was to become of them. "We'll start a dress shop, darling," Karen had said quickly, as if she had already thought about it, which is the way she answered everything. "The sleeper women will want several changes right away." "You know," he replied, "I think I'll be your manager. Set you up. Karen West, Ostarpa's great dress designer. You'll have lots of business, and we'll make a fortune." "I'm not that good," she said, but her face glowed with joy. Even as he stood there, he could hear the words, as if they were said a moment ago, and he felt as if he should at any moment hear the click of her heels across the floor. And when she had entered the room, she'd say, "Clifton, what in the world are you doing here?" The transit service had been right. No man was an island. A man might be for a day, perhaps, or a week, or even longer, but not for 10 years. That's why the service had insisted a man and his wife, proven psychologically compatible, serve together as co-captains of each transit liner. So it wasn't right that he should spend the next 9 years a lonely man. Karen was gone. But what about those 100 people in the sleep locker? He needed someone, a companion, someone to talk to, someone to take Karen's place. Not a woman, of course. That would not be right, especially after Karen. There could be no other woman like Karen. Besides, suppose they didn't like each other. "No," he said, standing in the sewing room and shaking his head. "It must not be a woman." And then he brought himself back to reality. No sleeper had ever been awakened before the liner reached its destination. "And no sleeper is going to be awakened on this trip," he said firmly. He had the power to wake any or all of them in an emergency, but his own personal emergency hardly constituted grounds for that. "But suppose something happens to me," he reminded himself again. "Who's going to carry on?" And then he set his lips close together, turned on his heel, and left the sewing room. "Nothing," he said aloud, "is going to happen to you. That's why they put meadow centers on these ships." And he went to the place and spent the afternoon being checked over. He found himself in perfect health. For some reason, he was disappointed. The weeks passed slowly, but they did pass, and Clifton busied himself with exhaustive checks throughout the entire ship, interested himself in the stereos. They weren't so bad now that he had nothing else to do. Music tapes. He weeded out the ones he didn't like. Massages. He was pleased to discover they left him with a glow. Books. Funny how hard it was to read after the ease of stereo. Mathematics. How much he had forgotten. A few languages. German was still his hardest. Moods of writing. He just did not have the knack. Painting. He was always drawing machinery and wondering why. And found the image of Karen's laughing blue eyes, still there at the edge of his mind, though curiously distant, as if it were one of the stereos he had seen. Then the hunger started. He sat for long hours in the chill of the sleep locker and envied the sleepers there, row on row, all of them without a worry, without thought, trustful of him, confident he would get them through, none of them knowing Karen was dead and not caring, and he had an urge to wake them all and throw a furious party to end all parties. And sometimes he'd have a party there all by himself. And then he grew to hate them. When he did, he went to the Meadow Center, and this was erased, and he was made whole again. But the hunger got worse. Karen! Karen! And he finally wondered if it was really Karen he wanted, and the Meadow Center only made his hunger worse, and he cursed the efficiency of it. Then one day he got out the file of the sleepers, went through it from Abelard Johannes to Yardley Greta, and put the pictures in the stereo and saw what the sleepers looked like, and wondered which of them would prove the most companionable. Which man, that is, for a woman. Well, it would just not be right to awaken a woman. It would not look right in the log, for one thing, and he was sure all he needed was another person to talk to, and it might as well be a man. After all, man is a gregarious animal. If he had someone to talk to. He turned back through the file for Headstrom George, a pleasant-looking fellow of 30, which would have made him 5 years Clifton's junior, and in passing he came upon the picture of Portia Lavister again. He slipped the picture in the stereo and spent a long time looking at it. Quite a girl. Blonde, unlike Karen in that respect, and she wore her hair longer. Her eyes weren't as blue as Karen's, but her skin was darker. Sun? Karen didn't like the sun. It made her freckled. But this girl must have lived in it. The stereo was inadequate, however. It didn't tell how she laughed. Did she laugh? Was it pleasing? He put it down and looked at the record. Portia Lavister, 20 years old, 5'3", weight 109. He looked at the picture again. The weight was well distributed. He shuffled the picture back in the pile, tried to concentrate on Headstrom George, a logical choice among the single men, mechanical background. He peeked at the Lavister record again. The girl was a home economics expert. She'd do well on a starpa, or on the ship. Clifton sighed and shoved the file away. Only then did he realize how much he had missed Karen's cooking. The ship's electronic cookery was all right, but it left much to be desired. It had no personal touch. But to get back to Headstrom, how would the fellow act if he awakened him? Immediately he thought of the girl and wondered what she would be like. "Stop it," he admonished himself. "She's much too young." And he started going through looking at the other single women. The girl Lavister was clearly the nicest. Again he studied her. And again he forced himself to go back to the man. Finally, he decided to do nothing at present. Left the office and started his rounds, determined to think of other things. Eventually he found himself in the sleep locker looking for number 33, Portia Lavister's compartment. He saw it and discovered it was no different from number 57, the compartment of George Headstrom. The same black oblong box with the ribbon of red plastic where it was sealed near the top. It would be easy to activate the rollers, move it out of line and out of the Meadow Center, rip off the plastic and charge the contents with life. He wiped away a few dust motes and found that, to him, the box suddenly seemed different from the others. He was sweating. Later in the tape room, he listened to music and pondered the question. Suppose he awakened her and she proved to be anything but what he wanted. Sure, she was good-looking, but what about her age, her mannerisms? Would his 15 years turn her against him? There were 9 years left to Ostarpa. A lot could happen in 9 years, and she would eventually discover he was no ogre. She might even learn to love him. Why, She might even take Karen's place. He clicked off the music with a trembling hand, went to the bar, drew a double shot and ice. Karen, why did it have to happen to you? Forgive me, darling, for what I'm about to do. Clifton watched the lard-like flesh become suffused with pink, saw the surge of color in the lips, the catch of breath and the resultant swell of breast. Then the eyelids flickered. A moment later, Portia Lavister was staring at him, and even as she did so, Clifton could see she did not understand what had happened. But when the vacant eyes came alive, the girl sat up, crossed her hands to her bare, hunched shoulders, and looked around frantically. "Don't be frightened," Clifton said, smiling. "You're still on the ship. You've just been awakened." "Thanks," she said without gratitude. "But I wasn't frightened. I was looking for something to put on." Oh, Clifton had forgotten about that. Now he blushed and opened a nearby drawer and withdrew a white gown. "Take this. It will have to do until I get you something else." She took it and held it to her nakedness, eyeing him coldly. He turned, heard her drop quietly to the floor. "Where are the others?" she asked, and he could hear the rustle of the gown as she put it around her. "And where can I pick up my clothes?" He turned to look at her, found her at the side of the room in front of its only mirror, inspecting her face and pushing her lush hair this way and that, and grimacing. "How long ago did we land? What's Ostarpa like?" She was lovely and not unlike Karen in manner, and it was going to be harder for him than he thought. "Was I the first or the last? Or was I in the middle? Just like me to be in the middle." She laughed a little, and he was glad to hear her, though her laughter was a little lower in pitch than Karen's. And then her eyes found his in the mirror, and they widened. She turned. "Why don't you say something? Is anything wrong?" Now she was frightened. She was very young, and he was glad to hear her voice, and he wanted to tell her so, but he knew she wouldn't understand, so he said only, "I want to talk to you." "What's happened?" Her eyes were panicky. "There are no others," he blurted out. "No others?" Her voice was shrill. He shook his head. "I awakened you because my wife died and I needed someone." It was blunt, but he wanted to be honest with her. "The others are still asleep out there." She stared with round eyes and a round open mouth, and her hands fell away from her face and were lost when the gown's long sleeves fell over them. I had to hear someone talk again," Cliff said haltingly. "I went through the file. I studied all the sleepers. I decided on you. I'm sorry if—" "How long?" she murmured, lips hardly moving. "Long?" he answered. "What do you mean?" And then he understood. "We're a little more than a year from Earth." Her moan startled and unnerved him. Her eyes closed and she slumped to the floor. When she did not move, he went to her, lifted her head. At once her eyelids fluttered and she saw him, and then her face darkened and she lashed out with tiny fists, scratching and crying. "It's not as bad as all that," he cried, half angry with her now, trying to stop her, clutching her flailing arms. He drew away quickly when she bit him. You beast!" she wailed. "You spoiled everything! Everything has been so carefully planned." I know, he soothed. "Oh," she quavered, and she fell to the floor again, sobbing. Clifton got up, surveyed her weeping figure, a mound of white on the floor. Well, he thought, at least this is a change for me. And he felt rather foolish about what he had done. If only it had been a man. He could reason with a man. He turned in disgust and walked from the meadow center. She would change. After all, 9 years is a long time. No woman could cry 9 years. He smiled a little. Fiery little thing, isn't she? He told himself as he started his tour of the ship. He didn't find her in the meadow center when he returned. The white gown was not there either. It was a long time before he found her lying atop one of the compartments in the sleep locker. She was still clad in the gown, a gaunt, spiritless figure, her eyes staring at the low ceiling. "Miss Lavister," he said, "I know it was a shock to wake up this side of Ostarpa, but believe me, I intended no harm. If only you knew the loneliness." and he could not go on, remembering the emptiness of the days just past. She said nothing, only blinking her eyes, pale blue eyes and a white face. "If I'd known how upset you'd be, I'd have never awakened you," Clifton said bitterly. "If I could put you back to sleep now, I would." Now her face turned toward his, eyes icy in a withering glance. She rose, a firm press of breast against the white gown as she slid off the compartment. Clifton's heart quickened, but she ignored him and walked away. She looked like Karen sleepwalking, he thought. The next day he found her in the stereo room, dressed in one of Karen's gowns from the clothes locker, a thin pale blue dress that accented her small waist and blonde hair. She looked ever so much like Karen. He wondered where she had slept, if she had eaten. "Portia," he said, sitting in a nearby chair. She only sat, a still figure, staring ahead, her hair brushed back in a long sweep, glossy and smooth, and Clifton thought, "My God, but she's a beautiful thing." "Portia," he repeated, "I want to talk to you." What could he do with this girl? Was there no way to break through to her? Portia gave him a hateful glance and rose. He watched her, and his hunger was more than he could stand. "Please," he said desperately, "don't leave." She turned at the doorway and looked at him coldly. "You don't know what it means to lose your wife and have no one to talk to and have to decide what to do." He looked down at his hands embarrassedly. Why was he finding it so hard to talk to her? He felt his face coloring. "I think I'd have gone mad if I hadn't awakened you. It wasn't a snap judgment, Portia. I didn't just pull your number out of a hat. You see..." He looked up. She wasn't there. He saw her in the hallway, her head down, contemplative and walking slowly. Catching up to her and walking beside her, he explained, "Suppose I'd have an accident like Karen did. Then none of you would ever land on Ostarpa. Somebody had to be awakened, Portia. Can't you understand that?" She gave no hint she knew he was there. He watched her in the massage room, unable to take his eyes off her as the soft, flexible arms stroked her flesh. Then he said softly, "You say I spoiled everything, but I'd like you to think about that. On Ostarpa, you'd have to go to work right away. Be given your duty number, just like you had on Earth. On the ship, you've got 9 years to play with. 9 years of carefree life. You can do what you want, and nobody's going to say or do a thing to tell you to stop. Have you thought of that?" The moving arms were silent and smooth, and so was Portia. He followed her to the bath, but could not bring himself to enter there. He stayed beyond the filmy curtain and talked to her. "Sure, I know it was a surprise, awakening you like that, and I know you had in mind waking on Ostarpa, but being on the ship, the two of us, with all our wants taken care of, it has its advantages." And in the bar, with her eyes averted, drinking with her, he explained, "Oh, I'll admit there are records to keep, but I missed a few days after Karen died. Taking the whole 10 years into account, that won't make much difference. But suppose I became ill for a few days. Somebody's got to be on hand to see I get treatment at the Meadow Center. That's why you've got to come around, why you've got to start thinking about this thing." And finally, in the navigation room, he told her, "You can't go on like this. You've got to learn all about this ship. Why, if something happened to me, who'd awaken the sleepers? You will have to do that, Portia. You'd be the only one left. You've just got to be ready to take over, that's all there is to it. And don't think it's too hard. The ship does most of it. Automatic. Just a lever here, button there. I'll teach you all about it. Even landing the ship, you won't find it hard once you put your mind to it." Through it all, she remained aloof and unspeaking. A beautiful, silent thing with 2 accusing orbs for eyes, a lovely mouth with generous lips, much given to a look of disdain. Until one day. It was totally unexpected. Portia had taken over Karen's bedroom next to his, closing and locking the intervening door as if forever. He had gone to sleep in his room, with her still distant and uncommunicative in hers. He awakened to the smell of coffee and a cooking breakfast. He sat up quickly, wondering if Karen's death and the events that followed it had been a bad dream. And when he assured himself they had not, wondering if he had at last lost his mind. Clifton quickly dressed and entered the kitchen. Portia was there. She smiled at him. She said, "Good morning, Clifton." Just like Karen. He stood speechless, staring. "Breakfast is about ready." What's come over you?" he said numbly, both pleased and dumbfounded, his eyes relishing the lovely figure in one of Karen's sheerest nightgowns. "You were right," she said, tossing her head to bring the blonde hair away from her face and smiling. Her teeth were every bit as even and white as Karen's. "I just realized it. As you said, there are 9 years ahead of us. I might as well make the best of it." "I'm glad," he said warmly, and the memory of what she had been like during the days before was eclipsed by what she was now. "I was hoping you'd come around." "Come, sit down," she said, indicating the place set for him, the gleaming silver, the neat napkin, the steaming coffee in the cup. "Don't let it get cold." Karen used to say that. And then he thought, that's a mistake. I mustn't mention Karen ever again. But Portia seemed not to have noticed, and she seemed so much like her now. "I got tired of eating by myself," Portia said, sitting opposite him at the table, and she stole a sly look as she said, "And I'm afraid I acted badly." "Not at all," Clifton said gallantly. "I understand how you felt. It's just taken a little time, that's all." He started eating, but his eyes were on her in the transformation of eyes that were no longer cold, lips that weren't scornful anymore. "Pity the poor sleepers," she said, laughing. "They can't enjoy a breakfast like this." "Do you suppose," he said, endeavoring to keep the talk in the same vein, "that any might rise up when they smell that coffee?" He inhaled ecstatically. There's nothing like it." "I hope I never make it that strong," and she giggled. With a shock he found his knee touching hers. He drew away, wondering if it had been accidental. Later, when he tried to kiss her, she turned away, murmuring, "Not yet, Cliff. Give me time. It's so sudden." He obeyed, turned his attention to other things. He could afford to wait. After all, there were 9 years. A day or so. What did it matter? It was more than a week before he managed to kiss her for the first time. And then it was nothing like Karen's kisses. But immediately he felt he was asking too much of Portia too soon. There'd be time for teaching. They lost themselves in the intricacies of the ship, covering its complete operation, the records that had to be kept, the functions of each section, the matter of awakening the sleepers, which, Clifton explained, was quite simple since the Meadow Center did most of the work, but still demanded certain procedures and precautions and delicate adjustments. He even taught her how to use the communications system that would become operable within a few months of Ostarpa. In all, they spent a good 2 months studying together every facet of the ship. "It's so complicated," she said in an awed voice. She squeezed his hand she had taken to holding. "But you're an awfully good teacher, Cliff." "And you're the loveliest student I ever had," he said, squeezing back and drawing closer to kiss her. "Cliff," she said, drawing away and giggling. "You're always joking. I'll bet I'm the only student you ever had." "Well," he said lamely, I hate to admit it, but you are." And then they both laughed. At length they finished everything he could show her on the ship. Then he brought up what had been on his mind ever since the day he awakened her. "Portia," he said gravely, "I'm captain of this ship, and as such I have invested in me the power to perform marriage." Portia laughed. "You're always saying things so seriously, Cliff. So pontifically. Is that the word?" "I'm serious, Portia." "I know." She laughed a little more, then straightened her face. "I didn't mean to offend you." "You're always laughing at me. Why?" "I don't mean to." "I want to marry you, Portia." "I know." And instantly her eyes were grave. "I've known for a long time." "I've wanted you since the day you first looked at me." "I've known that, too." "It was all I could do to—" "You've been more than kind, Cliff." "When, darling, when can I marry you?" She looked up. "Tomorrow?" His heart leaped. "Marry you tomorrow?" She nodded. "Tomorrow." Was there something odd in her look? He couldn't decide. When Clifton went to bed that night, his heart sang. The years ahead no longer seemed appalling and interminable. How they'd spend them. The sewing room. It could always be changed back into a nursery. Portia had shown no interest in sewing, so he'd just store Karen's stuff. Perhaps somebody would find use for it when they landed on Ostarpa. It wasn't unusual for captains and their wives to have a half-dozen kids during transit. He went to sleep with the sound of children's feet echoing about the halls and corridors of the ship, and when he dreamed of the marriage, it was oddly Karen he was marrying. He awakened with a start. On this morning there was no welcome aroma of coffee. At first he thought perhaps he was too early, but it was time. Portia was probably so excited she was all off schedule. Clifton was careful on this morning. He took his bath, toweled himself until his skin tingled, used his deodorant sparingly, gave himself a close shave. The part in his hair was never straighter. Dressing himself in a clean-pressed suit, he strolled from his bedroom. Portia was not in the kitchen. He walked to her bedroom. The bed had been made, but no Portia. Where the devil had she gone? He started walking about the ship, searching first here and then there. Of course, not in stereo, not on this day. Massage? No. Bath? Not there. Tape? Same. She was nowhere to be found. Then he recalled the funny look in her face the previous night. It meant something. Suicide? Frantic now, he went to both waist chutes. Neither gave evidence of having been opened. Still. An hour later he returned, a bewildered and disconsolate man, to his office. Portia was there. With her was a man. He was George Hedstrom. Clifton could only sink back against the wall and look at the two of them. The Portia he had never seen so radiant. George, a dark, handsome fellow who wore a quizzical look. Clifton was shocked to see they were holding hands. "Captain," George said in a friendly way, rising to his full 6 feet, "Portia tells me—"
"I'm sorry, Cliff," Portia interrupted hastily. "George is my fiancé. We were to be married on Ostarpa, but as long as you—"
"Tomorrow," she had said. The two figures blurred before him. The room reeled, and Clifton clutched the doorway for support. Karen, I've been bewitched. This girl, I thought she was you. I should have known." "Let me help you." Clifton struck out at the dark head of hair, hid it somewhere. Karen, can you hear me?" He stumbled out of the room and down the corridor. Karen, where are you?" He found the ventral waist chute. He was in it. Heard the door click behind him. Now they'd never get him out. Never take him away from his Karen. The sides of the chute were closing in. It was hot, but it was cool where Karen was. "Wait, Karen!" he cried. And as he inched his way down the chute, he hoped he wasn't too late. Hoped she'd forgive him. There was the outer door. On the other side was coolness and Karen. Dear, beautiful, lovely Karen. The real Karen. With a surge of joy, he held to the smooth sides of the shaft and raised his foot. He plunged it down unerringly against the door. It burst open with a deadly whoosh of air. The door clicked closed. The chute was empty. End of Death in Transit by Jerry Saul.
And Miles to Go Before I Sleep by William F. Nolan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And Miles to Go Before I Sleep by William F. Nolan. He knew to the exact minute when he was going to die, and Earth was too far away to reach. Alone, within the humming ship deep in its honeycombed metal chambers, Murdoch waited for death. While the rocket moved inexorably towards Earth, an immense silver needle threading the dark fabric of space, he waited calmly through the final hours, knowing that the verdict was absolute, that hope no longer existed. Electronically self-sufficient, the ship was doing its job perfectly, the job it had been built to do. After 20 years in space, the ship was taking Robert Murdoch home. Home. Earth. Thayerville. a small town in Kansas. Clean air, a shaded street, and a white, two-story house at the end of the block. Home after 2 decades among the stars. Sitting quietly before the round port, seeing and not seeing the endless darkness surrounding him, Murdoch was remembering. He remembered the worried face of his mother, her whispered prayers for his safety as he mounted the rocket ramp those 20 years ago. He could still feel the final crushing handshake of his father moments before the outer airlock slid closed. His mother had been 55 then, his father 63. It was almost impossible to believe that they were old and white-haired now. And what of himself? He was now 41, and space had weathered him as the plains of Canada had weathered his father. He, too, had labored as his father had labored, but on strange, alien worlds, under suns far hotter than Sol. Murdoch's face was square and hard-featured, his eyes dark and deep under thrusting ledges of bone. He had changed as they had changed. He was a stranger going home to strangers. Carefully, Murdoch unfolded his mother's last letter, written in her flowery, archaic hand, and received just before Earth takeoff. Dearest Bob, oh, we are so excited. Your father and I listened to your voice on tape over and over, telling us that you are coming home to us at last. We are both so eager to see you, son. As you know, we have not been too well of late. Your father's heart does not allow him out much anymore, and I have had a few fainting spells over the past month. But Dr. Tom says that we are all right and you are not to worry. Just hurry home to us, Bob. We both pray God you will come back safely. Robert Murdoch put the letter aside and clenched his fists. Only brief hours remained to him, and the small Kansas town of Thayreville was an impossible distance across space. He knew he would never reach it alive. The lines of an ancient poem by Robert Frost whispered through his mind. But I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. He had promised his parents that he would come home, and he meant to keep that promise. The doctors had shown him that it was impossible. They had charted his death. They had told him when his heart would stop beating, when his breathing would cease. Death, for Robert Murdoch, was a certainty. His alien disease was incurable. But they had listened to his plan. They had listened and agreed. Now, with less than a half hour of life remaining, Murdoch was walking down one of the ship's long corridors, his boot heels ringing on the narrow metal walkway. He was ready, at last, to keep his promise. Murdoch paused before a wall storage locker, twisted a small dial. A door slid smoothly back. He looked up at the tall man standing motionless in the darkness. Reaching forward, Murdoch made a quick adjustment. The tall man stepped down into the corridor, and the light flashed in his deep-set eyes, almost hidden behind thrusting ledges of bone. The man's face was hard and square-featured. My name is Robert Murdoch, said the tall figure in the neat patrol uniform. I am 41 years of age, a rocket pilot going home to Earth. He paused. And I am sound of mind and body. Murdoch nodded slowly. Indeed you are, he said. How much longer do you have, sir? Another 10 minutes, perhaps a few seconds beyond that, replied Murdoch. I'm sorry, said the tall figure. Murdoch smiled. He knew that a machine, however perfect, could not experience the emotion of sorrow, but it eased him to hear the words. You'll be fine, he thought. You will serve well in my place, and my parents will never suspect that their son has not come home to them. It must all be perfect, said Murdoch. Of course, said the machine. When the month I am to spend with them is over, they'll see me board a rocket for space, and they'll understand that I cannot return to them for another 20 years. They will accept the fact that a spaceman must return to the stars, that he cannot leave the service before he is 60. Let me assure you, sir, it will all go well. Yes, Murdoch told himself, it will go well. Every detail has been considered. My voice is his voice, my habits his own. The tapes I have pre-recorded will continue to reach them at specified intervals until their death. They will never know I'm gone. Are you ready now, sir? The tall figure asked gently. Murdoch drew in his breath. Yes, he said, I'm ready now. And they began to walk down the long corridor. Murdoch remembered how proud his parents had been when he was finally accepted for space training, the only boy in Therbuilt to be chosen. But then it was only right that he should have been the one. The other boys, those who failed, had not lived the dream as he had lived it. From the moment he had watched the first moon rocket land, he had known, beyond any possible doubt, that he would become a rocket man. He had stood there, in that cold December of 1980, a boy of 12, watching the great rocket fire down from space, watching it thaw and blacken the frozen earth. He had known that he would one day follow it back to the stars, to vast and alien horizons, to worlds post-imagining. He remembered his last night on Earth 20 long years ago, when he had felt the pressing immensity of the vast and terrible universe surrounding him as he lay in his bed. He remembered the sleepless hours before dawn, when he could feel the tension building within the single room within himself, lying there in the heated stillness of the small white house. He remembered the rain near morning, drumming the roof, and the thunder roaring powerfully across the Kansas sky. And then, somehow, the thunder's roar blended into the deep atomic roar of a rocket, carrying him away from Earth, away to the burning stars. Away. Away. The tall figure in the neat patrol uniform closed the outer airlock and watched the body drift into blackness. The ship and the android were one. Two complex and perfect machines doing their job. For Robert Murdoch, the journey was over. The long miles had come to an end. Now he would sleep forever in space. When the rocket landed, the crowds were there, waving and shouting Murdoch's name as he appeared on the silver ramp. He smiled and raised his hand in salute, standing there in the tall sun, his splendid dress uniform reflecting the light in 1,000 glittering patterns. At the far end of the ramp, two figures waited. An old man, bowed and trembling over a cane, and a seamed and wrinkled woman, her hair blowing white, her eyes shining. When the tall spaceman reached them, they embraced him feverishly, clinging tight to his arms. Their son had returned. Robert Murdoch had come home from space. "Well," said a man at the fringe of the crowd, "there they go." His companion sighed and shook his head. "I still don't think it's right, somehow. It just doesn't seem right to me." "It's what they wanted, isn't it?" asked the other. "It's what they wrote in their wills. They vowed their son would never come home to death. In another month, he'll be gone anyway, back for another 20 years. Why ruin it all for him?" The man paused, shading his eyes against the sun. "And they are perfect, aren't they? He'll never know." "I suppose you're right," nodded the second man. "He'll never know." And he watched the old man and the old woman and the tall sun until they were out of sight. And Miles to Go Before I Sleep by William F. Nolan. Recorded by Andrew Wilson, Bainbridge Island, Washington.
The Overman by Upton Sinclair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The Overman by Upton Sinclair. This is the story of Edward Blank, as he told it to me only a few days before he died. He told it as he lay half paralyzed, and knowing that the hand of death was upon him. I am by profession a scientist. My story goes back some 50 years, when I was a student. I had one brother, Daniel, 5 years younger than myself, a musician of extraordinary promise. We lived abroad together for a number of years, each pursuing his own work. About my brother, suffice it to say that music to him was everything, love and friendship, ambition and life. He was a man without a stain, whose lower nature had been burned out by the flame of art. I think the one tie that bound him to the world was myself. When Daniel was about 23 years of age, his health weakened, and a long sea voyage was decided upon. I could not go with him, so for the first time we parted, and it was 20 years after that before I ever heard of him again. It was believed that the ship had been wrecked in the South Seas, and I had given him up for dead many years, when it chanced that, as a man advanced in life, I was travelling as a naturalist in Ceylon, and met an old sailor who had been with my brother, and who told me a strange story, how one boat containing 5 men, including Daniel, had outlived the storm and landed upon an uninhabited island, how, after remaining there for several months, they had made up their minds to risk a voyage in their frail craft, and how my brother alone had refused, declaring his intention to remain by himself, with his violin and the few effects that he had saved. How this affected me anyone can imagine. The tale was obviously a true one, and I chanced to have means, and so, getting the best idea I could of the island's location, I purchased a yacht outright and prepared to make a search. The events immediately following bear only indirectly upon my story, and so I pass over them swiftly. We had been at sea for some 3 weeks, and were in the locality we sought, and watching day and night for some sign of the island, when late one evening the native captain of the vessel came to my cabin, trembling and pale with fright, to tell me that the crew had mutinied and were about to murder me. I rushed to my chest for my revolvers, only to find that every cartridge was gone, and the other's weapon proved to be in the same plight. In this desperate situation, the latter suggested what seemed to be the only possible expedient, that we should make our escape from the vessel in the darkness and trust to gaining the land. While he crept out to provision and lower a boat, I barricaded the cabin door and waited, and upon hearing the whistle agreed on, I ran to a porthole, and seeing the boat, slid into it. An instant later the rope was cut, and I got one glance at the leering countenance of my betrayer before the ship sped on, and all was darkness. I was alone. The emotions of that night I do not like to recall. Life was still dear to me. It was only when morning came that I lifted my head again and recovered my self-possession. There was no land in sight. I was tossing upon a waste of water, and already beginning to feel the first cravings of the fearful thirst that I knew must come. But by a strange instinct I still clung to my life, and soon a storm arose, and as the waves began to speed my frail boat along, it rose upon one of them, and I suddenly caught sight of a faint streak of land. I seized the oars and set to work to race for my life. I was not used to the effort, and it took all my strength to keep the craft headed aright, while the sea bore it on to its goal. I fought desperately through the whole day, coming nearer and nearer to my hope, but expecting every instant to be my last, and almost fainting with exhaustion. Finally I came to the very edge of the breakers, and then, in spite of all that I could do, the boat was seized by a wave and whirled around. I saw before me a long line of bright green forest, and standing upon the beach in front of me, a single figure, a man, motionless and watching. That moment a breaker smote my little craft, and I was flung into the boiling sea. I did not know how to swim. I clutched at the boat and missed it, and after that I recall only an instant or two of frantic struggling and choking. When next I opened my eyes, I lay upon the shore with a man bending over me, and upon my dazed faculties was borne in the startling truth that the man was my brother. It would have been long before I recognized him, but that he was calling me by name. A creature more changed no man could imagine. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, and wild in appearance, he was scarcely the shadow of his former self. He was clad in a rough garment of fur, barefooted and bare-armed, and with long tangled hair. But what most struck me, what struck me the instant I opened my eyes, and what never ceased to strike me after that, was the strange haunted look of his whole countenance. His eyes, swift and restless, shone from beneath the shadow of his brows like those of some forest animal. For the first few dazed minutes I thought of what I had read of men who had gone mad or had reverted to the beast under such circumstances as these. Yet nothing could exceed the tenderness of my brother's voice and manner to me. He bent over me with a gourd full of milk, which he helped me to drink, and he dried my face and brushed back the hair from my forehead, whispering to me as one might to a sick child. I can remember the very words of our conversation at that strange moment, so keenly did every circumstance impress me. I answered him faintly when he asked me how I did, and he pressed my hand. "You were seeking for me, brother?" he asked. "I was," I said. "I sometimes thought that you might," he exclaimed. "Alas, alas!" I had been overwhelmed with joy as the truth dawned upon me, the truth that I had found him. I had forgotten our mutual plight. "Never mind," I whispered. "We may get away somehow, and at least we can be together." He answered nothing, but helped me lift my head. "How came you alone in that boat?" he asked. "It is a long story," I replied, shuddering as I gazed at the waves that were thundering on the beach before us. "I will tell it later." "You have been long upon the water?" "Only since last night," I said, and then, gazing about me suddenly, I cried, "And you have been here all these years?" "All these years," he answered. "And alone?" "Alone." I trembled as I gazed into his face. His eyes seemed fairly to burn. "How have you borne it?" I cried. "What have you done?" His answer made me start. "I have done very well," he said. "I have not been unhappy." The words seemed strange to me, but his voice was stranger yet. Surely there were signs enough of unhappiness upon his face. He seemed to read my thoughts. "Do not worry," he went on, pressing his hand in mine. "I will tell you all about it later." But my mind could not be turned away so easily. When I felt stronger and sat up, I came back to the question, gazing at his haggard face and the strange costume he wore. "You can make no better clothing?" I cried. "And for food, what do you do?" "I have all the food that I can eat," was the response, "and everything else that I need. You shall see." "But you have seen no one?" I persisted. "No ships in all this time?" "I have not wished to see any," he said, and then he smiled gently as he saw my stare of amazement. "I have not wished for anything," he said gently. "I have a home, as you shall see, and I have never needed company. Have you forgotten how it used to be, dear brother?" It took me a long time to understand his words. I was still gazing at him helplessly. "And you mean," I cried, "you mean that you still live in your music?" "Yes," he said, "I mean that." I was sitting upright and gripping his arm tightly. "And for 20 years," I gasped. 20,000 years would be all too little for music," was the reply. I sank back, and he wrapped his arms about me. "Dear brother," he said, smiling, "let us not go into that just now. Wait until tomorrow, at the least. Perhaps I can help you now, and we can walk." We had not far to go, and with his help I managed the task. Back from the shore rose a high cliff, and a cavern in this was evidently his home. At one side there was a pen in which were 3 or 4 captive goats, and upon the grassy lawn in front was a rough seat. With the exception of a fireplace and a path he had cut through the thicket, there were no other signs that the place was inhabited. I sank down upon the grass, and he brought me fresh water and fruits, and cooked rice, which I ate hungrily. Then, when I was stronger, I got up and began to examine his home. The cave was the size of a large room. It was dry, but bare of all furniture except a table and a roughly made chair and bed. My brother's possessions consisted mainly of a few objects, notably some tools, which he and the sailors had been able to recover from the wreck of the ship. There were a few skins which served him as bags in which to keep his provisions. His bowls and dishes were gourds and the shells of turtles. He was without artificial light, and he had only a few quires of writing paper from the ship captain's portfolio. For the rest, a violin without strings, and a bow without hairs, made up a list of the possessions, so far as I could make them out, and it was upon the strength of these that he had said to me, "I have everything that I need." With rest and food my strength returned, and before long my mind was altogether occupied with my brother. First of all, of course, my thought was of his home, of his surroundings and his ways. I rummaged about his cavern, wondering at his makeshifts, or rather at his lack of them. "You have no lamp?" I cried. "But, Daniel, the wax plant grows in this climate, or you might use tallow or oil." "Dear brother," he answered, "you forget that I have no books to read, and the few things that need light, cannot I just as well do them by day? But then the long nights. You sleep?" "No," said he gently, "I do not sleep." And later, with his strange smile, he added, "I live." "You live?" I echoed in perplexity, and then I stopped, catching the quiet, steady gaze of his eyes. "Just so," he said, "I live. I have never lived before." Most of all, I think, I was perplexed at the sight of his violin. From what I had seen of his youthful life, I could have imagined him spending all day and all night with that, but here it hung, useless as a stick of wood. "You could have made strings for it," I said. "I can make them for you." "But they would be of no use to me," he answered. "And all your music, you have given it up?" "The music I have to do with," he said, "has long since ceased to be music that anyone could play." "But, Daniel," I protested. "Listen to me," he said. "Have you never read that Beethoven never heard some of his greatest symphonies? Do you not understand how a musician can comprehend music from a score, and from that how he can create it in his own mind and enjoy it, without ever writing it down or hearing it?" "Then," I said, almost speechless with wonder, "then you compose music in your mind?" "No," he said, "I live music in my soul." These things were on the day of my rescue, after I had recovered from my exhaustion. The words which he spoke I no more comprehended than if I had been a child, but the strangeness of the thing haunted my soul, and my questioning and arguing never ceased. All of this he bore with a gentle patience. I had my youthful recollections of Robinson Crusoe, and as a man of science I could naturally not spend 2 minutes conversing with Daniel and examining his affairs without thinking some new device by which he could have made his lot more tolerable. I could as yet hardly realize that it was to be my own fate to live upon the deserted island forever. All my thoughts were of what I should have done had I been in his place. He had no weapons, no traps, no gardens, no house, and so on. "But, Edward," he would say again and again, "do you not understand? Once more, I have no time for such things." "Time, time," I would cry. "But what else have you? What have you to do?" "I have my life to live," was the invariable response. "I have no time for anything else." We were sitting that afternoon beneath the shade of a great forest tree before the cavern. Suddenly, seeing again the dazed look upon my face, he put his arm about me. "Listen to me, dear brother," he said, smiling. "You remember Diogenes, who lived in a tub? That was in order that he might have to call no man master, and no thing, least of all his own body. And can you not see that a man's own soul is his soul just the same, whether he be on a desert island or in the midst of a city of millions? And that mind, emotion, will, he has the life of his soul to live." I sat surprised into silence. Then suddenly I felt Daniel's arm tighten about me. "Oh, my dear brother," he said, his voice lowering, "it will be so hard. Do you think I have not realized it, how hard it will be?" "What will be hard?" I asked. "Your life, everything you have to face," he answered. "How can you not see it? Do you not see that you have to live upon this island too?" "I have not thought of it much," I said. "I have been thinking of you." "I know it," he replied, "but I do not see how you were to bear it. I saw it all the while I watched you sweep in with that boat. I saw all the pain and all the sorrow, and it was long before I made up my mind that it was not best to let you die." I started, but he held me tight. Yes, he said, and I fear that I chose wrongly. Is it not strange that a man who has seen what I have seen should still be bound by such chains? That what I knew would be best I could not do, simply because you were my brother? He must have felt my heart beating faster. Listen to me, he went on quickly, but still with his frightful quietness. Listen to me while I try to tell you what I can hardly bear to tell you. All the tragedy of being is summed up in such a situation as this of ours. I am as helpless before it as you are. Both of us are as helpless as children. I gazed at him again, and suddenly he caught me with the wild look of his eyes. He had no need to hold me with his hand. "Brother," he said, "you must think this out for yourself, as you can. I cannot explain it to you, cannot explain anything about it. Suffice it to say that for 20 years I have lived here, and that I have fought a fight which no man has ever fought before, and seen what I believe no man has ever seen. Knowing you as I do, I know that you can by no possibility ever follow me. It is as if I had found the fourth dimension of space. It is as if I dwelt in a house through the walls of which you walked without seeing them. How you are to bear your life here, my dear, dear brother, I do not know. But the truth is merciless, and you must face it. You will have to live on this island all your days, I am sure, and you will have to live here alone." A sudden shudder passed through me. "Daniel," I gasped. It seemed to me that his eyes were on fire. "You mean, I suppose, that you are going away to some other part of the place? To another island?" "Whether I go to another place or not, what matters that? No, I shall not, I think. And rest assured that whatever I do, I love you. My heart yearns for you, and all my tenderness and love are yours. But also that though you were with me and held me in your arms 24 hours a day, yet all the time you would be alone." I could find no word to say. I could scarcely think. "The pain of it," he went on, still quietly, still tenderly, "is that I cannot explain it to any one, that I cannot explain it to myself, that there are no words for it, nothing but the thing. The only explanation I can give is that I am become a madman, and that you must accept the fact. For the thing I do, I can no more help doing than I could help the beating of my heart. All the world of love that I might bear to you, or to any other human soul, could no more enable me to stop than it would enable the grass to stop growing. Again, you must accept the fact. You must learn to think of me as a man who is in the grasp of a fiend." There was a pause. Not once had I taken my eyes from my brother's, and I sat with my heart throbbing wildly. The strangeness of the whole thing was too much for me. At times I was certain that I was indeed listening to a maniac. When my brother began speaking again, I was at first hardly conscious of it. "Edward," he said, "I have thought about this, that perhaps my presence would be painful to you. If so, let me go away. Take what tools I have here, and make this place your home. You have knowledge at your command. You can plant and hunt and study, and do what you will. As for me, such things make no difference. I could soon make myself comfortable again, and perhaps—" "Say no more about it," I interrupted quickly. "If any one must go, let it be me, for I shall have need of occupation." For long hours after that strange experience, I was pacing up and down the storm-swept beach of the island. What I had heard had disturbed me more than anything before in my life. The whole surroundings contributed to the effect. The perils I had passed through, the terrible future which stretched before me, the loss of my brother, and the finding of this strange madman in his place. But I was by nature a practical person, scientific and precise in my mode of thought. I did my best to convince myself that solitude and suffering had unhinged my brother's mind. There is no use telling a scientist that he cannot understand a certain matter, and expecting him to let it rest. My mind was soon made up that I would study this malady, and perhaps cure it. My interest in the strange problem did more than anything else to keep me from realizing, to the full extent, the discomfort I must needs face in the future. When hunger brought my thoughts back to myself, I returned to the cave, where I found my brother pacing backward and forward upon a path which he had worn deep in the ground in front of his home. His head was sunk forward, his eyes on the ground, and it was evidently lost in deep thought. I spoke to him once, but he did not hear me. I walked by him and entered the cavern. I now set to work to make a thorough examination of his belongings, musing that perhaps the best way to get to the bottom of his strange trouble would be to provide him with some of the ordinary amenities of life. I found that the tools were not too rusty to be of service, and being a person with talent for doing things, I was soon interested in planning how I could make a habitable place out of the cave. In the latitude, I knew that a door and the fireplace would never be an absolute necessity, but I pleased myself thinking that they might not be useless when the storms blew in. Also, being blessed with much knowledge of the natural world, I flattered myself that before many days would have passed, I should have added considerably to the comforts of the house. I gave the balance of the day to a preliminary ransacking of the island. A scientist has an inexhaustible mine of interest in such an environment, and in the plans which I formed for work, I forgot everything else for the time, and so towards sundown I returned to the cabin. My brother was still pacing to and fro, exactly as I had left him. Taught by previous experience, I entered the cabin without addressing him, and set about preparing a meal. I had not gone very far before I heard his step behind me. "Edward," he said. "What is it?" I asked, turning. "I wished merely to tell you that you will not see me for a day or two. I wish you not to worry about me." I gazed at him in perplexity that was too great to permit of my framing a question. His haggard glance met mine again, and again he put his hand upon my shoulder with a gesture of affection. Then he turned and went slowly away. The incident diminished my appetite, for I had expected to interest him in my banquet. I sat for hours afterwards gazing out of the cavern entrance at the moonlighted grove, silent and desolate beyond any telling. I think I never felt more alone than just then. The problem was my only company. I had no idea where Daniel had gone, but after a feverish sleep I was up again at dawn, my mind fully made up for a search. I fear I drag out my story. It was nearly sundown when at last my efforts were rewarded. I was returning home in despair and misery when, suddenly, in the back of the same cliffs in which was our home, I saw another opening, and with a gleam of hope I hurried towards it and peered in. It was too dark to see, but I entered and stepped to one side in the darkness, and then, as my eyes adjusted themselves to the gloom, I saw my brother. I was unperceived, and I went forward until I could see him plainly. He sat on a block of stone, the edge of which his hands gripped tensely. With his face slightly raised, he was staring before him into space. I would describe, if I could, the impression which his whole appearance gave me. It was of a man undergoing some fearful strain. The knotted muscles stood out upon his arms, his nostrils were distended, his breath coming fast, and I could see the veins throbbing in his forehead. I stood for I know not how long, with my heart beating madly, a strange, indescribable fear in possession of me. Divining the truth instinctively, I moved in front of him and gazed into his eyes. He neither saw me nor heard me, nor gave any sign that he was conscious of my presence. Then, suddenly, unable to bear the strain any longer, I clutched him in my arms, crying wildly, "Daniel! Daniel!" To my horror, he gave no signs. Even then I clung to him. I shook him. I could feel the quivering of his tense arms. At last, completely overcome, I turned and staggered from the place. All that night I lay stretched out upon the bed, sleepless. I had studied medicine, but nothing that I had ever heard of bore any resemblance to this. Perhaps 2 hours after sunrise, as I was sitting with my eyes fixed in the direction of the other cavern, all at once I saw my brother appear. I sprang up in sheer fright. He was pale beyond imagination. He paid no attention to me, but went past me and entered the cave. He groped his way to his larder, and, sinking down upon the ground, took some of the food and ate it, slowly. There was a bowl of milk which I had put there, and which he drank. Then he lay down, resting his head upon his arm, and fell fast asleep. I followed him in silence when he rose, his weakness apparently gone. He went to the spring which was near the cavern, and bathed his face and arms in the stream below it. After that he came towards me, and sitting down beside me, put his arm around me. "Dear brother," he said, "it was very good of you, but please do not do what you did again." "You knew that I was there?" I cried. "Yes," he said, "I knew it." "And why did you not answer me?" "I could not answer you, brother." And then with a sudden gesture he checked me. "I could not even tell you why," he said. "It must suffice you, Edward, to know that this must be, and that you cannot help it." "But it will kill me," I cried. "Perhaps," he said very quietly, "or perhaps it will kill me first. I cannot tell." We stood for some minutes without speaking. "Daniel," I ventured at last, "I had hoped that in the external ways I might assist you, your food, perhaps." "I could not let you serve me," he answered. "I have no way to serve you in return. And besides that, I have learned to do cheerfully what little physical toil I must. The island is covered with food, you know." "But if you should be sick?" I cried. "If I should be sick," he said, "I should either get well again, or else die." "Then you do not feel pain?" "To learn to bear pain has been one of my tasks," was the response. "I should think," he continued, changing the subject abruptly, "that if you had studied all your life as you did when we lived together, by this time you would not fear solitude, that you would find in this world enough to fill all your time." "I might. Perhaps I shall," I said. "But, Daniel, you have been here 20 years and never seen a ship, so how could I know that the result of any studies of mine would ever be made known to the world? I have not even any paper to write upon." The other sat gazing ahead of him at the moonlit water through the trees. I saw the strange smile upon the lips again. "Oh, that sorrow," he said. "I fought with it once myself, and how I wish that I could help you to fight with it. For a year or so I also waited for a ship, and wrote down the best of my music, and poured out the tears of my soul. But, Edward, I no longer write my music, and I no longer fear lest my work be not made known to the world." His voice had sunk low. Over the tree-tops a silver moon was gleaming, and his eyes were fixed upon it. "On that huge ball of iron and rock," said he, "there was once power and life and beauty. And now it rolls there through the years and the ages, cold and dead and still. And some day this planet, too, will roll through the years and the ages, and no eye will behold it, and no mind will be aware of it, and the voices of men will be hushed upon it, and the monuments of men will be dust upon it. And, Edward, what then of my music? What then of your science and your books?" I answered nothing. "Perhaps in all the ages that have gone over this island," he continued, "no human foot ever trod upon it before." And so my brother passed on, pressing his hand upon my shoulder, and through the watches of the night I saw him pacing backward and forward upon the long white stretch of sand. A month must have passed after that. I took little heed of the time. I toiled at the cave, I played hunter and naturalist. I was busy with my hands, but very seldom was I happy or at peace. For day after day that silent figure roamed here and there before my eyes, and hour after hour those strange silent vigils to the black cavern continued. I grew more and more restless and oppressed, until at last, one night, at the end of a long and exhausting vigil, my impatience reached its climax. I remember how I sat by his side and caught his hand, like a supplicating child. "Daniel," I asked, "has it never occurred to you that you are unkind to me?" "Unkind?" he asked gently. "Unkind," I said. "I have waited. How long have I waited? It seemed to me that I could not last for ever, that you would not continue to treat me always as if I were a child." "Edward," he said, I know what you are going to say. I wish that you would spare me. I cannot spare you, I cried with sudden vehemence. I tell you I cannot bear it. I tell you I shall go mad. This loneliness and this haunting perplexity, I swear to you that I cannot endure it any longer. My brother sat gazing before him. After a moment I went on, more quietly, pleading with him. Daniel, I said, you cannot ever persuade me that you must needs treat me as you have treated me since I came to this place. I came here to seek for you, for that purpose alone, and with love in my heart. And you keep me from you. You treat me as if I were not a human being. Stop, Edward, cried my brother imploringly. Do not say such things as that. What can I tell you? How can I say it to you? It is not enough that you should be a human being. Not enough, I echoed. Do you suppose, can you suppose, that if this thing of which we speak were mine to give, if by losing it myself I could give it to you, can you suppose I would not do it, and do it with joy? All that love could make possible I would do. How much I would do I cannot tell you. But this that you ask of me, this I cannot do. You mean, I clung to the argument with my scientific instinct, you mean that there is in your own life, in your own mind, certain things which could be conveyed to another's? I do, he said. But the use of words, I began. No words could have any relation to this, he said. But ideas, Daniel, I protested. There may be ideas in the mind for which we can find no words, but surely we can approximate them. We can foreshadow them. There are some things in my mind that are not ideas, was the quick reply. I do not understand that, I exclaimed. I know it, said my brother. That is the point. But, I cried in vexation, but what could such things be? How can one think in that high hour thought was not, my brother quoted. I sat silent, and a long pause followed. Then I began once more. Let me ask you, Daniel, perhaps you do not understand how difficult it is for one mind to believe that it cannot grasp what is in another mind. But this knowledge to which you have come, you must surely have come to it by degrees, by a process? Yes, said he. And of that, surely you could explain to me at least the beginning, which might help me to divine in what the difference consists. He answered nothing for a moment. I went on quickly. I fear that there must be another reason that you do not realize. Might it not be true that you would find it easier to explain to another than to me? Is it not at all that you shrink from my ways of thinking? Is it not that you know that I have never understood your art? Tell me, he asked suddenly, what have you thought about me since you have been here? What difference does it make what I think? I cried. What data have I for thinking anything? I know that I am in the presence of something which haunts me, and also that I have never been more wretched in my life. Daniel, I cried, be fair with me. You have not been fair. Why should you shrink from me as if I were a base person? What harm could it do, even if I did not understand you? I cannot help it, the effect this thing has upon me. I am a grown man, and yet you have turned me into a child again. If you were to tell me about ghosts, I think I should take it for the truth. Said my brother. Yes, even that, I cried. But you think I am not worthy even to guess at your life and your knowledge. No, do not try to stop me. I know that this is the fact. If it were not so, you would trust to love. You would not cast me away from you. You would do what you could. Be still, he whispered. Do not speak to me that way. I will do what I can. I will tell you what I am able. For a long time he sat with knit brows. Then, at last, he began his story. I go back, he said, to the time when I first landed on this island. The ship was wrecked upon the bar just ahead of us, and later, when the sea fell, we set to work to save from it as much as we could. The voyage had restored my health, and I had my violin. and when I ascertained that the place sheltered no wild beasts or men, I was myself well content to remain as long as might be necessary. I had no doubt that some ship would appear in the end, and meanwhile there was nothing to trouble me, except the enforced companionship of men who did not understand me. In the end I escaped from that trouble with the plea that if I took up my residence at the other side of the island, I could better watch the sea, and so I built a tiny hut, and was, I think, as happy as I had ever been before. But as the months passed by and no vessel appeared, the situation changed. I perceived that sooner or later my violin would be useless, and about the same time the sailors came to me to say that they had decided to rig a boat with a sail and endeavor to reach some inhabited island. It was the time of quiet seas, and they preferred to run the risk to remaining longer in isolation. I was then called upon to make the great decision. Should I chance my life with the rest, or should I trust to the certainty that some day a vessel would appear, and meanwhile devote myself to the work which loomed before me, the living of my life, the seeking of the power which I felt to be hidden in me, without any external assistance or reference whatever? Perhaps, had I seen the 20 years before me, I should have shrunk from the task, but as it was, I chose what was to be the bolder, to my companions the more timid course. After that, of course, there could be no half-way measures. I had to make good my purpose. I had to face either absolute victory or absolute defeat. As I had expected, my violin soon became useless, and, no ship appearing, I perceived in the end that I had to give up that thought too. I have already hinted the grounds of my argument to you. It is my belief that life is its own end and needs no justification. It is also my belief that each individual soul is a microcosm self-sufficient, and its own excuse for being. Each day, as I wrought, I came to be more and more possessed with that truth. It came to be more and more self-evident and final, until at last there came a day when I would not have hailed a ship had I seen one, when the life that loomed up before me within my own heart was a thing of so much interest that the rest of the world was nothing in comparison. At first I had felt just as you feel now. I had been interested in food and clothing and light, and what not else. But in the end I found myself behaving as a soldier upon a long campaign. I strewed my path with the things that had once been necessities, and that now were encumbrances. It proved thus with my violin, strings or no strings. The music that throbbed in my soul and swept me away into the far spaces of my being, it was no longer to be limited and restrained by what human fingers could achieve. It was as if I had once plodded upon the land, and now discovered wings. When the vision came to me, I no longer toiled for weeks to shape it and record it. I went on where the new light shone, where the new hope beckoned, and so, day after day, toward things with which it is not easy for words to deal. My brother paused for a while. I did not speak. When I try to talk to you of these things, he said at last, I do not know where I stand. I find myself thinking of the brother I remember, who was content to call himself a materialist. You ask me, what was this life that I speak of? Was it thought? Was it motion? Was it will? It was all, I think. Always it involved contemplation, the beholding of a universe of being, and the comprehending of it as an utterance of power. And always it was emotion, the flooding of one's being with an ocean tide of joy and exultation. And always it was will. It was the concentration of all the powers of one's soul in one colossal effort. But chiefest of all, I think, and what is hardest even to hint at, it was the fourth and the highest of the faculties of the mind. It was imagination. It is endless. That is the first thing that a man learns about it. It is the very presence of the infinite. And also he learns that it is at his command, that it is no accident, but his being itself, that he has but to call and it comes, that he has but to knock and it is opened unto him. It is that for which pilgrims and crusaders have fought, which prophets and saints have sung. and it is that, of course, which is the life of music. Music lies nearest to this mystery. To him who understands, it is the living presence of the spirit. Its movement is the building up of that ecstasy. Its complexity is the infiniteness of that vision. All the fullness and the wonder and the glory of it are there. I give but my recollection of my brother's words. He paused again and sat gazing before him. "I do not know," he said, "how much these metaphors convey to you. A long time had passed, some 8 years, I imagine, though I kept no count of the time. I was coming bit by bit to a new and strange experience, one which is not of this life, and one which would seem to you, I imagine, as altogether supernatural." "So," said Daniel, "you must believe me as you can. I have spoken of strange bursts of vision, sudden gleams of insight which shake one's being to its depth. Such experiences are not unusual. Poets have sung of them. But now there came to be something which, strange as it may sound, seemed to be not of a kind with my own soul, something which affected me with an indescribable fear. I fought against the thought, for I had no belief in the unseen. I strive to put into words something that cannot be put into words, but I was like a man groping in utter darkness and touching something alive. I had fought my way into this unknown land, and everywhere I had gone, so far, the things that I achieved were of my own power, the impulses were those of my own will. But now, day by day, I was haunted by the unthinkable suspicion that into my life was coming something that was not myself. I was a bird mounting upon the air, and the air had a will of its own. It was something that repelled me, something that drew me. I wrestled with the thought day and night, comparing it with anything of which I had ever heard or known, but in vain. It was new to me. These things of which I speak you must understand as happening in the midst of a tempest of emotions. I sat in a state which there is no imagining. I ate nothing for days. I sat for days without moving, until at last there came the climax, a desperate resolve, a mounting up, a battling with unseen forces, a knocking upon unseen doors, and then a sudden rending away of barriers, and the inpouring of a sea of life. I can only use metaphors. I was a traveller, and I had toiled towards the sunrise, climbing peak upon peak, and suddenly I had stepped out upon the summit, and stood transfixed with the glory of an endless vision of dawn. My brother's voice had sunk to a whisper, and his hand lay upon my arm. I cannot tell you how his words had affected me. "And this thing," I ventured, "is it real?" "It is real," he said. "There is nothing else so real." "And it is a heaven?" "No," he said, "it is another earth." I started. "As a scientist," he said, "what do you believe about the universe? Is there life throughout it?" "I do not know. It is a possibility." "Yes," said Daniel, "but for me it is a certainty. It is a fact in which I live day after day." I had caught him by the arm. "Daniel," I cried. "It is just so," he said. "Another planet?" "I do not know," was the answer. "Another race of beings is all that I can tell you." "And are they human beings?" "They have passed entirely beyond anything which those words can mean to me." "And you know them?" "Yes." "And personally?" "More than personally." "How do you mean?" "I know them directly. I live in their lives. I know them as I know the symphony I hear, as one drop of water knows the sea." I was dazed. I could hardly think. "And their name?" I asked. "They have no name," said my brother. "They have no words. They have passed the need of language. They communicate with each other by immediate spiritual union. Their life is upon a higher plane than ours. They do not deal in ideas, but in imaginative intuitions." "And then, Daniel, when you pass into that trance, it is that." "It is that," he said. "By an effort of my will I lift myself into their consciousness. But because my physical and mental faculties have not been prepared by long ages of development, my time with them is limited, and I fall back to recruit my strength." "And this has been going on for years?" "For 10 or 12 years," was his reply. It will perhaps be best for me to give the substance of what he told me in the long conversation which ensued. "I do not know where these people are," he told me. "I only know that throughout the universal space they are the race which is nearest in its development to our own. I do not know what they look like. I have never seen nor heard them. I only live their lives. I do not ask them any questions. Our relation is nothing of that sort. It is as if they were playing music which I heard, but also as if their music was their whole life, so that I know all they have and do. Their presence comes to me as the inwelling of universal joy, of love and worship and rapture, unending and unthinkable. Their life is infinite variety, immediate and perpetual expansion, spiritual insight developing in a ratio determined by the will of the individuals. It is as if a man were to witness the springtime arising of nature, but taking place in an hour instead of 3 months, and he comprehending it not from the outside, but living it as a bursting forth of song." "And to this song there is no limit?" I asked him. "When you speak of the soul as being infinite," said Daniel, "you do not mean that it extends merely beyond your thoughts, but you mean that you may heap quantity upon quantity, and multiply quantity by quantity in any ratio and at any speed you please, and still have infinity before you. You mean that these beings understand what is going on in each other's mind? They understand all minds as you understand your own. It is in the nature of spiritual passion to mingle at a certain stage of intensity, like electricity in the lightning flash. This race has developed a new sense, just as man has developed senses which are not possessed by lower animals. And these people were once men, presumably. And then they have escaped altogether from the sorrows of life? Say rather," he answered, "that they have escaped to the sorrows of life. The essence of life is sorrow." "It does not seem so from your picture," I said. "That is simple because my picture is not understood. Every one of these beings of whom I speak bears in his bosom a pain for which there are no words. Every one of them, there are countless numbers of them, living each in my consciousness as the voice of one instrument lives in a symphony. Each one is a Titan spirit, wrestling day and night without end, without possibility of respite, and bearing on his shoulders a universal load of woe. In no way could you imagine one better than as a soldier in the crisis of the battle, panting and blind with pain, dying amid the glory of his achievement." "And such a life," I cried, "why do they live it?" "They lived it because it demands with the voice of all their being to be lived, because the presence of it is rapture and unutterable holiness, because it will allow no questions, because it is instant, imperative, and final. It will be lived." I sat in silence. "Do I gather from your words," I asked, "that immortality is not one of the privileges of this race?" He smiled again. "The spiritual life," he said, "does not begin until the thought of immortality is flung away. A man's duty looms up before him, and in his weakness he will not do it, but puts the fruition of his life into another world, where the terms are not so hard." "This people," I asked, "what do they know about God?" "They know no more than men do," was the answer, "except that they know nothing. They know that the veil is not lifted. It is not that for which they seek. Life is their task, and life only. To behold its endless fruition, to dwell in the beauty of it, to wield power of it, to toil at its whirling loom, to build up palaces of music from it. Ah, my brother, Why have you never lived a symphony?" "These people have no physical life?" I asked. "Assuredly they have," was his answer. "It is a life which does not enter their consciousness, any more than, for instance, the beating of your heart and the renewing of your tissues. They have attained to mastery over the world of matter. They temper the seasons to their wish. Disease and ill health they have banished entirely. And understanding the ways of nature, they create their food at will. And their society knows no rich and no poor. Their government? They have no government," he said. "Their law is their inspiration." Until far into the night we sat talking, and then early in the morning, as I went out upon the beach, I saw a ship standing in towards the shore. I recall, as if it were yesterday, how my heart leaped up, and with what an agony of uncertainty I stood waving a signal. And then I rushed to see my brother, shouting the news aloud. Startled with his own thoughts, he gazed at me in perplexity. "A ship has come," I cried. "A ship!" "A ship," he echoed, and then, with a sudden light, "Oh, I see." "Come," I cried, "they will take us aboard." But my brother shook his head. "No, Edward," he replied, "I cannot do that." I started. "No," he said again, "do not ask me. You go, but let me stay here unto the end." "What can you mean?" I cried. "Can you really suppose that I would leave you?" "I am not fitted to travel," he said. "I do not wish to change. And I could not face the thing which you call civilization. It has no interest for me." "But we can live in the country," I cried. "I have money. Nothing need trouble you." But all my arguments made no impression upon him. He would only repeat that he desired to be left alone. I tried to move him by saying that I would not leave him. I might stay if I chose, he said. He could not help that. But if I were wise, I would leave him to his own life, and I would not subject him to the pain of meeting the strangers upon the ship. They would not understand, and they would only cause him vexation. And even while I was protesting with him, we heard the shouts of men upon the shore. He rose up and laid his hand upon my shoulder, and kissed me upon the forehead, saying, "Be wise, or let me be wise for you. Respect my judgment, and let me go." And so he turned and started away toward the center of the island. At the edge of the thicket he turned and waved his hand to me. I never saw him again. End of The Overman by Upton Sinclair. Read by Thomas Copeland.